Alrighty, what's good, everyone joining the stream right now? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? We're going to start getting some debates up here in a quick minute. Everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Let me make sure to go over to YouTube and make sure the stream is completely set up. Let me let the Instagram know that we are live. Alrighty. Let's go there and say we are live. We are live. Alrighty. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? How's everybody doing today? What's up? We're gonna start getting some people up here in a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Alrighty, everybody. Alrighty, what's up, everyone joining in? What's up? Let's get some people up here in a quick bit. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Do give it a quick minute for people to join in. What's up, everyone joining in? Today, everybody, Republicans introduce bills to literally put Donald Trump on Mount Rushmore. I'm not trolling. I'm not joking. Republicans literally introduce bills to do that. And to put his face on a $250 bill. And to literally rename the Dulles Airport near D.C. to the Trump Airport. I forget the exact specific name they had, but it was something after Trump. All of that because I think they're trying to distract away, and I wanted to bring this in. I think they're trying to distract away from the absolute wins that Democrats are getting in Virginia. Everybody, there is a set of elections here for the redistricting in Virginia, and it's getting a lot of Republicans really scared that Democrats are fighting back, and I'm excited to see it. So we're going to start getting some people up here in a quick bit. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen.
Parker, are you good with finishing the debate in an hour or two?
Yeah.
Okay, because I might have to be driving, but my license suspended, so I don't know how I'm going to do that.
Okay, you can't do that then. If your license is...
Oh.
How'd your license suspend?
Well, it's a really long story, but I can't drive for a couple months, so I'll have to figure that out.
Alrighty, well,
I didn't hit someone. I hit something. What did you hit? I can't disclose that right now. I'm on a live stream. I can't tell you that.
Liv. Oh my gosh, Liv. Diabolical, I tell you. That is diabolical. Alrighty, let's get going on, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Starting off interesting for the day. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get it out to more people. As always, do get a quick bit for everyone to join in. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Yo, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yep.
What's your birth year?
1769.
So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
For sure.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, what's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
May.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
I just like his stance on how he views putting more over, I'd say, Americans. Obviously, the shit in Iran right now doesn't go along with this, but for the most part, through 8 years, I'd say his stance on putting America first and focusing on us over say immigrants, shit like that.
Okay. And can you name one material benefit that he's done for the American people?
He the all the ICE stuff, cracking down on ICE,
Yeah, how does that
and
materially benefit you?
well, me individually, it doesn't. As a country, it keeps ICE
It hasn't
obviously.
materially benefited you at all?
Well, I mean, in day to day life, I haven't gotten approached by one of these illegal immigrants that go do dumb shit like kill people, all that good stuff. That's why we need to get them out. You know what I mean?
Well, like
But
undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit these particular types of crimes. Plus, if we provided a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, it would quite literally make it easier for law enforcement to focus on those that have committed violent crimes and bad crimes rather than just people who are here coming for a better life.
right. So, and I have no problem with coming here and doing it the right way. It's just the people that break over here. And honestly, I have no problem because I've worked with an illegal immigrant like just construction, and he wants to cause no harm to anybody. But the people that come over here and do it the wrong way and then do wrong things on top of already just doing it illegally, that's the thing I have a problem with.
Do you want people to go the right way? Well, then what you're not understanding is that the legal process right now takes way too long. So what we need to do is we need to make the legal process go quicker and provide that quicker legal process for undocumented immigrants who are already in the country who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime to ensure that the most amount of people are vetted as possible. Because right now when you keep them under the threat of mass deportation, right, it limits them from identifying themselves to authorities. So if you do provide them this pathway to citizenship, more people will identify themselves to authorities, and it will make it easier for us to be able to address the conditions of the border in the most safe way
Well,
possible. Like genuinely, like why wouldn't we do that?
I understand what you're saying, but like, and I understand that making it quicker is obviously more optimal just because who wants to wait 7, 10 years to do it the right way when you could just have a faster process that they can go through. But then you look at I don't know, good portion of those people that come in and just plead asylum or, yeah. And then it's like you have however many, I don't have numbers, but that huge amount of people that just want to come in and be like, well, asylum, and then suddenly they're allowed here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but like that should be a process that we have because we want to assure that people in circumstances in which they need it get access to it.
Well, sure, I get that, but what if it's somebody that just doesn't want to say Mexico, for example?
So
Say
someone who
somebody
wouldn't make
just
it
want,
through the make the legal process for asylum go quicker, it will disincentivize people with invalid asylum claims from coming to our country because they'll get to stay in the country for less long.
okay, because all right, because I just feel like it would. It's not like if you don't like the state you're living in and wherever you're at, that's not the United States, then you can do it the right way, but you can't just cheat. I feel like it's cheating almost, unless you have like an actual good reason.
It's cheating? You mean just
We're
because
not.
like they get to come to the country quicker?
Yes, yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Well, like just think about it this way, right? If the legal, if we we're talking about people who paid for their children's school, K through 12, before we made it free public universities, would they be able to say the same thing?
Hold on. Can you say that again? So
Yeah,
people,
for people who paid for their kids' schooling, K through 12, prior to
right?
us making it free at the point of service, public K through 12, would they be able to say the same thing?
Well, that was like a countrywide. Okay, so that's like a countrywide thing. You're saying you're trying to say it's like kind of the same parallel to immigration,
Well,
obviously just on a bigger scale.
well, the point that I'm
Like,
making is that just because we're making it quicker for people or better for people in the future, right, doesn't necessarily mean that people got scammed, right, by our system in the past. just because we made the system better for people in the future, right? We want to progress our society, right?
Well, sure, I get that. Because, I mean, obviously, if you're 70 years old and you went through the whole process doing it legally, and then your grandkid gets it done a lot faster than you, I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. You know what I mean?
No,
Because, like,
yeah,
due to
like
rule
the point we're
change.
trying to make is that, like, yes, we made it quicker for immigrants now, and it wasn't as quick for immigrants in the past. But that's the point of fixing these systems, is that we have to change the conditions and make them better off. If we didn't do that, well, then we would never progress. So just because it took longer for people in the past doesn't mean it should always take that long.
No, and I get that. I agree with, like, making it quicker. I just have an issue with, I guess it's more over people that are against the deportation of the people that came illegally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think someone should be deported if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime. Now, my position is different from the typical Democratic Party. The typical Democratic Party is arguing criminalize undocumented entry, just make the legal process go quicker. I'm arguing I think the best way to address this would be providing a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent crime or bad crime, and then making the legal process quicker. I think that's the best way to address the conditions at the border.
Yeah, so if they're here illegally and they're not doing anything wrong, because I would say a decent portion is just coming here for work. You know what I mean? Like, they're not coming here for anything other than just to better their lives. But then there's the other portion who are here for not good. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and you'd be able to identify people who are here for bad reasons to a greater extent if a greater proportion of people who are in the country undocumented fit that description, because people who are coming who haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime have been given a pathway to citizenship.
Sure. Yeah. So I guess just like the point I'm trying to make is, or I was moreover like curious on your stance on, you kind of just told me, but deportation of illegals. So you think they should only be deported if they've done a crime?
A violent crime or a bad enough crime to deport them. Yeah.
So, but if they're here illegally and they're not doing anything wrong, it's cool.
Yeah, I think they should give them a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime.
Yeah, but shouldn't they do it the right way though? Even though it takes a while. I mean, I get that. I guess it's like luck of the draw. Like if
Sure,
me
but
and
I,
you
I
both
don't
grew
care
up,
to punish them.
well, I wouldn't say like don't throw them in a damn concentration camp. And
Well, I don't think they should be deported either. I don't think they should be removed from the country. If they would have, especially because the legal process takes so long, they probably would have gone through the legal process if it was a lot quicker, right?
well, yeah, but that then again,
So then, like, I
what?
just like we're harming people that would have otherwise gone through said legal process. Like if we had it under my system,
So it's either do it legally and it takes a while, or come here and risk being harmed when
uh,
you could have just done it the right way, even though it takes a while, which I understand.
it's more
Yeah, that
costly to
sucks.
engage in deportation with less benefit.
Okay.
And immigration's good. It's not a bad thing. It's not a net
No, I
loss. It's a
completely
net
agree.
benefit.
I agree with that as long as it's done in the right way, which, I mean, there's obviously multiple opinions of the right way and who's here and who's allowed to be here according to us. You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm confused. What your point is. Do you think do you think immigration's been vastly beneficial to our society?
I mean, it's not like we got people that are coming in and making a huge difference. I mean, I'm all
Yeah,
for
we do.
immigration. Who?
Yeah, did you know over the past 30 years, immigrants have decreased the deficit by $14.5 trillion, dollars, according to the Cato Institute?
Deficit of what?
The federal deficit
Oh yeah, sorry, half asleep. Um, how like how so? Just
by
by doing
increasing
what?
GDP and tax revenue and productivity.
All right, I was unaware of that. But because I mean, most of the things I've read and things I've seen, it's all about just it's either something bad or it's just people that come here to work.
Yeah, because people are fear mongering about immigrants.
Okay.
Yeah, so
All right.
seriously, like, what's the big deal? I think that the evidence indicates that immigration is very effective, and that people are being fear mongered into scapegoating immigrants for problems that aren't caused by them, in order to distract away from broader economic issues of who's actually the problem. Who's actually the problem? It's going to be the richest billionaires in that are not paying their fair share, who are paying a lower effective tax rate than working class people.
So
That's what there's a distraction from.
are you
So
are
they
you pro
absolutely
like
use immigrants and trans people and different types of communities in order to be able to distract, the vast majority of people from addressing the issues in terms of access to basic resources, and how people aren't paying into the system, and how there is a system that benefits the richest Americans and is incredibly corrupt. I think that limits our ability to actually address things meaningfully, because people are so focused on the fear mongering and propaganda that the Republican Party is spewing about trans people and immigrants.
Okay, so are you pro like tax the rich and give to the poor?
Yeah. I think that who's going to be paying, I'd rather that rich people pay into the system than people who need it, right? Like, the system's supposed to provide for people in need, right? And inevitably providing for people in need, it still inevitably helps the rich people, because the rich people will produce products that everyone buys. So there's a natural trickle up element within the economy, so that if you tax the rich like a lot, you still have a functioning society. But if you were to get all that tax revenue from working class people or people in need, you're not going to have as much of a functioning society. Not as many people are going to be able to buy the products to keep the economy flowing and functioning.
But the rich people have worked for all their wealth, so why would they just be
So is
happy?
everyone else.
Well, half the people their half their money is taken from the rich and given to them. They haven't made that; it's given to them by the government.
So yeah, I mean, I do think that makes sense. If you make a bunch of money, you pay back to society. That's talking about paying your fair share.
Well, yeah, I think everybody's fair share should be even. Doesn't
I just
matter if
think
I
that
make
this,
a
like,
million
that's
dollars.
ridiculous, because we have to spend different amounts on cost of living.
So if me and you both go to college, get the same degree, and then something happens, and say you become a millionaire and I become some janitor and I make jack shit a year.
I should pay a way higher percentage than you.
No.
Did you think I'm going to be scared of saying that?
No. I mean, I've watched your shit for a while, and I knew you'd say something along those lines.
Yeah.
I just don't think like
Because
if
I
you
really
work.
do care about my society. I really love this country. Like, explain to me why conservatives, if they say they love this country so much, why are they so unwilling that if they became so well off to give back to the society in which they love so much?
I don't think it's unwilling to give back to the society. I think it's unwilling to give back to the people that are just waiting for the handout. If it's people who are actually trying and
This isn't
actually
just
need
people
it,
waiting for we're talking about providing basic services people need. Healthcare, education, childcare, right? Sustaining families, building up those families, maintaining, right, like, our society as a whole, ensuring that we have a good educational base. I think that those things are incredibly important, and that's giving back to society, right? So again, conservatives say they love this country so much, say that they're so patriotic, but whenever the tax bill comes around, they act like they can't give back to society anymore. And I'm not even talking about giving up more than half of your income at the highest levels of income. I'm talking about, like, yeah, you should pay up to 50% when you're making millions of dollars. It's not a complicated thing. Like, that's giving back to your society. That's the society
there's
that built you up to where you can make that much in the very first place. You should absolutely ensure that everyone's taken care of. And you know what's going to be crazy? You're still going to be rich. You're still going to be well off. You're still going to be okay. But you want to know
ha-
what? More children are fed. More people have access to the healthcare that they need. Less people die because they're poor. You know what I mean? Like, that's a better society to me. Oh my God, the rich people had an extra percentage taken off. No, I'm happy that the children are fed. I'm happy that the people don't die. I think that matters a lot more in the whole scheme of things than a little bit extra in the bank account that they probably won't even use or probably won't even impact their life meaningfully.
But it's not a little bit extra. It's damn near half. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, yeah,
So if I'm making $1 million a year, it turns into 500,000, and that 500,000 is just going to all those reasons you just said. Whereas I could put it back into society in numerous other ways.
yeah. And what way would you meaningfully put it back into society? And I mean, even so, right? I think that tax system should go up over time. We're talking about for the richest Americans, millions and millions and millions of dollars a year. Yeah, it should be upwards of that 50% number. Getting down, though, obviously going down in terms of those things, right? We would probably taper it down between the 40 to 50% range. But yeah, at that level of income, you're going to be paying around that much. And that's called giving back to the society that provided for you. And is that a bad thing? No.
How does society
You
provide
still
that?
have that much in a year. You're going to be fine
But how did society give back to me?
because it produced the
Or build me
conditions
up?
where, yeah, it produced the conditions where you can make that in the first place.
But the people I'm giving back to had probably more than likely little to no impact on how I became what I was. I'm saying
I heavily
then
disagree with you.
a rich American. I'm 18 years old. I'm a freshman in college. I'm fixing to get a class in 4
Whether
minutes,
you
but
work for a business and that business relies upon the demand of people, or you start a business yourself and you rely upon the demand of people, right? You're going to inevitably make money because society is doing better. So if you prop up society, that inevitably helps you. Hell, you benefited from society. You went to public education, probably. You use public roads. You
well,
use infrastructure and services that exist within our system, again, which produce the conditions where you could even make that wealth in the first place. So yeah, I do think that you should pay that much back and you should be okay with paying that much back because it inevitably creates the stability within our society relevant towards producing the conditions where you're profitable in the first place.
I understand that angle and the whole supply demand. I'm selling this to you. You have to buy it no matter what you make, and you're making me money. Okay, I understand that.
It's
I
about
understand
producing
your
the
angle.
conditions within a society to create stable conditions where you can make a lot in the first place. I understand it seems like, oh, I have to pay so much more in that everyone else doesn't have to because I'm just making more. I'm being punished for making more. Well, that's just inevitably the better conditions for society because I'd rather be taxing those that have so much already that have gotten that from the society that exists in the first place rather than taking it from those that are in need that inevitably need to be helped up by the system anyway. Because I want to create that social mobility for everyone.
Okay.
So, like, again, compare the societies we'd have, right? We have a society where more people have access to healthcare, more people have childcare, more people have housing affordability, more people are fed, right? Where billionaires are taxed at a slightly higher rate, or not, we'll go with a way higher rate, right? Or we have a society that billionaires are taxed at a significantly lower rate, and we don't provide those things, and people are disenfranchised. Do you really think in that society those billionaires will decide to provide more into the system privately, just out of their own love for people? Or do you think that
Goodwill.
they would provide more through the context of a system of taxation?
Well, there you have to through system taxation, and you would think that I would just take my family for example. They obviously they hate when it's tax time because they get half their shit taken and given to like all those things you just said. But there would be plenty of there's always plenty of times where we're finding ways to give back to the less fortunate.
Yeah, so then, like,
My
why
like
don't you just see that as an extension of this?
because it's forced, and I think it's moreover where is my money
But that's kind of
going
like a
other than
duty
to
that we have in society, you know? The same way that like you have to like take care of yourself, you know, as a person. There are certain types of things that you have to do to ensure that you're taken care of, right? So that you go to work, you get ready, you know, like every day. Those are things we have to do, right?
for sure.
So I'm just saying, like, taxes are kind of just like a part of society, something that we have to do to ensure that things are stable and good. That's kind of like the point I'm making. It's like adulting, you know? It's kind of sucks. You have to pay for it, but we have to pay for it as adults. And the less that some people pay for it, the more that they evade taxes because they think that they're so much better than everyone else, the more that everyone else has to pay that bill. And inevitably, the
So,
richest Americans feel like they're so much better insofar as that they don't have to pay these things, right? And they don't have to pay into the system. And that's why the richest billionaires, I'm talking about the richest billionaires, they pay a lower effective tax rate than the working class. I'm not right now even talking about the people at the highest levels of not even the highest levels of income, but higher levels of income, right? Who make their money through income. They pay relatively a lot through the context of our income tax structure. I'm talking about the people who pay specifically capital gains. I'm talking about the people specifically who pay lower effective tax rates than that, who are trying to evade taxes, right?
sure.
And that's who I'm kind of talking about to a greater extent. If your
No, I
family's
mean, there's
paying 50% of their income, we're already telling you that they're paying a fair share. You know what I
yeah,
mean?
I mean, there's plenty of
They're
ways to
not
get
the people
away and
evading
avoid it.
taxes like everyone
Yeah,
else. Like you should be mad at the people who are evading taxes because it puts more of the burden on your family.
yeah, but I mean, you evade taxes in plenty of different ways. I mean, I don't know. There's always what I've been around in my family is a decent amount of like finding ways to lessen the blow from taxes each year. You know what I mean? I mean, when December rolls around, let's buy a new Bobcat or something like that. You know what I mean? Just for write-offs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it has to be relevant to your business. And
Oh,
also,
of
I just want to
course. I
let you know
mean,
like how write-offs work. They reduce your taxable income. It's not just free money.
oh no,
Yeah, so
but I
you
mean,
save whatever your top marginal tax rate is on that
yeah,
purchase. So
absolutely.
like buying I just want you to know, especially going on I don't know how a Bobcat would be relevant to your business, but
Instruction.
oh, construction, I'm not quite sure. I thought that was maybe like a certain type of car. I apologize. I'm not
No, no,
very
no,
familiar.
Bobcat. No, Bobcats. Like you see that. You ever pass like a construction site? And you see those big ass yellow
Okay, well then that
machines.
makes sense. Yeah, like of course. Doesn't
Yeah,
that
or I
you
mean,
know what that just created then? That level of taxation that you have then created the incentive for you to invest back into your firm. Does that make sense? Towards something that then can produce more. So now because you
yeah.
guys have that new Bobcat, you can produce more within your business. It makes you more productive.
Well, yes. Yeah, it's always nice to have new toys, but I'm just saying.
Well, it's not a new toy. That increases the productivity of your business, right?
Sure. I mean, whether it's whether it's a need or just something to write off. Yes, it does.
Yeah, so like that's why those types of write-offs exist for business expenses such as that. And the marginal tax rate being higher created an incentive where you bought that, whereas you might not have otherwise done so.
Sure. All right. Well, not gonna lie, I got class at 1. Gonna go
Okay.
study some calculus. It
Alrighty.
was great talking to you. Are you gonna be live tonight? Because I have some more points I'd love to
I'll be
speak
alive
on.
until like 1:32 2 p.m. my time. It's 9:30 right now for me.
Damn, where you live, Cali?
Hmm.
Oh, for real? I'm all the way in North Carolina right now, buddy.
So you're East Coast, yeah. Well, yeah, I'll be on for hours, so you'll probably already be done with your thing, so you can come back.
All
All
right,
right,
perfect.
appreciate you coming out.
Yep.
Let's go to the next individual. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get it out to more people as always. Let's get on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
61.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What's your birth year?
64.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
What he does for America is America first. That's why we support Trump. He
Okay.
doesn't support the criminals that are transported into this country that make it less safer. He makes it much safer.
So you would never support a criminal?
He's not a criminal.
I'm just asking you, would you ever support a criminal?
What kind of criminal is that?
So you would support a criminal?
But what are you talking about? What criminal?
I never even specified. I just said any criminal.
But what criminal? What are you talking about? What are you trying to say?
Like, how about if someone's a felon?
Like who?
Would you ever support a felon?
It depends on what that felon did.
Okay. Okay, so then you don't really care about the crimes. So then, what are you referencing? What was the big issue
What?
with people unlawfully entering the country? It doesn't even seem like you give a shit about the crime.
The crime that the Democrats exported into America?
Exported? You mean imported?
I'm sorry, imported into America?
No, we
And
didn't
Trump is-
import crime into America. That's not how it works. You know that Donald Trump pardoned
right?
violent rioters who beat police officers and called them patriots? So that's quite literally, quote unquote, importing crime into our country.
You know that's a lie.
It's not a lie.
You know they didn't do that. The only one
They were convicted of it. It was caught on video. There was officer testimony of it happening. Now you're saying the cops are lying?
they are lying. You know that.
All cops lie?
So show me.
So if all
Show
cops lie, do
me-
you want to defund the police?
No, I don't want to defund the police.
But
I wanna
so you want to
defund the
fund
criminals.
lying cops?
I want to defund the lying cops. Absolutely.
Okay. So I just want to let you know there's no evidence that they were lying. There's literally like evidence that
Yeah,
they
there's
were
a lot of
telling the
evidence
truth
that they
because
were
it's
lying.
on video. There's literally video
Yes,
footage of this
there's a
happening.
lot of
And also,
evidence.
by the way, some of the people that did this admitted to doing it themselves and they were convicted of doing this. So you say it's all a lie that none of them assaulted police officers on January 6th. You clearly just don't know what you're talking about.
Are you serious? Are you serious? You know that January 6th was a hoax. Not one person was charged with insurrection.
Yeah, they were.
Do you know that not one person was charged with insurrection during January 6th rioting?
And even so, even if they weren't charged, that wouldn't even change whether or not they should be. I'm talking about people who pled guilty for assaulting police officers. Can you admit that people pled guilty and admitted that they themselves assaulted police officers?
They had no choice because they were going to overcharge them, and they were held on misdemeanors that the Biden administration let out murderers and rapists. I mean, is that crazy?
Oh, okay. So you know that you think all of that evidence is fake. That was determined in the court case. So you think those court cases are all fake. So then couldn't you just say all the court cases are fake against undocumented immigrants? They're not actually undocumented?
They are undocumented. Stop.
No, they're
They
not.
are
No, I don't accept any of those court cases against any of them. They're all fake shams created by corrupt judges, actually. Corrupt judges like you've never seen before.
I've never seen any corrupt judges like these.
They're all so corrupt, I'm telling you, every single one of them.
You know that.
Yeah, they're so corrupt, you know it. You know it. You've actually seen it yourself, right? You've seen how corrupt they actually are. You saw it on January 6th, right? So, I mean, if you see it on January 6th, we see it all around the country, right? All these corrupt judges that are, giving all these charges to people, they're not actually undocumented. What? What are you talking about? They're just corrupt judges that are trying to go after people, right? And violate their rights, their constitutionally protected rights.
How old are you?
I'm 24 years old.
Oh my God.
Why is that an issue?
No, you just mean to tell me that Judge Boasberg is not corrupt. The DC circuit.
Let me ask you this question. Can you name one thing that this person did that's corrupt?
Boasberg, what he did was he put his 2 cents. Well, the Supreme Court knocked him down, but he still went against and made injunctions against Trump's executive orders, and they were told to stop it, and they still did it. So he should be impeached.
Can you give me a source?
The Supreme Court.
What's the title of the article that reports that the Supreme Court even did this in the first place?
You know what? I don't have the article.
I can give you time to look it up if you'd like.
Oh, give me 1 second. Give me one.
For sure.
Just happened, actually.
Alrighty. Todd, thank you for the $10. I actually did, Todd. Thank you very much.
On the immigration thing where he was interfering, stopping deportation of people who already had deportation orders. It just happened with oh man, I can't even remember, to tell you the truth. But it was so many cases you can't even imagine. So have you ever seen
I need a source.
I don't know what the source is. So you believe that Joe Biden got 81 million votes?
Is this a pivot?
No, I'm just asking you. Oh, I'm done with that.
Yeah, of course I do.
We already know. Yeah, you do, huh?
Yeah.
So in 2012, you think he's more popular?
Do you think all the
than
60
Barack
plus?
Obama?
Do you think all the judges in all of the 60 plus court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election? Do you think every single one of them are corrupt?
But there was no court cases. They just had no standing. They said.
Which is a court case that claims that they didn't have standing to even bring it to court in the first place. Yeah. So by the way, what that means?
They said they had no standing.
Listen. What that means is that none of them had standing to even go to court in the first place.
Well, they
and
did.
By the way, so that's what you're
citizens.
trying to say is evidence.
They're American citizens. They have standing, but they chose to do that because of the corrupt.
Just because you're an American citizen does not mean you have standing.
Yes, you do.
No.
You mean to tell me that President Trump didn't have standing?
So can I take you to court right now for stealing my unicorn? I'm an American citizen.
Can you take for stealing what unicorn?
For stealing your unicorn. Or you stole my unicorn, sorry.
There's no such thing as unicorn, so give something.
Wait, but like I'm an American citizen. I have grounds because I'm an American citizen.
I know in this.
He got a flag for misinformation. Surprising. Do you see how ridiculous that would be? Just because you're an American citizen does not mean you have grounds. Under his view, that would literally, logically entail that I had legal grounds to sue him because he stole my unicorn. Just because I'm a U.S. citizen, that means I have grounds. That's such a ridiculous view, dude. Sometimes people just say some of the dumbest things ever, and they just don't realize it, you know? Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
32.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election all today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Immigration, mainly.
Okay, what about immigration?
Mass deportations, bulking up ICE, things of that nature.
Okay. So
Getting
what
rid of
name
the
one
BPD
benefit of
one
mass
act.
deportation?
Not having illegal people in our country.
Oh, this is Josh. I don't like you. Leave me alone.
What the hell?
I wasn't sure. Alrighty. So the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
67.
Let's go to the next individual only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18?
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2007, August 19th.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because I feel like he's better. He's made better decisions.
Such as?
War wise.
Such as what?
War.
You think going to war after claiming no new
I mean,
wars is a better idea?
I mean, everybody was scared. Trump was the only one that actually like.
He said no new wars, my guy.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, so like, you think it's better for him to say no new wars and then start a war? Okay, well, they just left. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up, Parker? I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
probably Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2007,
And what month?
January.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Like it's not about the fact that I like really like Trump. It's the fact that I don't like Harris.
Okay. What about her? Can you name one policy that she proposed that you disagree with?
I mean, honestly, it's not like about her policies. It's just like I don't feel like she can handle Putin. You know.
Okay. Well, I have a question. What state do you live in?
I live in California,
And what time is it?
so it's nigger, 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 nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I was born in 2013.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Was born in the 99.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump because I think he's destroying America, and I think that's a good thing.
You think he's what?
Destroying America, and I think that's good for the rest of the world.
Okay. All right, well, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
President.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. I do have a few people to thank. Libby, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much on Venmo for I don't support theft of unicorns. Can we get some W's for Libby in the comment section right now? Exactly what I'm saying. We do not support the theft of unicorns. We are taking people to court for stealing my unicorns, actually. We don't accept that at all. Republicans stole my unicorns. We're going after them, everybody. We're taking them to court for them stealing my unicorns. Thank you so much, Libby, for the Unicorn Defense Fund. Thank you very much. The Unicorn Defense Fund is incredibly important, actually. I tell you that. Incredibly important. Kathy, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $50. Thank you very much for really pushing on YouTube Super Chat. They said all you need is love. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Kathy. Give some W's for Kathy in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed here on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. So please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, how old are you?
Yo, you can hear me?
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008.
What month?
April. My birthday was yesterday. On 4/20.
I feel like you're trolling. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I didn't want to talk about this. Can I talk about?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Max, thank you for the $10. Unicorn Defense Fund W. Unicorns are amazing. We love them so much. And we cannot stand these Republicans stealing my unicorns. Victoria, thank you for the level up sparks. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
And what's your birth year?
December 21st, 2006.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Oh, hell yeah.
Why do you support Trump?
I'm in the high tax margin, so I mean, it feels great, you know? Feels good.
A high tax margin, therefore you feel great. Wait, you're trolling me.
No, I'm not, I swear.
No, stop stealing my unicorns. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump? Okay, let's go to the next individual, everybody. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello? Not old enough, but wait, can I?
How does it feel that you're the only Trump supporter left in the world? In the world, how does it feel? You're the only one left.
There was no way that I could just sit there and just go through these people just to find somebody that's going to cook you like me.
There's
crazy.
No, you're not going to cook me. It's impossible. You should grab your own popcorn and start eating it because you're about to get dunked on yourself. But literally, you're the only Trump supporter left in the world. How does it feel?
Feels great. It feels beautiful.
You like being the sole cultist?
Well, it's not much of a cult if I'm the only one left, am I?
Well, it is a cult. You're willing to support him no matter what. It can be a small cult.
So I'm the
It's a
only one
really
of the
small cult.
Oh, really? Awesome. Anyway, let's debate Iran.
Okay, can you name one objective that the U.S. has met since the beginning of the war?
Yeah, the lack of ability for them to enrich uranium. I'm pretty sure all those are.
That was not met with this war. They haven't been enriching uranium since the original strike around a year ago, so we already had met that objective over a year ago. Has nothing to do with this war. Not something we've met from the war. So can you give me one objective that we've met from the war?
Yeah, we stopped them from wanting to enrich uranium.
But that happened last year. That happened before we started war. So can you explain to me what specific objective have we met from the war?
From the war, so the strikes last year just was like a delay, I guess, tactic, or us telling Iran stop it, or we're gonna do more. So it was a successful attack last year. We did eliminate some, but not all of their facilities, and now we're just going back and since they didn't get the point, but we're just going back and finishing the deal.
So do we have all of their enriched uranium right now?
No, that's what we're.
No, we don't. So we haven't met that objective. Okay, so what objective have we met through the war?
That's a separate objective. You just mentioned another objective.
Sir, I'm just waiting. What objective have we met through the war?
Stopping Iran from enriching uranium.
Well, we haven't done that. That was already prevented, right, before the war. So can you explain to me, and by the way, it was already prevented through the JCPOA. Can you explain to me what objective we've met through the war?
Yes, we stopped Iran from enriching uranium.
Okay, you just need to keep repeating an objective that we didn't meet. We didn't completely prevent them. We didn't completely prevent them from enriching uranium.
Right. Can you show me one facility that is enriching uranium right now in Iran?
Well, could you tell me one facility that was enriching uranium prior to the strikes and the war with Iran? Because apparently, Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, testified in front of Congress on behalf of the intelligence community and said that there was no enrichment of uranium according to U.S. intelligence after the original strike a year ago. So if you're going to say that's the standard specifically for saying that objective is met, well, that objective was met prior to starting the war.
Yeah, but that same intel, the intel agency that did report on that also didn't know about Iran's missile capabilities. So the intel is
Wait,
as good
you
as the
mean the
information
U.S.
put
intel
in.
is
So we
bad?
don't have.
The UN intelligence
No,
community
it's
has
not
no
bad.
information?
It's just no, it's not bad.
This guest knows
It's
more
good.
than
It's
the
just
U.S.
we don't
intel
have
agencies.
every.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, being that I've worked in those facilities before and those agencies, yeah, I know how things work. But
So you think the Trump
just because they're good.
administration's intelligence community is dog shit?
Well, no, well, now you're going down a rabbit hole because
Wait, so then
you
they
know,
have good
your boy
information?
CK.
So the Trump administration intelligence community gets good information. Do you agree?
Yeah, I say not great, but good information.
Okay,
Actually,
so
they probably receive great information, but they twist and turn it just like every other
oh,
administration
okay, but that's
has
not
in the past
that's not
100
something
years.
Tulsi Gabbard can do under oath, right?
So she made a claim that that Iran was not seeking enriched uranium for nuclear purposes.
Since the original strike about a year ago.
Since
Yeah,
the
there's no
original strike,
U.S.
right.
there's no U.S. intelligence indicating that they've been developing it since.
Okay. Well, I guess Trump feels the need to not wait because I think that's what Iran is doing, is just waiting until Trump's out, and then they will,
Well, I
continue
mean,
the process.
we already had an agreement prior to Trump being in office that led to this. Like the JCPOA prevented them from enriching uranium. Trump pulled us out of that. So I don't know why they're. What do you mean they're waiting for Trump to get out of office to what, negotiate?
Well, how did the IAEA learn about 3 facilities that Iran did not disclose to them?
Oh, what facilities are you saying?
It's the one found in 2019. It starts
After
with
the
a T. I can't-
JCPOA?
Yes, after the JCPOA was ripped up.
Yep,
So
by
my
Trump.
question is, by Trump. He ripped it up, he tore it up, threw it in the trash, and burned it. But my question
Yep.
is,
So that's what caused
a
that.
nice pivot. So you're pivoting.
That's
because you
literally what
invented the
caused
dog
that.
walk.
And you're like, oh, why did they have new
Here's
stuff? Well,
where the
because
dog
Trump
walking
ripped up the
begins.
JCPOA.
Here's where the dog walking begins, and it's
You've
about to
already
begin.
got
That's why
dog
you're
walked, buddy.
interrupting. Dude,
You just
so
got
the
repeatedly
JCPOA
dog walked without even realizing.
So
I
where
can't
did
even
the
believe that you just got destroyed without even realizing. It's hilarious, actually.
Dude, I'm setting you up. We haven't even started, really.
Oh, I've already dog walked you. If we haven't started
How?
already, then you're just
On
like
what?
completely lost in the
On what?
conversation.
You asked a question. I answered the question.
What were we just talking about, sir?
Well, the first question was, can you name one thing that Trump sought out as a goal,
As an
that he's
objective.
accomplished?
And you couldn't name a single
Yeah, it's
objective.
an objective, and I gave you an objective, which
No, you
is
didn't.
stop
The
Iran
objective
from
you
enriching
mentioned
uranium.
specifically was not an objective met through the war. It was
Then
an
how was it
objective
met?
already met prior to the war's existence. So explain one objective that the war met specifically.
So when Iran went and started messing around in those other facilities, or started to build other facilities, or not get the hint, that's when we went back in.
So what
So we are
objective
meeting at that
did the
objective.
war that Trump started actually meet yet? The answer is you
prevent-
don't have a single thing you can actually reference.
To knock out the Ayatollah and to prevent them from enriching uranium anymore.
Wait, but
They will not enrich uranium for any purpose now.
Okay, so the objective was just to
But I
get
like
rid
how
of
you
the
pivoted away
Ayatollah
from
when
the
literally that
JCPOA.
changes no conditions for the people. So if it wasn't regime change, right, then what was the point?
Because
And
Would
if
you
that,
like
those were
to-
the like I just don't understand.
So-
That's not like one of the objectives they outlined. One of the objectives they outlined would have been like getting rid of their ballistic missile program, or it would have been
No,
like preventing
no.
them from enriching uranium, or it would have been
yes,
like
yes,
or
yes.
it
that's
would
what
have
we're
been like regime change.
Yes,
not
that's what we're doing.
It's not just getting rid of the Ayatollah. That's not an objective.
But I want to go back to the JCPOA since I dog walked you on the first thing. Let's go back.
You
to
didn't
the
dog walk me
JCPOA,
on
'cause you know
anything,
that
dude.
you're wrong.
Wait, what specific
Yes, you
thing did
asked
you beat
me-
me on?
You asked me for one, and I gave you.
You didn't.
I gave you one. Objective
not an
that was
objective met
Show
through
me one
the
facility in
war.
Iran that is enriching uranium today. I'd show you in Iran where
That
they had
wasn't through-
facilities
met
where they
through
were
the war.
storing and enriching before February 28th. It was not met through the strikes last year.
It was.
So my question to you is now, how did the IAEA find out about Iran facilities that they didn't disclose to them, which they were supposed to do according to the JCPOA?
Well, that
What
wasn't
is-
under the JCPOA, so.
Those facilities.
Like when Trump rips up the
Right, so
JCPOA, they're
that's
going
a
to
good
stop
dodge,
abiding by
but
the
I'm-
JCPOA. Yeah, that of course
Stop
makes
pivoting.
sense.
Parker, stop running. Parker, stop running.
I
Answer the
didn't.
question. How did the IAEA discover that? How did they discover these facilities that are
Well, I'm not
disclosed? How
quite
did they find
familiar
out?
on the methods they used to discover it. I'm assuming that there would probably be some sort of
They
satellite
found
imagery or
out.
something.
Yep, January 2018, before the JCPOA was ripped up. That's when the
What's your
intel came out.
source?
That's when they knew Iran was not being uh, Fox News, CNN, MSNBC.
I need a title.
Yeah,
The unicorns pointed it out.
it was
Unicorn
Israeli
news.
intel.
News.
Yes,
So what's the source?
and really, it
Title.
doesn't matter who reported that. The
I
fact
need
is
the
that they
title. I need the
did.
title. I don't want
They
unicorn
did.
news. Can you give me the title? I don't want unicorn
I
news.
don't have a title off the top of my head.
Go ahead, look it up. I'll give you time.
Okay, so it's unicorn. No, I don't need to look it up because
Yes, you do.
you can't answer the one question.
So your sources
How did
trust
the
me, bro?
IAEA discover?
So
that
let me
Iran
just
did not
clarify.
disclose
I already
those
told you
facilities?
I'm not familiar with the reasons. I don't know why you keep asking the question. Can you answer
The
my
source
question?
is
What's
the
your source that
IAEA,
this even
Parker.
happened? What's the title? I'll
My
give you
source
time
is
to
the
look it up.
IAEA. The IAEA. How did they find out?
What was
Parker?
what was the title?
Because you know you're wrong and you're lying to your audience. That's why you're just running around in circles because you
What?
know you're cooked.
I'm asking you for the
Parker, how did
source
the
and a title for
IAEA
the
find
claim that you're
out?
making.
How did the IAEA? Dude, just tell me. How did the IAEA find out?
I
How did they
already
discover
told you I
this
don't know the
facility,
answer to the
these
question on the
facilities that
methods of
Iran
how.
didn't disclose?
I'm assuming it was through something
So
like
go look it up,
satellite.
Parker. So go look it up.
You're the
So
one
go
that.
look it up,
Wait, you
Parker.
want me to look that up? I didn't make the
The
claim. You made the
IAEA was
claim.
informed by the United States of America, and yes, I made the claim that the IAEA said Iran did not disclose their facilities.
So
Yes,
then
I did
what's
make
your
that claim
source?
because the IAEA made that claim.
What's
The
your source
IAEA,
specifically that it was within the context of the JCPOA that they had that particular
11
facility?
November 11 November 2019 is the first report that the IAEA released. Now that
Isn't
is
that
post
after the JCPOA?
that is post JCPOA, but how long does it take to create these facilities, Parker? This
So I
facility
mean,
was
I
around
would like you to provide.
2014 or
Can you
before.
just give me the source? I'm waiting.
Yes, the IAEA dated 11 November 2019.
What's
The
the
other
title?
source is, I think it's in February of 2025. The title is, it's a long title, it's like a whole sentence. So it's the date, if you do a Google search and look IAEA and just search for one day, which is 11 November 2019. And then in February of 2025, they also revalidate and verify and even more prove that Iran did not disclose those facilities.
I need a
So,
source.
I'll
You're
leave you
making.
to
You
it,
made a
Parker.
claim.
This has been fun.
No, you're gonna leave. You're
Dude,
gonna run
I
away
gave you an
because you're
exact
scared.
date, man.
You're gonna run away because
I
you're
gave you
scared.
an exact date.
By the way, that's not
No, 'cause
giving
you
me
got
the
cooked,
specifics.
Parker, and you got some homework to do.
Okay, I need you to
February
listen. I need you to
2025.
listen. I need you to listen. I muted your mic because you're just insufferable. Okay, I need you to actually give me a source that the enriched uranium was above the level in which they were supposed to, or that they had some undisclosed facility specifically that they were enriching uranium in prior to the JCPOAs being ripped up. You have no evidence, no source for that. And if you look at what the IAEA, what they said, specifically in 2019, it was enriched up to 3.67%, right? And there's no particular evidence of the fact that they enriched it above that level, which is, by the way, within the context in which they were able to, because it was up to 3.7% that they were able to. That's directly from the IAEA from July 1st, 2019. By the way, he just ran away. So he has no source, and he's just going to claim that. Dude, that's so cringe, bro. Why do Trump supporters run away like that? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I'm on a different account. You kicked me, bro. Why'd you kick me?
I don't know, but I'm going to kick you again. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Seriously, just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yosip, how old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Yosip, how old are
You
you?
were 5 inches deep in Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Oh, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yosip, how old are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Probably Harris.
Okay. We'll go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. For the person who said, I'm in Virginia and voted no, that's a horrible vote. Horrible vote. Vote yes if you're in Virginia. Vote yes if you're in Virginia. The fuck? Absolutely support the redistricting. Donald Trump is literally melting down right now. He's so pissed off because of the fact that we're doing this in Virginia. And do it to piss off Trump. Do it to piss off the guy in the Oval Office. Do it to help this country.
Nigga.
You're disgusting. What the fuck is wrong with you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yup.
The election was held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What's your birth year?
Oh, wait.
What month?
February.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
I feel he's a better candidate than Kamala in many ways.
Why so?
He's smarter. He has the balls to stand up for our country. He's not an idiot. He's a male. He's many reasons.
He is an idiot. He literally said that he drinks Diet Coke because it kills cancer because it kills grass. He said we should look into disinfectant by injection to fight COVID-19. He said that we should nuke hurricanes to fight them. He said that
Nukes aren't even real, bro. You do realize it's all fear.
You're
it's
trolling.
all about control. Dude, no, I'm being.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen. What's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We're just looking for some debates. What's up? How old are you?
27, man. How's it going, Parker?
Do you support Trump?
I do.
The election were held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Oh, definitely Donald Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, because first and foremost, he was better than the alternative.
What makes you think that?
Well, I mean, what I know, because when it comes to Kamala Harris, like we could look at a few statistics, right? Number one, she couldn't hold her interview on her own. Number two, she didn't have any policies to better the American people. Number three, she actually had to steal from Donald Trump in terms of, policies like no tax on tips and, things like that of some sort.
Okay, so agreeing upon policy doesn't mean you've stole policy. Secondly, like if you say that, then you're willing to say that Donald Trump stole that from Bernie because Bernie said it first. Along with the fact that she did have policy.
You said that, Parker.
She did have policy.
I'm glad you said that.
She did have policy, including the $6,000 child tax credit for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, $3,000 through them being 18, a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin per month. Those are all policies. You saying she has no policies just means you did no research into her policies, which, by the way, she said at the debates. You claim that she couldn't hold an interview. She held multiple interviews, did fantastic in them.
No, Parker, slow down, man, because this is what Charlie pressed you on too, man.
When you say slow down, I was just responding to every single point that you made. So explain to me why it's okay for you to bring up multiple points, but I can't respond to those multiple points.
No, I didn't say that, Parker. I'm just saying. So when you say interviews, right? The first interview she held, who did she have alongside her?
You're talking about Tim Walz.
Well, yeah. Without typing or looking at the computer, Parker.
I'm writing down notes so that I don't have to cut you off, sir.
Okay, fair enough. So, her first interview that she had, who was standing next beside her?
I told you already, Tim Walz.
Okay, so
did she do other interviews by herself?
She did not.
Yes, she did. You want to bet?
Are you talking about the one with Brett Baer?
Yeah, that's one she did by herself.
Yeah. How does she do on that?
I think she did great.
You think she did great?
Yeah, name one point she did bad on.
Well, when Brett Baer like pressed her on immigration,
What about
and
immigration?
in terms of the illegal border crossings and how many illegal people came over the border, and then she was like, well, I think that's a very important conversation that we needed to have about. And Brett Baer specifically came to the position where he said, "Look, can you give me a number? Can you just give me an estimate?
Yeah,
Like, just give
and
me a ballpark."
he was cutting her off and not even letting her respond. I just want to clarify.
No, dude.
She
She
also went
simply
on.
could
I
not
just want to
answer.
clarify. That's not the only one. She also went on 60 Minutes. She went on other different interviews. You claiming that she didn't do any specific interviews is ridiculous.
Well, no. I didn't say that, man.
You know what?
I'm saying that.
Why didn't Trump go and call her daddy?
No. We're not. See,
Why
this
didn't
is what you
Trump
did.
go and call her
This
daddy?
is Parker. Come on now. This
No,
is
I
what
want
you
an
do with
answer. I
Charlie,
want an
man.
answer right now.
No.
Large platform. Why didn't
Come-
Trump go and call her
Parker.
daddy? Was he scared? I think he was scared to go and call her daddy.
Who was?
Trump. Trump was scared to go and call her daddy. He didn't go on call her daddy
And why is that?
because he didn't go on. He never went on call her daddy.
No. So throughout his entire campaign, man, this man hold many interviews. Like he even went on an hour podcast with Joe Rogan, which, by the way, I'm pretty sure you're against now too, right? So when it comes to
Well, I mean,
Kamala Harris,
you know
because
the point that
again,
I'm actually making is that like,
what
oh,
do you
people are
mean?
like, oh, why didn't Kamala Harris go on Joe Rogan? Why didn't Donald Trump go on call her daddy?
Whoever said that I told her that, or whoever said that I said that she
Well,
needed to
you're
go on
like,
Joe
oh,
Rogan,
she didn't
man.
do these interviews. Like, I gave you multiple examples
Dude.
of interviews that she did. Why are you not acknowledging this?
Because the interviews that she did do, I mean, she was very like, that's what I'm saying. Like, getting back to the Brett Baer situation, man. Like, because I mean, you you basically moved the goalpost and you were talking about completely
Can
something
you
else.
name one
So
hostile interview that Trump went on?
hostile?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Can you name one interview that he went on that was hostile? Like where someone disagrees with him vehemently, like kind of how Kamala Harris went on Fox News, right? Like, can you give me one example of Trump doing something with someone he vehemently disagrees with?
No.
Why wouldn't Trump go on an opposing platform interview? Because I can give you an example of Kamala Harris going on Call Her Daddy, but you wouldn't take that as an example of her actually going on and doing an interview because, oh, that's someone that's on her side. Well, then why don't you
And
apply
you
that
removed
same
the
sort of
goalpost against
mentality?
Brett Baer,
Why don't you
Parker.
apply that same mentality to Trump? Why wouldn't Trump do an interview? Trump couldn't hold an interview with an opposing
Dude,
with an
he did
opposing
more
interviewer?
interviews during his election campaign than Kamala Harris did.
Name
in, like,
one
an
he did
entire
with an
year,
opposing
man.
interviewer.
An opposing interviewer? Name one person that asked him to come on his platform.
Call Her Daddy. Me.
But Parker, you could barely handle Charlie, man, and you think you could
I
talk to the
destroyed Charlie
president?
Kirk. What are you talking about?
No, you didn't. Wait,
Yeah, I did.
what are you talking about? Are you talking about when you drove all the way from California to talk to him at Utah?
I live in
or
California.
where? Right, I know that, Parker. So which because you
You
actually
mean I went
to
from
multiple.
California to another place in California?
No, I didn't say that, Parker. I'm saying you drove all the way from California to talk to Charlie Kirk at one of his rallies. Did you not?
Yeah, that was in California.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. The one
were
I
you
talked
asked
to him
about
at, that one was in
about
California.
the Bible and everything?
Yeah, that was in California.
No, it wasn't, man.
Yes, it was. You want to bet?
Yeah.
How much? $1,000.
That $1,000, man.
Yep. That where I talked to him there. That was in California.
The one where Charlie Kirk was talking about you're so thirsty for clicks right now.
Yep, that's in California.
Where was that Turning Point USA event held?
California.
Where?
California
No, where?
State
Where in
University,
Cal-
Northridge. You want to take that $1,000 bet?
I mean, I probably am wrong on that, but I mean,
That's what I thought. That was in California. So I drove from California to another place in California. Woo! Wow, what a known. What a known. Wow, a dog walked. Wow, Parker got dog walked. Everybody, look at that. Wow, he drove from LA to another part of LA, actually. Wow, Parker owned, actually. He drove from one part of LA to another part of LA. Wow, so crazy. I didn't actually expect that one. Hey, buddy, come back into the app. Make your point. Come back here. Is he running away? No way. He ran away. Oh. Dude, wow, look, Lib just got owned. Liberal just got owned, everybody. I came onto his platform and I told him that he went from one place in Los Angeles to another, actually. Owned. Get owned, liberal. That didn't happen in California. I think the one he's thinking about is in UVU, where I showed up to debate people at UVU and then also debate Charlie Kirk, but I never talked to him. So... on that day, the one I talked to him was in California. Let's go to the next individual. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
46.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Let me thank some people real quick, and then we can go on to our conversation. Laurie, think of the $2. Happy birthday to Asher, by the way. Happy birthday to Asher. W's for Asher in the comment section. Danny, thank you for the $1. I actually did see that. I reported on it actually yesterday. Grace as well, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Grace. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as I wet. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For callers, if your mother was a victim of sexual exploitation, would you high five the guy? Support women, believe victims, seek justice. Thank you, Parker, for all that you do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty, why do you support Donald Trump? Dave, you're unmuted. You muted yourself. Hello? You muted yourself, Dave. You have to click the microphone in the bottom right. You've apparently swiped out of the app now? Oh. I don't think he's running. I think he just probably doesn't know how to use the technology. Just swipe back into the app. You have to be into the app. And then click on the microphone in the bottom right. Dave, are you there, man? I can't hear you. You haven't done what I said to do. You got to come back into TikTok. You have to see me in order for me to be able to hear you. Oh, they just left. Okay, I guess Dave didn't want to talk to me. Dave, if you're still here, send a guest request, and I'll accept you back up. I'll look for you in the guest box, Dave. I don't see you in the guest box right now. If you want to talk to me, send a guest request back. I'll try to look for you. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. We're just looking for some debates, everyone. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that set of criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you? Bruh, that guy was like literally so far behind. I heard the stream. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. You know, Dave is still not in the box. Dave just left. Dave gave up. Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. You got some, how old are you?
Nutella.
Only send a guest. Oh, wait, Dave's back. Dave, you there?
Had to take a work call, bro. I'll come
Gotcha.
back in. Sorry.
Okay, for sure.
Bye.
Alrighty. Alrighty. Dave got a work call. Okay, let's go on to the next individual. Harley, by the way, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much on Venmo. Give me some W's for Harley in the comment section right now for the $20 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker killed Charles.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
When did you last shit?
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Nigger.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, yo, Parker, how's it? I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Well, it's a great area. I do not have any one I could certainly say that I do support entirely.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Yeah, how old are you?
18.
And do you support Trump?
Duh.
And what's your birth year?
2007.
And what month?
June.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because red's better than blue.
But, like, why?
I don't know.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Wait, hello? I hear you breathing. Oh my god. There's someone added and I can't. I hear you typing. I can literally hear you typing, by the way. Can you leave the live real quick? I hear you breathing and typing. I can literally just hear you chilling there. They're gone. We're good. I could just... Did anyone else hear that? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yeah, at least they were like paying attention and they could just like respond to that too quickly. Can you imagine that being you? Like you're accidentally added? That's got to be like scary, dude. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
33.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I think he's done a far better job than any of the Democratic candidates of the last few years, especially the Harris and Biden ticket.
Okay. And what makes you think that?
Well, I think the border crossings have gone down, illegal border crossings. That's number one. Number two, I think economically speaking, if you're talking about people's 401ks in the stock market have done far better under Trump, which is important for retiring. No taxes on tip and overtime is a big one, especially for the blue collar and working class people of this country. Yeah, those are just a couple of the small things that I think have been a big improvement.
Okay, so the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime deductions, those are small parts of the big beautiful bill, which, I mean, I think that are good, but I think that don't, make up for the impact that's negative across the board and is something that's bipartisan, supported by both sides, Republicans and Democrats, so Democrats would have advocated for that under their administration as well. Along with the fact that you say 401ks have done better. That's seemingly not true. If you look at S&P 500 and Dow Jones growth, it's actually lower in 2025 than what it was in 2024. Along with the fact that in terms of undocumented border crossings going down, I actually don't see that as any material benefit to the American people as a whole. I think making the legal process for immigration go quicker and addressing the border in terms of the bipartisan border bill would have been a better set of conditions than what we currently have right now under the Trump administration. So I see no real material impact in terms of that. That's beneficial. So I guess that's all I have in response to that.
What negative impact do you think it has, slowing down border crossings?
Wait, say that one more time?
What negative impact do you think the border crossings have, of lowering the border crossings have on this country? Because if you're saying it's not a good thing that he's doing it, what makes it not good? I don't understand what you think it's not. How does that not benefit the country? By trying to organize people getting here legally and slowing down the process a little bit until we get it right. What's the negative side to that?
Negatively impacts GDP. It's going to negatively impact tax revenues. It's also going to be costly to deport people rather than to allow them to stay in the country. There's also a negative.
How is that going to impact?
I also haven't finished.
I don't understand that.
What's that?
But I want to stop you before I forget what you said, because you said it's going to negatively impact tax income. I don't understand how that correlates.
Yeah. But when you deport people, you lose tax revenue.
If they're here illegally?
Yeah, even undocumented immigrants pay taxes into the system. Plus, if you had a legal pathway for them to stay in the country, they would pay more into the system as well, even comparative to what they're paying right now as an undocumented immigrant.
I'm sorry, but I don't think him slowing down the process and deporting illegal people is gonna affect that.
What? You don't think deporting undocumented immigrants will reduce the level in which they're paying in terms of tax revenue?
No. I mean, it won't impact people coming here legally. If we can straighten out the border and get it to where people have a path to citizenship, slow it down so we don't have people illegally coming here. If they didn't come here illegally and we made it easier for them to come here legally, then we wouldn't have to deport all that people. The reason that happened was because of the democratic standpoint of let's have open borders and let these people in. I understand.
We never advocated for open borders. That's dishonest and a straw man.
But if you look at the numbers, that it was, you're right. Using that terminology may be wrong. However, the border crossings were substantially higher during the Biden and Harris administration.
Yeah, but
that's all I'm trying to say.
What did they do to cause that?
What do you mean?
What did they do to cause that?
They didn't have the right border security and have it done correctly, which was Biden's.
Wait, so did they do something to reduce the level of border security?
I don't think they've done enough in terms of border security.
So no, wait, did they reduce the level of border security?
Yes, I think they did.
They did? How so?
Didn't they reverse policies that Trump tried to push through in the first term?
Which ones?
Not only that, Congress.
Which ones?
Tried to block. Congress. I'm going to tell you. Congress blocked. Don't you remember the big press conference that Trump had during his first term with Nancy and Chuck, where they tried to block his border bill, where he wanted to build a wall, and they wouldn't give him funding to build the wall because they wanted to put forth a bill that they thought was better border security. And Trump said, we can't have border security without the wall and the way that I want to do it. So he was running into roadblocks in that way there. And Biden continued that with Harris in charge of the border as the border czar, which now we have Tom.
You're just making claims that you don't have to answer my question.
I'm not making claims. That happened. Did it not?
So what was my question?
Did Congress stop? Your question was, what did Biden do to reduce border security?
Yeah.
He didn't put forth the same bill that Trump tried to push during his first term.
So he maintained the same level of border security that Trump had?
I don't think so.
Okay, so then what did he do to reduce border security? So then what did he do to reduce border security?
Just because I may not have the specifics doesn't mean that the numbers lie. The numbers were that we had more illegal border crossings during Biden's administration than both of Trump's administrations, right or wrong.
Okay, there were more border crossings, but you're saying it's due to an action of the Biden-Harris administration, and you're saying it's because they reduced border security. What did they do to reduce border security?
See, you're playing semantics now, and I don't like.
I'm not playing
these games.
semantics. I'm getting you to justify what you've said.
I'm just going by what the numbers are. I don't have the specifics of what Biden did wrong.
I understand,
just
but if
know
you
he
don't
did-
know what he did to cause that, then you can't claim that it's his fault. The same way that you can't say
whose
that
fault was
under, for example, under the Trump administration, there was 14.5% unemployment. Okay, I don't blame Trump because of that. Why? Because it was
but that's
COVID.
Apples, yeah, but apples and bowling balls are two totally different.
Yeah, but what did
situations.
the
You can't-
Biden administration do to cause this? You can't just say it happened under the administration, therefore it's their fault.
I think by not keeping up border security the way Trump wanted to is what caused that.
Wait, but they didn't do anything to reduce border security. So they maintained the same level that existed under Trump's administration, and you're complaining?
No, because the Democrats didn't allow him to get past the bill he wanted to get past to finish building the border wall and have tighter security and allow.
You know that the bipartisan border bill that they advocated for under their administration would have built more wall than Trump ever built under his entire administration? And he undermined that bill because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border?
Well, I'll agree that that's bullshit then.
Okay, but that's what Donald Trump did, and it would have built more wall than Trump ever built. So if you care about that being
I'm also
addressed,
not
then
gonna
why
sit
do
in
you
Trump
support
and
Trump?
say Trump is because I still think that overall his policies are better for the working class Americans than what Democrats lead you to believe. And on top of that,
How so? Can you name one policy that he's
originally-
influenced to get passed that has benefited working class Americans more than it's benefited the rich?
no tips on tax or overtime.
That's actually in the Big Beautiful Bill. Most of the Big Beautiful Bill goes to the rich individuals, the top 1%. So actually, do you want to address any
Okay, well,
specific
now-
bill that he's passed that has disproportionately helped
No,
the lower income
will.
and middle class more than it's helped the rich?
I will, but you mentioned helping the rich, and let me tell you why that's a slippery slope. Because if you look at what Mandami's doing in New York City, which I'm originally from Brooklyn, I live in upstate New York now, but what Mandami's doing trying to tax the rich at ridiculous rates compared to what he wants to tax. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm all for tax cuts for the middle class, but what's going to happen is, and it's already starting to happen, is when you tax the rich, they leave New York City. And they're already paying more tax than the middle class.
When are they going to leave?
Oh, they're leaving already.
They have already left. No, well then why is rent still high?
What do you mean? Why is rent still high?
Yeah, if they're
are you
leaving,
gonna
that
say
would mean that they're selling
you're
their
gonna say that
properties, right?
You're going to say that every landlord in New York City is rich?
What? No, the specific ones are over $5 million. The increase in tax. It's on
Yes,
properties
and I
over
still think that,
$5 million.
Right, and some of those properties are housing businesses, small businesses that are owned by blue collar people. And once you have those businesses leave, for example, I used to live in Marine Park on Flatbush Avenue. There were so many storefronts closing because of the Democratic policies, and not just Mandami, but because of what Eric Adams has done over the past.
Okay, so then people were already leaving?
Yes, and they're going to leave even more
Okay, so then
now
is there any
because you're trying to-
actual evidence, or is it just like you anecdotally claim? And by the way, this is a complete pivot away from what I was originally talking about. I wonder why
Well,
you're not
because
addressing what
because
I
you
was
brought-
originally talking about.
Because you brought this up. You brought
What
up
did I bring up?
taxing the
I didn't
rich
bring up
and-
Mom Donnie.
You brought up taxes, and you brought up cutting taxes or Trump cutting taxes only for the rich. And I want to.
I brought up how the Big
because
Beautiful Bill mostly went to the rich and wealthy because I was asking you for a specific policy that benefited the lower middle class more than it benefited the rich. And you can't mention a single
and I
one.
said- I did. I said no taps on tips or no.
That's
no
in
tax
the
on
Big
tips or
Beautiful Bill, which mostly goes to the
Either
rich.
way, mostly,
Where's the
but
sheet?
it still benefits.
I asked you for one policy that mostly benefited the middle class and working people more than it benefited the rich. And you gave me a policy that mostly helped the rich. Give me one single policy that Trump passed that mostly benefited working class people more than it benefited the rich.
Hold on. Yeah, the one big beautiful bill is one. Because
No,
it
it's
gives
not.
tax
That mostly
relief.
goes to the rich. You're
That's what-
lying.
The 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act
Mostly
which
goes
is
to the
permanent,
rich.
which includes lower tax rates and a
But it mostly goes to the rich. I'm asking you for what when can you give me a single policy that went mostly to working class people rather than the rich?
Where's your source that mostly goes to the rich? Because you're always asking people for sources.
Yeah,
So
the
what part
Congressional
of that
Budget
bill-
Office.
Okay, but what part of the big beautiful bill mostly benefit? How does it mostly benefit?
The reductions in,
That's my
in
question
progressive
to you.
income tax that disproportionately come from the rich.
But you're not giving me a specific now.
I did. Reductions
you're-
in progressive income tax.
I know that my
Reductions in corporate
taxes
tax.
are less.
Changing it from being
Why-
a progressive
why is
structure
that-
to being a
Why
flat
is that-
tax.
Okay, how does that hurt? How does that hurt the middle class?
Because it raises corporate tax for income under 50,000.
I haven't seen my taxes go up. Like I said,
It did.
earlier.
It went up from
the
it
no
went up
tax-
if you own a business and you make under $50,000, you make up to 50,000 on your income up to 50,000 with your business, you pay a 6% higher rate under Trump than what you paid under Obama. It was 15% under Obama, 21% under Trump, flat for everybody. So someone making 100 million is paying as the same as you.
I'm not sure that's true because
It is.
I was. Are you a fan of Bill Maher? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
There's a whole million things. Why are we pivoting to everything but answering my questions?
Because Bill Maher brought up a specific point recently about how that Obama raised taxes more than Clinton did, than George W. Bush did, and now you're trying to claim that Trump is raising taxes.
But
more
for
than
what
they did,
levels
which
of
is-
income?
which is a straight up lie.
But for what levels of income?
For people, they all raise taxes on the rich, right? Which then,
So it was on the rich. So, Trump raised taxes on the working class, right? Because he imposed tariffs.
I don't see. Well, I heard you say that earlier because I was listening into the live, and I don't know how tariffs are directly correlated to the middle class. That doesn't make sense to me.
It taxes everybody. Disproportionately the working class because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods comparative to the rich. So if you increase the cost of consumer goods, it disproportionately hurts working class people.
I think the long-term plan for that is in order to bring factories and businesses back to America, so
Hasn't
that they don't have
happened.
to pay that tax by shipping goods. He's only been in office for what?
We've seen a
little over
decline in
year?
real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Yes, quickly. Yes, short term. Sometimes things hurt short term in order to.
Well, the policy's not even going to be in place in the long run.
And that's a sad commentary. We shouldn't be paying. Wasn't Trump's whole thing
Can
with the
say
tariffs?
where the road goes?
Isn't Trump's whole idea on tariffing countries, especially China, is that we import so much goods for them that we'd rather be exporting and making money instead of paying other countries for goods that we can easily make here? That's the idea behind it.
If the
And people
consumers
try
would
to
rather
say
do
it-
something else, they would be doing it. This is the market. They decided to buy the products from other countries. That's how the consumer market works. You're trying to force them to not do that.
So you support child labor and buying things from China rather than trying to get things made in America?
If you want to address child labor or anything that exists around the world, which is bad labor standards, the way to address that is by making tariffs specific to those companies. If you place it on the entire country as a whole, you're actually creating conditions like that to a greater extent because you're creating an incentive for businesses within those countries to reduce labor standards to still compete, given the imposition of the tariff still being in place. So actually, you're creating
That's a
worse off
possibility.
standards, and
I
you're
still
actually
think-
going to create more child labor by the policies you're advocating for without even realizing it.
So, since you say, every time you start these conversations, you say you support Biden or Harris, Trump or Harris, who would you vote for if the vote was today? So why would you vote for Harris if she would choose to do nothing regarding bringing businesses back to America?
I think that the Biden-Harris administration brought back real domestic manufacturing investment to a significant high extent. Actually, the infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, and the Chips and Science Act increased the amount that we brought back in terms of domestic manufacturing to this country to rates that we haven't seen in decades.
Why did Biden say he regretted calling it the Inflation Reduction Act?
Because it wasn't mainly to reduce inflation. It was mainly to build up renewable energy production, increase revenues through the IRS, and make
Also
it so
because
that
he
we're
didn't lower
independent in terms
inflation.
of energy to a greater extent.
Don't you think it's also because he didn't lower inflation?
Didn't I just say that, dumbass?
Right, but my point is he didn't lower inflation. He didn't bring businesses back to America. That's my point. And Trump is trying to do
real domestic manufacturing investment heavily increased. Do you want me to show you?
You can if you really want to. That's up to you.
Okay.
You do know that Trump did see a 4.3% real GDP growth in 2025.
Say that one more time.
You can look this up too while after you're done with that. That Trump did achieve a 4.3% real GDP growth in 2025, initiating large-scale deportation.
Nope, that wasn't in 2025 as a whole. You're talking about one quarter. Yeah, overall, it was actually 2.2%, which was lower than the 2.8% it was in 2024. Okay, so take a look.
Source says.
Yeah, and take a look at the Bureau of Economic Analysis and actually read the information you're looking at. Okay, here's when Biden got in office, right here.
Mm-hmm.
Here's when Biden left office, right here. Okay?
Right.
Trump, since he's got in office, look at this.
What's the date? Can you zoom in on that? What's the date where it starts to drop?
When Trump was getting elected. So going through quarter 3 to quarter 4 after massive growth under the Biden administration. So quarter 4 ends the very end of 2024. So this is going to be once Trump was elected until the end of that quarter. So that's all the quarter that people were expecting tariffs to come about. So that's actually what I would expect to be the cause of that decline. But every single quarter since then has declined, and it's even declined at a higher rate than what it previously was declining at after, again, massive growth under the Biden administration. Like, this is massive decline, even greater than what it was originally for that one quarter. Like, literally all growth, one quarter decline. But that's the quarter that we would expect to see differences because of the fact that tariffs were likely to come about because Trump got elected.
Yeah, but because he got elected and having his policies actually see through only after a year is not really, it's not really a good study on his full administration.
What?
Yet, is it?
I mean, not on the full administration, but it is evidence specifically that the main thing that he wanted to do isn't happening. And also his tariffs are going to go away soon. So, like, you understand this is all declined since his tariffs have been implemented. In the first year of Biden's administration, you had growth. Look, this is where we were.
But that's also, which I've heard you admit before, that's also partially because COVID was ending and people were going back to work.
No, because you would say that it would mainly get up to this. This is what it was prior to COVID, was right here. So it could get up to 71. You could expect it maybe to get, around here the first year, yeah. It'd be back to what it was with COVID, but after that, it was all growth.
I think the beginning incline of that growth was certainly attributed
Yeah, I think
to
2020, I think you could say that for 2021. Up to the end of 2021 was about the growth that we saw from prior to COVID. But then we saw that continual growth through 2022 and 2023 with the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Bill, and the CHIPS and Science Act. That's when Biden's policies passed and got put into effect and went up. So you understand that Donald Trump's policies have already been under effect under his own ideas and are not going to be in effect any further because of the fact that they've been deemed to be unconstitutional. So we had to do it through some sort of other law, which then caused it to only be in place for it's supposed to only be in place for 100 days or so, 150 days. And then Congress will vote on it and not pass it.
Well, I think that the Congress thing, it is what it is. Every administration is going to deal with trying to get their stuff pushed through, and depending on who the majority is.
Yeah, but he's not even trying to do that. He just did through executive.
He tried to do a lot through executive, as every president does when they get elected.
Not as much as he did more than others for executive.
Well, I'll agree with that, and he's a very ambitious person for trying that. And that doesn't necessarily mean that all those things are going to happen. I mean, he did get some things shut down by the Supreme Court. Shit happens. What are you going to do? But there's a lot, man. I just feel that the Democratic Party from back, let's say, even in the Obama days and before that, was slightly more centrist and moderate than they are today. And I could say the same about Republicans. However,
it's a lot more extreme with Republicans.
I disagree with that.
Really? You don't think that Trump trying to undermine our elections in 2020 and deny the results of the 2020 election calls for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders? You don't think that's so much more extreme?
I think Bernie Sanders, during his whole thing, during both times he ran for president, was screaming that the elections are rigged, the system is rigged, over and over
You
again.
said
and
Bernie
nobody
Sanders?
batted an eye. Yes, I said Bernie Sanders.
Okay. I don't think he claimed that the election was rigged in the same way that Trump did.
Maybe not in the same way, but he was out there screaming it at every freaking rally that he had.
No, he wasn't.
He was really, Parker. Pull up a video. Say Bernie. Just look up anywhere on YouTube. Bernie Sanders saying the election is rigged. He said it a billion times.
Wait, I want you to provide me the clip.
Okay.
Him saying our system is corrupt is not him saying that the election in of itself was rigged.
The process is rigged because of.
And I also would dispute that. Say he makes that claim, I would disagree with that because in 2020 he lost also.
He did, and he said the system was rigged because of
He didn't say it was rigged in 2020. When you say rigged because of lobbyists, I mean, that makes sense. Like, because of the fact that corporate lobbyists are able to influence the system to get what they want passed to a greater extent. They have disproportionate control over our system. Now, that's not saying that the election itself was rigged. That's saying that there's disproportionate influence of private, corporations over our political sphere. And I agree with that, actually.
I understand what you're saying, but just to say that Trump is the only one that claims that our election process is rigged is asinine. That doesn't make sense. Because Bernie.
Wait. Do you agree that Trump claiming the election was rigged in 2020 is a big issue? And that's the main person in the party that got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen in 2020? What percent of the Democratic Party believed the election was rigged in 2016 or 2020?
I don't think that the Republicans actually believe that.
70% of the Republican Party believed that.
Yeah, they said that, but they're just saying that because they want a Republican in the office. They're not. I don't think
they actually believed it. These are polls on what they actually believed. And by the way, I talked to people. People definitely did believe that. There are still a lot of people to this day that believe that. So.
I don't. I think Trump lost. I mean, yeah, Trump.
Well, I mean, I think that we can both agree on that. But you understand that Donald Trump undermining the election is absolutely, unequivocally undermining our Constitution, our rule of law, and our democracy, and is fundamentally extremist. Okay, you cannot act like there has not been an extreme difference between Romney and McCain versus what we see now with Trump. That's a radical difference, way more radical than what you see in terms of a difference between Biden and Harris versus Obama. Like, I can't even fathom that you actually thought it was a similar difference between the two.
Well, there's certainly a similarity between the two. I'm not.
No, it's not. Not even close.
Exactly the same.
Not even fucking close.
You said that Trump said the election was rigged, and Bernie said the same thing. Their ideas on how
Bernie didn't say the same thing, and also Bernie didn't get 70% of the Republican Party or Democratic Party to believe that. So, and Bernie's not the leading candidate in the party.
He was pretty close. I think he should.
Of course, he was close. I'm not disputing you there.
I'll tell you right now, if he was there instead of Hillary in 2016, he would have won that election.
I hope so.
But
you just got a misinformation flag, meaning I got to hit a restart. So. Alrighty, everybody. I got to hit a restart here on TikTok. I'll be right back here on TikTok. All I have to do is click the profile picture in the top left, click it again. And when it gets a little bit larger, refresh on my account here in 10 seconds. I'll be right back here on TikTok. For people on YouTube, you get to stay around. There's no issue there. Literally, it's just a TikTok thing because I got a second flag. I do have a few people to thank real quick, though. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much. She said that was totally me breathing and typing. My phone was by my keyboard. Accidentally joined. Sorry. Don't worry at all, Vanessa. Don't worry. That's really funny. Thank you so much. I really appreciate Vanessa. As well as Chandler. Thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, I don't know. I feel like that's a hard one. Tatsu, probably. But thank you so much, Chandler. Alrighty. I'm going to go on and restart the live here on TikTok. Joshua, by the way, here on YouTube, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you, Joshua. Holy shit. W's for Joshua in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. This Republican talking point should go down as the all-time dumbest argument ever made. Taxes in New York City have only gone up since 2000. There have been more millionaires in New York City than there are now. Such an easy debunk. Such clowns. I know, right? Such clowns. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's only, like, based upon the data, it's a really, really small percent of people who are very rich that even decide to leave in these circumstances. So. Alrighty. We're getting everything set back up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. We're at 800 likes right now. We have 2,800 people here in the stream here on YouTube. Let's try to hit that thumbs up. I think we can get to 1,500 right now. I'd really appreciate it. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Alrighty, let's get everything going. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's get it going. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Tina, thank you for the whale diving. Thank you very much. And do you support Trump?
Yeah, man.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, because it's the same story every time with the Democrats. They spend like crazy. They tolerate the inflation. They wait until it's way too late to pull back. Asset prices have already skyrocketed. Meanwhile, they claim that they're the party for the working class and just price them all out. They celebrate behind the scenes with the rich. They just, skyrocketed their balance sheets. And then they come back out and pretend like, compassion was never part of the argument. By the way, during that time, they unalived their baby in the womb. And then they pretend like it's the other guy's fault. So that seems to be what happens every time I used to vote for a Democrat. Not going back.
Okay. Do you know that Trump actually signed off on over $4 trillion more debt-related spending than the Biden-Harris administration in the first administration? So he actually spent like crazy, spent even more. And then actually his policies cause inflation. He supports tariffs, which are literally inflationary by definition. And then
yeah, but they are also incentives to bring domestic production back home, and we don't spend stupid things.
Real domestic
like
manufacturing investment has declined every single quarter of Trump's administration after massive growth under the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, on dumb shit like green energy.
Yeah, that's actually like very beneficial and makes us more energy independent.
Exactly. How does it doing that, and why haven't we made?
Because it builds up energy production within this
here?
country so that we don't rely on foreign oil as much.
Okay, yeah. So that's a dumb idea.
Oh, wait, I thought you guys were so about energy independence, but now you're not?
Not green energy independence, like
wait,
windmills.
green energy is good, though. Like, it's actually going to be less costly in the future because of technological advances, meaning it's going to decrease economic, increase economic growth, right, and decrease economic, costs in terms of trade.
It's not efficient. What are you talking about, costs?
It is. It is absolutely more efficient in the long run.
It is absolutely not
the
more
trend. The trend is that it'll be less costly than other forms of energy. We just need to hop on the trend early enough to be able to be creating the technology that causes that in the first place.
You guys have been saying that for like 20 years.
And that's still true.
So Elon says that solar capacity is about maxed out where it is right now.
It's not maxed out, and even so, Elon's not the greatest source. Solar's also not the only. Solar is also not the only form of renewable energy that we'd use.
Why do you see people driving around with their Tesla with a generator in the back with gasoline in that generator?
I don't ever see that. Have you ever seen that on the road?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, well, I've never seen that on the road.
It's not getting cheaper, at least not fast enough.
Electricity is cheaper than gas, especially right now. Are you done being in La La Land? Because you guys deny climate change, you deny science. Trump says the climate's going to start cooling. Science just doesn't know it yet. I'm not putting my head in the sand. I'm not denying science. I'm acknowledging science. I'm acknowledging what's going to be better for the future. I'm realizing that will be economically more productive. It will reduce economic costs and trade and make conditions better off for this country. But yet you're not willing to do the things necessary to invest in the future of this country.
Oh, no shit. Like unaliving your baby. How's that for the future of this country? You don't like science when it says that life begins at conception. It deserves protection there. How about the unjust unaliving of the baby in the womb?
Science doesn't make a claim about morals. Science makes the claim descriptively, life begins at conception. I don't dispute that. I just don't consider it valuable at conception. I value it once it becomes sentient, in the same way that we don't think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead, even though they have cellular life.
Those are no way in one and two the same things. One has
They're cellularly speaking alive, though,
sir.
Potential. They're cellularly speaking alive. So if you care specifically just about cellular life, you have to acknowledge that that same thing would be applicable to the individual who's brain dead.
So you're the kind of guy that wouldn't jump in front of a bullet for somebody. You'd throw them at the bullet.
That makes no sense. I don't know how you got that.
Yeah.
What is that even supposed to mean?
And you think that that's going to make the world a better place to unalive?
What is that even supposed to mean? Like that was honestly like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. How did that relate to anything I said, sir?
No, you take the argument to its fullest extent, and I just heard this in another live room.
That's called
where
a straw man.
A woman said that she would sacrifice herself in order for the baby to live, and here you're saying, no, I'm going to just prioritize me. Fuck this baby. Fuck the responsibility. Fuck the future. Because it's inconvenient. That's what 96% of abortions are. That's what you're defending. Therefore,
yeah. If my wife is dying, I'm picking my wife every time. Yeah, 100%.
no, I mean, shit. It was a bold.
Yeah, if my wife is dying
take.
on the operating table and we have to rather get an abortion, I would 100% support her getting an abortion in that context. I want my life to be there. I want my wife to be there. Right? Why wouldn't you want that?
Would you
want your wife to die?
Of course not. But would you support your wife if she made the choice to keep the baby, let the baby live, and sacrifice in this rare instance?
I would absolutely support my wife either way. And that would be incredibly devastating. That would be like the most devastating possible thing to happen.
Save both lives whenever possible, right?
Obviously.
Yeah. Both lives.
Yeah, but you understand that would be because we're trying to have a kid, right? Like if she wanted to have an abortion, I would prefer that she gets what she wants in that scenario.
Was it consensual?
I would pay for it too. Like how do you feel about like if my girlfriend wanted to get an abortion, I would pay for it. How do you feel about that?
How is the act of having sex not trying to have a kid?
What? I've had every single time I've had sex in my life, I haven't been wanting to have a kid.
Yeah, it doesn't happen every time.
No, not a single time that I've had sex in my life have I wanted a kid. I don't think that's a complicated thing.
Yeah, I think you understand where I was going with this. The result of having sex is a child in the instance where it lines up perfectly. So why would we try to unalive that child just because of the inconvenience?
It's not just an inconvenience. It's just the fact that you literally have to consider finances, the effect on finances. You have to consider the effect on someone's body, medically speaking. You have to consider, right, that they have to go through the context of a pregnancy, right? And there's an obligation there. They have to give up their bodily resources. There's a lot they have to give up there. And it's for something that's non-sentient. I don't give a shit. If you want to sit there and complain that we think it's okay to get an abortion with a non-sentient... Can I please finish, please, sir? If you're going to cry and complain about us saying it's okay to get access to an abortion when it's non-sentient, specifically because we care about the individual who's pregnant and sentient more than we care about a fucking embryo that's non-sentient that never will be sentient if you have an abortion, then I don't know what to tell you. Keep complaining, keep crying. Right? Like that's better for the country. That's better for the people who are pregnant. Inevitably, in the long run, given that people are able to plan their families, it's going to be more likely that they're going to be able to have more children in the long run. So what you're doing is you're stifling your society. You're making the economic conditions worse off. You're making, medically speaking, conditions worse off for people who are pregnant. You're increasing maternal mortality rate. And you're not even creating better conditions for families to exist in the future.
Weird how there's no evidence for that. And it seems
we
like
do. All of this we have evidence for, and I can give you examples. And maternal mortality has gone up since Trump overturned Roe versus Wade.
Okay. That's crazy. Yeah, no, at least you stand on the business of murdering babies in the womb. So
that's not murder. It's not murder, and they're not babies.
Yeah, it's what it is.
No, I mean, you want to sit there. You can say that all you want. You want to force people who are pregnant. You want to force people who are pregnant to go through pregnancies. You want to literally restrict their rights and their autonomy for an embryo that's non-sentient that will never be sentient, given that there was an abortion that occurred.
Yeah, I want to force people to act like an adult when they do adult things. How about that? I mean,
okay, so then why don't you pay your taxes and stop complaining? So then why don't you pay your taxes and stop complaining about it?
Yeah, I do.
Really? Okay, so then what? Do you support taxing the rich?
I support the tax laws that we have in the books. Do you suggest that we have any changes to them?
Yes, we should increase taxes on the rich and wealthy. The top 400 billionaires should not be paying a lower effective tax rate than working class people.
Do you own a business, Parker?
Yes.
Do you take deductions, Parker?
Do I take some small ones? Yeah.
Did you get a refund or did you pay taxes this year?
I did pay taxes. I haven't got a refund.
What will you disclose that amount?
No.
So do you think you paid your fair share, Parker?
Absolutely.
Or did you deduct a little bit too heavily?
I don't have many deductions with my business structure.
Did you break even? Did you break even at the end of the year, Parker?
No. I paid a lot in taxes.
We'll take your word for it.
I live in Los Angeles. I live in California. I pay a lot in taxes. I don't have a lot of deductions. I don't have a lot of deductions with my business structure.
Yeah, those AirPods don't look very expensive. I'd agree with that.
What?
How comfy is that chair? Is that like $1,000 chair? Did you deduct that?
No, not even. But yeah, I did deduct this actually.
And how about the 3 screens you're looking at?
I only have 2, and actually I'd never deducted those because I have the same one since I was in middle school.
See, more people should own a business. Get out there and vote for the party that deregulates and makes it easier to do business instead of tries to tax them to death like he's proposing they do in California. They're leaving California like it's going out of style. So
okay.
Have fun with that tax the rich
people aren't leaving
strategy.
California, and also like you said that like
Rich
you're
people
trying.
are.
You're not really, not much. A lot of people still live here. We're the 4th largest economy in the world.
Yeah, but they don't make it their homestead. They have a vacation home out there, and they don't pay the California taxes.
Well, people do have paying the California taxes here. We have some of the highest tax revenues out of any state.
Yeah. Is that number increasing or decreasing?
Can you name one Republican area that is better
That's gosh.
economically than California?
Sure. Florida, Texas.
Name one metric within Florida or Texas that's better off than California economically.
Yeah, we unalive less babies in the womb. We could start
That's
there.
that's not an economic metric, sir.
Well, what do you mean? You're saying so
Can you answer
immigration is an
what economic
for you,
metric is
but
better?
future
What
children
economic
of America
metric is
future
better
children-
off in Texas and Florida than it is in California?
It's better for our GDP.
Nope, GDP is higher in California than Florida and and Texas. Sorry.
No, I
California is the highest GDP out of any state in the U.S. 4th largest
That's not what I said.
GDP in the world.
Rather than import our GDP, we like to birth our own
So I'm
increase in GDP.
I'm waiting.
Through the old-fashioned way of bringing the baby full term.
You're still not answering
And
the
that's the
question.
kind of-
What economic metric is better off in Florida and Texas comparative to California?
GDP, the way that we get it.
GDP is worse off in Florida and Texas comparative to California. California,
but
again,
if
is the
we-
4th largest economy in the world.
Yeah,
Alone.
but if you're doing that by putting a stomp on wages, by importing cheap labor.
Wait,
then
you say
that's
importing
not good for
cheap
the
labor.
future
I
of
don't even think
America,
California does. Wait, you guys didn't you guys say California's GDPs are, population is declining? So how are we importing cheap labor and then also it's declining?
Well,
Also,
then
immigration is federal, not state. So I don't understand how they're doing that.
What is the population of citizens?
Did you
American
know that
citizens in
immigration is
California?
controlled by the federal government,
I
not
know-
the
I know
state
you
government?
You don't like answering any question that's bad. For
No,
argument,
answer.
but
Wait,
what
can you
amount
can
of
you wait? No, stop,
Californians
stop,
would
stop,
be
stop, stop.
quote-unquote
Can you acknowledge? Can you acknowledge that immigration is maintained by the federal government, not by the state government?
What is our immigration policy?
Can
as
you
a federal
answer that? Can you
government?
acknowledge that?
Sure. Yeah. Okay. It is.
Wait,
What
if
is
you
the
acknowledge that,
policy?
wait, pause.
What is
Pause.
no. I just answered it.
Okay, I'm going to mute you. If you acknowledge that, then you acknowledge that California can't just import people. That makes no sense. If it's
And you
controlled by the
can't
federal
name-
government, they can't do that.
What is the immigration policy?
Immigration policy is controlled by the federal government.
What is it?
What? For what?
Immigration, Parker.
That's incredibly vague. Like, what are you saying?
What's
What about
our
immigration
federal
policy?
government's immigration policy. It's a pretty. How's that vague?
I mean, if you'd like to explain it to me, how would you answer that question?
I mean, it's got basic 3 levers, right? More, less, or stay the same.
That's not an immigration policy.
Exactly. We don't have one, do we?
What? Dude, you see what I mean? That was obviously such a vague question. Holy shit.
It's actually a very simple question, Parker.
Go ahead.
What is our immigration policy? You either let
Less,
people
more,
in
or
during
stay the
year.
same.
You either let more people in, less people in, or it stays relatively the same. How is that not getting through the thick skull you have? It's more simple than you thought.
Okay. Oh, I'm confused. What is this supposed to mean? That has nothing to do with the state government.
Yeah, but it has to do with liberal policy.
What liberal policy? Because the
More.
California policy doesn't affect immigration because immigration's federalized, not
Oh,
state.
but it affects California wages, though, doesn't it?
Wait,
When they make federal
immigration
decisions,
positively impacts
when
wages.
when that is absolutely not true. You
It
understand
is.
supply
I can
and
send you a
demand.
study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that indicates that there's an increase in wages over the past 30 years for natural-born U.S. citizens due to immigration over the past 30 years.
Correlation is not causation, there, Parker, and you know.
No.
And you understand supply.
I know.
And
Wait. Pause. I know. I'm not referencing just the level of wage increase since this is the past 30 years ago. I'm referencing specifically due to immigration.
Okay, where's that study? I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
How did they get to that causation and correlation? But just as well as I, that supply
listen.
of labor
I'm telling you the title.
do
Do you want to hear the title, sir? The title is Immigration's Effect on U.S. Wages and Employment Redux.
Immigration's effect on wages and
Employment Redux.
employment redux.
Yep.
I'll check that out a little later. But when you have this basic understanding of economics, you understand that when supply is labor and wages is the price, when supply increases, what happens to price, Parker?
Yeah, so if supply increases, demand stays the same, price will go down. What you're not increasing, though, what you're not understanding, though, is that not just supply of labor goes up, also demand for labor goes up because there's more people demanding goods and services. So you don't know the level in which it would be unless you have a study that would empirically
demand for goods and
test.
service is demand for the and creation of jobs is what the statistic you're looking for there. And 1-to-1, do you think that it's a immigrant is creating a job?
Immigrants do create jobs, yeah.
1-to-1 with
It also
demand.
in the same study that I just mentioned, it increases the employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens too. Because of the increase in productivity of immigrants coming to our society creates more jobs for natural-born U.S. citizens.
Thanks to native immigrant, complementary and college skill content of immigrants had a positive and significant effect between 1.7 to 2.6% on wages over 30 years.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that really moved the needle, didn't it?
You're making a claim that it decreases wages. I'm just saying that's not true. This is a slight positive increase in wages. It's not
Also,
a much.
it's
It's
a
not a
nominal
huge.
effect.
I'm not saying it like completely increases wages so much, but yeah, it is a slight positive increase.
That's not enough.
What,
Not enough for the cost. Not enough for the cost. That
sir, you claimed
we
it was a
bear.
negative effect on wages.
It's nominal at best.
Wait,
I bet you that the margin of error
wait.
in this
I'll
study- I bet you
accept
the
that.
margin of
I'll
error in
accept
this
that the
study
effect is
greater than the
zero.
nominal.
I'll accept the effect is zero.
I bet. How much are you going to bet that the margin of error in this study is greater than the high of this, the
That
2.6?
considers margin of error.
I'll have to do more reading on this, but it sounds like it's a large waste of time to read it because the nominal effect was meaningless.
This isn't the
Over
nominal
30
effect.
years.
This is the effect due to immigration.
Yeah, it's plus or minus. It basically says nothing.
What? It says a positive effect on wages. You just said that the positive impact isn't enough.
Those are
Wait, I have a question. Would you
Those are very
rather?
subjective.
Wait. I
See, the numbers aren't
have a
very
question. I have a question.
those two leading them-
I have a question. Your
Holy shit, you got a lot of
employer
questions.
comes to
Answer
you.
no questions.
Your employer comes to you, says, "Do you want a 2% increase in wages?" What do you say?
Over 30 years, you got to add that caveat. I
Wait,
say,
no.
fuck that, I'm out.
Listen, it's 2% on top of the extra wage increase that you already got. So would you like an extra on top of what you already get, 2%
Built out over
increase
30
in your
years.
wages?
How is this applied over 30 years? Is
Can
it
you
keeping
answer
up
my
with
question,
is it
sir?
keeping
Like
up
I
with 9 point-
I don't know why
when-
he's
when
acting like this.
inflation goes-
You know what? If you don't want to answer my question, I'll just thank people until you're done. I'll just put you in
I'd
timeout.
say no. I'd say no if inflation is 9.2 because guess what? I still got poorer. I'd have to get a better job.
Hey, dude, this is literally just the impact from immigration. Okay? So immigration didn't cause that inflation.
Are you
So
denying
this is making you
inflation's
better off
impact
than
on
if there were
wages?
no immigration. It also reduces the deficit, right, by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years, according to a Cato Institute study.
Is this where you just throw out a bunch of statistics because you're dodging the point?
This is where I provide evidence for my claims. Yeah.
That it's good. So let me get this straight for your claim. 2% wage increase, if there's 9.2% inflation, that's still good.
You understand the 9.1% inflation in that one particular month was not due to the Biden-Harris administration. It was due to global inflation that existed all around the world due to supply chain issues relating to the pandemic. And you didn't blame Trump for the 14.5% unemployment, the most since the Great Depression, because you would say that that impact is because of COVID, but you're unwilling to apply that same standard specifically to the Biden administration.
What about CPI? Did CPI come down immediately?
Yes, Consumer Price Index did come down, especially after the Inflation Reduction Act even, and it came down specifically because of the response from the Federal Reserve. Right? It's not the president that deals with this; it's the Federal Reserve. And the Trump administration has caused inflation to go up to higher rates in which it was when Biden left office. Did you know that?
Funny how you.
Trump's increased inflation, and you're happy for it.
Biden increased inflation when Trump gave him 1.9.
What did Biden, sir? What did Biden do to? What did Biden do to? What did Biden do to increase inflation, sir?
9.2, and then inflation may have come down, but prices didn't come down. And in housing, they may never come back down. So yeah, how about? I mean, did housing prices come down immediately after 1 month? I missed that, Parker.
So what did Biden do to increase inflation?
Yeah, I already went over this. It's the same playbook every time. They spend like crazy on stupid things like green energy. They tolerate the inflation for far too long. They can't time it right. Can't time his stage exits. Can't time his spending exits. Can't time the rate decrease. Can't pressure the Federal Reserve when they're dumbasses and don't see the same signals that other countries could see, like number of ships at port, the number of time to delivery, people going back to work. We didn't need the emergency spending for as long as we had it, yet they see no signs. They think that they're going to raise wages and make life better for people, when in fact, all they did was price the working class out of being able to afford a home while simultaneously arguing that they're for the working class.
Okay, so us spending money on green energy didn't cause inflation. The Inflation Reduction Act was deficit reducing, therefore it didn't cause inflation. It actually, in the long run, had a 0.1% downward pressure on inflation. Not much, but it didn't cause inflation. Secondly, can I please finish without you cutting me off? Secondly, in terms of the pressuring the Federal Reserve, you can't actually do that. The Federal Reserve doesn't listen to that pressuring. I can give you an example of Trump trying to pressure the Federal Reserve specifically to decrease interest rates, which they didn't do. Jerome Powell, please be quiet. Jerome Powell specifically isn't going to respond to that because it's, again, independent from the federal government for partisan reasons. And then,
for dumbass reasons.
And then in terms of spending, the Trump administration signed off on over $4 trillion more of debt-related spending, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. Look up Biden versus Trump, Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, and you'll see that you're wrong.
Was saying inflation is transitory, was that wrong?
When you say transitory, what do you think that means?
It's passing. It's not gonna. It's nominal, like as you would understand.
Meaning it's gonna come about and then go away.
Yeah.
Yeah, that happened.
Did prices were price hikes transitory as well?
Yeah.
No.
The level of increase in prices was transitory.
What price is affected the longest by inflation? What asset class is affected the longest by inflation, especially extended inflation?
I'm not sure. Tell me.
Housing. And that's why it hasn't come down. And it probably won't. It got reset. People's expectations got reset. And unless there's some type of housing bubble or crash, or some massive flooding of supply of housing.
Do you want to know what Trump said about that? He said he wants to keep housing prices up because he wants to keep people wealthy.
Well, yeah, ideally, you're not going to make people poor by, with intentional policy to make people poor. But how do you fight against that? You make real wages go up, and you make real wages go up faster than inflation.
And real wages have gone up at a lower rate since Trump got in office.
Relative to inflation, Parker.
Yeah,
you got to always, whenever you mention real wages, Parker, you got to mention inflation at the same breath, because you can have increasing real wages, but if it's not keeping up with inflation, then you still get poorer.
Yeah, real wages means it's accounting for inflation. If you know what real wages is, it literally means wage increase minus inflation.
You can combine a third one in there. CPI
Yeah, that's what real
shelter.
wages are, buddy. That's why I said real wages.
You know that there's a measurement in that doesn't account for inflation as well?
Yeah, that'd be nominal. And that's why real is nominal minus inflation. You didn't know that, did you?
No, I taught you that a few lives back.
You did not teach me that. I learned that in school. I literally have an economics degree.
I bet you, if you look through your little YouTube clips, you were very surprised when I mentioned this fact.
Not true. I have known this. I've been explaining this to people for years. I explained this to Charlie Kirk. Did you know that? You can watch me literally 2 years ago explain this to Charlie Kirk. Yeah, you can go see that. You can't say that I learned it from you when there's a clip of me explaining it multiple years ago.
I'd take the $1,000 bet that Dean offered if you were making that same offer to go find it. If you posted all your lives.
Oh wait, you actually want me to play it?
Play what?
I'll play the clip. You want to do that $1,000 bet?
Play what clip?
The one where I specifically explain to Charlie Kirk. Where I explained to Charlie Kirk.
Debate where I brought this up for the first time with you. I think it was like 3 months.
I don't know what clip you're referencing. You have to be the one to find it. But I can find you a clip from multiple years ago of me explaining to Charlie Kirk what real median wages are.
Oh, no, okay. Real median wage. See, this is where maybe if there's some keyword that we look up in here, real median wages versus real average hourly earnings.
Real median wages is preferable to look at because it's more representative of the median person in the country, right? Comparative to being impacted by outliers like averages are.
No, see, there's real average hourly earnings takes out the highest earners, the salary earners.
No, it doesn't.
And it's yes.
Average doesn't take all of that out.
There, you can find that statistic.
Can you give me a statistic that takes that out? Because that would be average does. The way that you take that out is by finding real median wages.
No, sir. So
yes, it is. What are you talking about?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics there is it's factored out. You can find it with both, but
no, it's not.
Factored out.
For average hourly wages, outliers are not factored out.
I'm not saying
that's why we prefer median over average.
You're misunderstanding this because outliers are factored out, but they're defined as salaried earners, management level earners.
So you're saying they're factored out because it's referencing salaried, but salaried employees still are impacted by outliers.
The hourly wage earner is what it tracks.
No, it tracks them by hourly wages. So it categorizes them hourly.
See, now we've had the argument again. This is on BLS. I mean, I can send you the link or I can send you
Just tell me the title
of the graph. Yeah, it's called Real Average Hourly Earnings.
Okay. I'll pull it up right now. Real average hourly earnings. Okay. That's just average. That's not real. Real earnings report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Actually, that one doesn't directly come up. Real wages.
I believe it's
employed, that's median. This is median. What comes up for me is median. I don't see average, actually. I can try to find it, though. Give me a second. What's that?
AHETPI.
What'd you say? Say it one more time?
AHE, average hourly earnings, TPI.
Yeah. I have our average hourly earnings. That's not even accounting for inflation.
Look, so this is real. This is minus per. We're arguing the outlier.
What you just referenced isn't even accounting for inflation.
But it's a better measurement of the working class.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
If it's not accounting for inflation, it's not mentioning it at all.
It's not accounting for. You've got
dude.
CPI.
The line literally looks the same under both administrations.
You've got CPI to do that.
What's up?
You've got CPI to do that job.
Yeah, so that's why you look up real median wages.
To get a glimpse of what?
To get a glimpse of specifically what it's going to be like for the average person, right? Or like the middle individual in our economy. And we actually see that growth was higher in 2024 than we see it is in 2025 from real median wages.
And that includes those in higher levels of position, like middle management.
So you say that this is referencing middle management. This is referencing wage and salary workers, right? And it's referencing employed full-time wage and salary workers, 16 and over, and it's median, usually weekly real earnings.
Yeah, so average hourly earning is minus the production and
Okay, why do you prefer average over median?
Because it's the glimpse of the working class. If you claim to be a party,
No, but every economist will tell you a better representation of the middle class or of working people.
But numbers don't care about
every single economist will tell you that a better reference for the average American, or not an average American, sorry, better reference specifically for the working class is real median wages, because the average includes outliers. This is what every economist will tell you.
Well, that's good. Those great feelings, bad logic.
Okay. Well, you can say that all you want. I don't care to convince you any further on that point.
Yeah, no, go ahead. And back to your defending of unaliving babies in the womb, and then
back to you pivoting because you got proven wrong on every single thing relating to economics.
It's your opinion that I'm wrong, but hey,
no, it's the facts that you're wrong.
You got that Trust Me Bro economic online activist degree from, I don't know what school you went to, but.
Yeah, so I clearly know what I'm talking about. I was able to explain it to you. You had no clue what you were talking about. You didn't have the ability to explain it to me. What's up?
You don't know a basic economic statistic.
I had to explain it to you. You didn't know that real wages was accounting for inflation. Sir, you, like Charlie Kirk, didn't know that real wages were accounting for inflation.
Yes, I do.
No, you didn't.
And there's another statistic, real average hourly earnings, which also accounts for inflation, hence real.
That does, but the one you cited to me wasn't even real. It was literally just average. It was literally just average hourly earnings.
Yeah, now you've got selective hearing, you've got selective metrics that you like and don't like, and claim based on your subjective opinion one's better, and hey, just trust the freshman out of.
No, I explained to you what you would hear in a statistics class.
And then you refuse to hear what another economist would say in that same class.
Name one economist that says what you guys said.
Friedman.
Friedman does not agree with you.
Yes, he does.
Friedman would not think it's preferable to look at average over median. And that was such a whip it right out of your ass moment. Come on, man. That was embarrassing.
You asked for
don't embarrass yourself like this, dude. This is really
I'm not
sad.
embarrassing you. I mean, you don't understand that the real average hourly earnings can be a better glimpse of the working class, and you refuse to consider it because
it's not because of outliers. It's literally every single economist is like this because of outliers.
Nobody knows the working class better than Parker.
No, it's literally median wages is better than average wages because average is negatively impacted in terms of the outlook literally by outliers. You don't understand this because you have not taken a statistics course.
Outliers being removed from that metric, Parker.
You don't know this because you haven't taken a statistics course, and it's okay. But I don't know why you're trying to act like I don't know what I'm talking about.
I have a master's in data analytics. I think I've taken more statistics courses than you.
You have a master's in data analytics and you don't know this? No fucking shot. No fucking shot. No shot, Chad. No shot. No shot, dude. Are you serious?
Yeah, wins in TikTok.
There's no way. There's actually no way. You have a master's in data analytics. That means you've taken a statistics course, right?
Yeah. Can you run linear regression analysis?
Yes. And wait, hold up. So
have you ever ran a regression model?
Yes, I have. I took courses where I had to run multiple of them.
Okay. What data did you predict?
I'm not going to go through all the data that I predicted.
No, it's just an outcome. I mean, you typically remember one of the two linear regression models you've run. So which ones have you modeled?
Yeah, it would be specifically for wages. It was wages over a certain time period.
That is, yeah, I think you're missing part of this, Parker.
I'm confused.
The correlation and causation part. How does time
How do
affect
you,
money?
how do you, how
Is
do
that
you,
what you predicted?
What you're asking what I predicted?
See, I don't see. I think that
Yeah,
you're trying to
so-
pull something out of your ass, but you're not doing it very well, Parker.
No, I know what I'm talking about. I told you what I plotted. If you're asking what we predicted specifically in terms of the wages, right? It would be the impact of education on wages.
Oh, found that education.
Yeah.
There you go. Good
Is that a
job, good job.
complicated thing? That was like
What
one of the
other
first
variables
things we did.
What other X variables did you test?
I'm not going to explain to you every variable I did in school.
Well explained, Mr. Economist.
Linear regression models aren't complicated. Can you like actually like engage with what I've said? Like if you have a master's in data analytics, you definitely have heard in your classes that median is preferable to average because average is negatively impacted in terms of its view or analysis by outliers. You 100% have heard that.
Yes, absolutely. I've heard that.
So then why is this complicated that I'm telling you this right now?
No, it's not complicated. It was complicated for you to, remember the third variable or the Y variable, one of the Y variables that you tested against your constant.
No, I remembered what it was. I just like literally didn't care to explain it to you. I didn't see the relevancy. Why are you coping so badly? Like, can you just acknowledge that I'm right here?
You're right about people that earn or people that have a degree earn like there's correlation there. They earn more, not always, but it tends to be that way. But what you're wrong about is that real average hourly earnings is a lesser statistic when you're looking at the working class individual to get a gauge on how well they're doing economically speaking.
Yeah, the better reference is median because it's not impacted by outliers. I've already explained this to you multiple times. The fact
And
that I
saying
had
it
to
more
explain this to you
doesn't-
as someone who has a master's in data analytics is genuinely embarrassing at this point.
Yeah, so I guess you're
Like, I'm actually genuine at this point. Like, I was laughing at the beginning. I'm actually genuinely concerned at this point. Like, I genuinely don't know how you could have a master's and like keep repeating this. Like, it was funny before because like obviously like you just don't know this, but if you have a master's, it's actually sad at this point.
You're good at getting in tune with your emotions and your feelings-based arguments. But back to
This
your
isn't a feelings-based argument. I gave you the explanation that you literally heard in school. Go up to any of your professors that you specifically literally went to school and learned from, and you fucking ask them this question, they're going to laugh in your face and be like, you didn't fucking remember this? This is like
Well, see, there
literally
you go.
fucking stats 101, dude.
Here goes the baby murderers on their morality lecture.
This isn't a morality. This is just your dumb lecture, okay? I'm sorry if that hurts
Oh,
your
and
feelings.
then
I'm sorry if that
the
hurts your feelings. But the
Oh, and then
fact of the matter
compassion.
is that you
Compassion
learned
left the
this in
building.
class and you literally could not have forgot this. You're just trying to act like you're better than me for some reason. You're trying to act morally superior for no reason. You try to do it all the time with this whole thing of baby murderers, right? It's embarrassing, right? You literally are trying to restrict people who are pregnant's access to abortion. I can sit there and do the same thing back to you, but I'm not a virtue signaler, okay?
Oh, and you've never virtue signaled with the whole grape case that you guys.
That's
love
not
to
a
make for
virtue
the
signal.
whole
I actually care about
murder
that.
Case that you guys like to make when ICE was.
I actually
out
care
in the
about that.
streets
That's not a
earlier.
virtue signal.
Compassion, yeah, very compassionate.
tell me what
until about
virtue
5
signaling
minutes ago when
means?
You forgot that compassion was part of the argument.
Hey, buddy, can you tell me what virtue signaling means?
Really?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Can you tell me what it means? I think you don't know.
It looks a whole lot like, you get on the soapbox and you pretend like you're the good guy, and then you go home and then you unalive your baby in the womb.
Okay. So I'm not pretending like a good person and under my own definition not upholding that, right? I actually uphold the values that I hold to. You're saying I'm not actually upholding my values. I clearly am. Right? Right? Can
Yeah,
you name one value I didn't
depending-
uphold? Well, how is it? So you're saying because you disagree with me, that means I don't uphold my own values?
Do you value life? Do you value life?
I value sentient life.
Well, science says that life begins at conception, and
Yeah,
so
but
you don't value
cellular life
if
begins at conception. I don't dispute that. Wait, do you accept
Yeah.
science?
Yes.
So then you have an issue with Trump saying that the climate's going to start cooling and science just doesn't know it yet.
The climate's going to cool and warm. It's going to do a lot of things, and we shouldn't get in
He
the
says
business of
science
trying to
doesn't know it
predict
yet, meaning he disputes science, genius.
Some of the worst science that we have is on climate change.
So who accepts science now, buddy?
So
who accepts science now, buddy? Do you actually accept science, or is that just a virtue signal? You see how you virtue signal when you say that you care about science, but you don't actually really care about science and actually upholding the truth of science, and you care more about literally upholding your feelings than you actually care about upholding the legitimate science? 99% of climate scientists indicate that this is true. 99% of climate scientists. It's a climate consensus.
Yeah, we should spend another $3 trillion on some green
Do you see how? Wait, can you acknowledge that you just denied science? So I just proved that you were
I have not
virtue
denied
signaling.
science. I said
I literally just proved that you were virtue signaling. How does that make you feel?
I feel great, Parker. Actually, I do feel great.
I bet. I'm gonna thank some people real quick. Ian, thank you so much for the 50 pounds. Can we get some W's for Ian in the comment section right now for the 50 pounds? Thank you so much. I really appreciate your 50 euros. I can't tell right now. I'm really bad. I think it's pounds, but thank you so much. I really appreciate some W's for Ian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Yasmin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It was literally first lesson in your statistics class, wasn't it? Jeanette, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'll have to ask him about that. Megan, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Megan, can we get some W's for them? Laura, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Can we get some W's for Laura in the comment section right now for the $50? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Laura. Thank you. Harold, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Harold as well. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Justina, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you so much, Justina. I appreciate the $35. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yesterday was fantastic. I tell you, great holiday. Actually, I tell you that. Great holiday. Greatest holiday you've actually ever seen. Best actually ever. It elevated all past all the other ones. That's all I gotta say. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Feisty, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Feisty. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Metro, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Iris, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Iwat, thank you so much for the $30. Thank you very much on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For I had an abortion because I already had 2 kids, kinda broke, and I prioritized caring for my living children, then struggling to provide for 3 kids. Tried to prevent, but shit happens. My body, my choice. Totally agree. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Linal, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. He's actually really triggered now that you just said that, by the way. Thank you very much, though. I really appreciate it. Just know that we support you here. Thank you very much. Trey, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. McChicken, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Odious, thank you so much for the $10 as well. I know, right? And they're just completely wrong. Linal, thank you for the $2. Karmic, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. And I think I'm fully caught up. Can you actually thank all of the donors for the money? Including the person who got an abortion?
Jones, thank you, Tess Maiden. Thank you, Hamzi, Kiki Locke, Michael, Mary, Paul Medina, Kez, Sam, Fernando, and Kathy. Supporting the keeping alive of babies out there. W.
Can you thank the person who got an abortion for sending me money? For telling me about how they got an abortion and how they deserve to and they should be able to get an abortion?
Thanks for standing on your terrible values. Yep.
Those are great values.
Yeah, unaliving life, the unjust
cellular life. I mean, yeah,
life.
I would prefer that to like literally restricting people's rights, right?
As defined by science. I guess you don't like this science.
Wait. I do accept science. Nothing about what I said disputed science. You didn't though. You don't accept the climate consensus in science. You don't accept the climate science. You don't accept the climate science consensus because it hurts your feelings, buddy.
No, you just rebrand it. I mean, hello, cellular life. That's what you are. Now you've rebranded it, called it a fetus, called it sperm.
I didn't rebrand it. That's literally what it is.
What it is, it's a gift from God. It's life, and it should be protected. It shouldn't be unalived at a rate of 96% elective.
Do you have anything else? Actually, like you're just gonna sit here and complain about how people get abortions? I want you to thank them. Can you thank them for the donation?
I'll thank the supporters of conservative values. I already thanked them. I did it pretty quickly.
Why can't you thank the person who sent me money who got an abortion?
Well, you want to thank my donors as well?
You didn't get any.
Yeah, I did.
You made those up.
No.
You literally didn't get a single donation.
It's on the fucking screen for everybody to see. Are you just lying?
You like literally, those are donations to me, my guy.
No.
None of those are to you.
I don't know if you know how this works.
All the donations are to me, not to you.
Wow. You're a scary good liar.
How am I lying?
Because
There you go. You just got
that's
something
just
from
how,
Jacob.
That's how it works. Oh, and thanks for the big gift right there. Hey, you're the best.
So can you thank my donors now?
Yeah, right after you think mine.
No. You're going to thank mine because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
running the stream. You're not running the stream.
Look at you, you're like a mini Trump. You look at you. So
How am I a mini Trump because I'm rage baiting you?
no, you're trying to have like a little ego off right here.
No, I'm rage baiting you.
It's not working.
It is. You clearly were rage baited.
Oh, and thank you for the gifts. I love it.
You were really mad that about abortions there for a quick second. You were calling
No,
me a baby killer,
you got-
a baby
you got
murderer.
Well, that's what you are. And
You
you
were
got kind of
crashing
mad when I
it.
asked
You think
to
I'm
talk
wait? You
about-
think I'm a baby murderer?
No, you defend the unaliving of babies.
So
in the
I'm
womb.
not a
I
baby
think-
murderer.
No, you just stand on a soapbox for it.
Okay. And what's wrong with abortion access?
Yeah, it's the unjust unaliving of human life. Life deserves protection. Both we
It's
should
not
say. whenever-
unjustified. What makes you think it's unjustified?
Oh, it's elective. Would you agree?
Wait, just because something's elective doesn't mean it's not justified. Elective abortions are absolutely justified.
Yeah, I mean, I expect you to say something as vile as that.
How is
Been
that
saying it this
vile?
whole life.
How is that vile? I know
Because
it
life
hurts your
deserves
feelings,
protection.
but can you explain to
Like,
me
no.
like? Oh, wait, so do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
Do I think it's murder? I mean, did you all come to it? Was that in the plan? Was that in the will? Was that? It depends on what
The
makes it
family
unjust,
makes
but
the
in this
determination that they want to
instance-
do this, and they pull the plug. Are they murderers?
No, not in that definition.
But they're cellularly speaking alive.
One's at the end of its life, the other one has massive potential. One's at the
Oh,
start.
okay, so you
One's
value
most
the potential. So
vulnerable.
then why? So then, do you think it's wrong to nut? Because you're killing the sperm, bro. There is potential there.
How many category errors can you make in like 30 seconds?
Wait, you said you value just potential.
Parker knows nuance. He doesn't understand nuance on this.
Yeah, so
He
you said
understands-
you value potential. So is it wrong to use the potential in a way in which doesn't actualize its potential?
Well, you know what? I guess we do value sperm. I mean, I guess that's why they put it in cold refrigerating rooms so that women can conceive with it.
So do you think it's wrong to nut in a napkin?
I mean, really?
Yeah, is that wrong?
It's not. Is nut life?
I'm asking you, is it wrong? Yeah, actually, sperm is living.
It's not a human life.
Well, what a species is a part of.
It's not a species.
Wait, so not all living beings have a species?
Is a plant.
Let's say that again.
I mean, you see, when you start making category errors like this, how many can we?
Wait, do
pack into
plants
30
have
seconds?
species? Yes, plants do have species.
Yeah.
Yeah, all living organisms have a species. So what species?
So what the fuck are we even arguing now?
So answer this question: what species is sperm? Human sperm.
This human sperm is not a fucking species.
So it does. So not all living things have a species.
Holy fuck. The mental gymnastics that you got yourself
Dude,
doing right now.
He
to-
can't
to
answer this question.
defend
So are we
unaliving
like
of human life is-
aliens?
it's
Or do we have
very-
alien
it's very
sperm? Is
simple.
that what it is? I have
It's
alien
very
sperm.
simple. It's very simple. Human
Alien sperm, actually, everybody. It's not even human, actually. It's come from an alien species, actually.
Only on a 22-year-old.
Alien sperm, actually. Why do you think it looks like that? Come on, bro.
Because it's real good for your TikTok comments.
Can you engage with my point, bro? What species?
It's quite meaningless and fruitless.
What
to engage with
species,
this
bro? Hey, bro,
massive
what
category
species?
error. But I can see how it's entertaining for the.
Hey, bro, what
abortionists.
species? What species?
Not the human.
So it's not human, so what species is it?
Enlighten me.
Human. Human
I thought it was
sperm is a
single
part
cell.
of the human
I thought it was a
species.
single cell.
What? Yeah, it is. Sperm are single
So
cell.
a single cell can be a species. I guess that's why you didn't go to biology.
Yeah, I never said that the zygotes aren't a part of this human species. Of course they are. They're just not going to be a valuable member of the human species because they're not sentient.
Scientist Parker. Nobody knows more about science than biology than Parker.
I never claimed I know the most about science. I mean, you're the one who's denying scientific consensus amongst climate scientists.
You're the one that's out here just talking nonsense about what is a species, what isn't a species, what's human life, and when it deserves protection.
So protection, when it deserves protection, is a moral claim. That's going to be predicated off of our personal values. That's not a scientific claim.
A moral claim should be a claim that is universally defensible. And I think we tend to agree with the claim that life deserves protection. Would you agree?
Okay, if you think cellular life
And then
deserves...
you threw sentient in front of it.
So to clarify, you think cellular life, it deserves protection, and it's murder to unalive cellular life, right?
How sentient is a baby?
Is it murder to unalive cellular life?
No. Is it... How sentient is a baby?
How sentient are they?
Yeah.
They are sentient. It's either they are or they aren't.
Outside of the womb.
What's up?
How sentient? Describe it.
I don't believe in that levels of sentience. I believe it's either that they are or they aren't.
What makes sentience?
The prefrontal cortex and the thalamocortical connections.
Says Parker, biologist Parker.
No, says neuroscience.
Okay, there also science says that the baby's heartbeat begins at 21 days. How about that for a sign of life?
I don't think there's a single piece of science that says that.
What you think is regardless of the point.
Would you like to provide? Do you want to bet?
You want to go with your track record of facts all the way back from
Do you want
to
accept that bet? You want to accept that bet?
What's the bet?
You said 21 weeks after, or 21 days after conception, right? There's a heartbeat.
Yep, that was the last I read.
Okay, so how much do you want to bet?
Let's do a friendly bet.
How much?
Throw a number out. And I'm
$100.
not rich like you, Parker.
$100. You want to accept it?
I've accepted.
You accept it?
I've accepted. I'm reading now.
Okay, so give me any evidence that 21 days after conception, there's a heartbeat.
No, see, I didn't say that. I said...
That is what I said. I can play back the audio.
We didn't... No, I said a heartbeat can be detected as soon as 21 days after fertilization.
Yeah, that's conception. Yeah, there's no evidence of that.
Early cardiac activity can begin around 21 to 23 days.
Yeah, after what?
After fertilization.
Oh, give me a source.
Before the heart is fully formed.
Give me a source.
See, so let's really...
What's your source? What's your source?
Getting there?
Oh, maybe actually we should define a heartbeat too. Should we?
Yeah, and define, I'm for that. I'm pro definition.
How about this? Maybe this could be a little confusing because there's a difference in how we define a heartbeat. Would you like to agree upon that? Maybe we should make that a little bit clear.
Yes, let's do that.
Okay, alrighty. Okay, how do you define a heartbeat? I don't think an electrical impulse is a heartbeat. I think you need an actual legitimate heart.
How about something detectable? Early cardiac activity.
I think there needs to be a fully formed heart. I don't think there needs to be a fully formed heart and a beat to that heart.
Mean? So what does that mean? Fully formed heart. Define that scientifically.
What is a heart? I guess it would be the parts of the heart that would be relevant to be established.
Do you mean like a mature heart pumping blood, like a newborn?
Yeah, like for example, that would be a heart.
Then we have two different definitions of what a early heartbeat detects.
Well, I think heartbeat is going to be around it's 11 weeks or so in the womb, which is a lot after the 21 days after conception.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Who lost this bet?
I don't know if we're going to be able to establish that because we didn't provide a definition. Because I'm going to claim you need a four-chambered heart. You need all the aspects of the heart in order to be able to establish that it's one. And you're going to claim that it's an electrical impulse. So I guess we should have clarified that prior to the bet.
That was good fun in nature, though. Well, man, I'll go ahead, let somebody else come up here. And thank you, Jacob. Thank you, Levin Jones, Trenton's King, Test Maiden. You guys are all the best.
You're going to run away now?
Conservative values. I appreciate all you guys. I'm not running. I'm still here. But I like to share the stage. I'm not
Okay. So
I don't live my time
let me
in
ask
the
you this question.
spotlight.
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If Trump started spending like crazy, tolerating inflation for too long, pretending like wages is going to catch up. I mean, I could say the whole spiel
I
over
literally
again.
gave you evidence that wages have gone up because of immigration. I gave you evidence that wages have gone up to a greater extent under the Biden-Harris administration compared to the Trump administration.
Guess what also went up?
I gave you
mentioned
evidence
wages,
specifically that
therefore you
GDP
must
growth was
mention
higher
inflation.
under the 2024 comparative to
Wages
2025.
can't be mentioned
I
without
gave
talking
you
about
evidence
inflation.
that inflation is higher off since Trump got in office.
You got poorer when Biden was in office, whether you like it or not, or can admit it or not. That's the facts, and you're an economist.
Not
So I
true.
think you understand that, but it doesn't play well
Not
for
true.
your
I
crowd, so
got wealthier under Biden's administration.
Not compared to inflation.
Yes, I did.
I'm not.
I definitely did.
You got a little mini Trump in you, Parker.
Dude, before Biden was in office, I didn't have a job. I was in high school.
I'm not saying that you didn't do economically better than the day before. I'm saying that inflation outpaced your wage gains.
No, it didn't. Because my wage gains were like literally infinite because I didn't make anything under Trump's administration because I was in high school. I didn't have a job then. So my wage gains went from 0 to the level it is now, which is infinite.
It's almost like this category error is painful for you to make. I can tell by the look on your face.
It's not painful. I'm describing to you that my literal wage growth was infinite because I went from 0 to a wage.
Don't you care about the median wage earner, Parker? Do you think that they got richer under Biden when their median wage didn't increase and keep up with inflation?
It did. It actually did. Do you want to bet? Under the Biden administration, wages went up.
Let's define this so you can't run.
Yeah.
Real median earnings increased with the same rate as inflation during Biden's term.
Oh, hold up. Well, I think we're gonna have to clear. Wait, hold up. So you say the overall administration, or what are you saying that they increased at all?
I'm saying that you can track the two data points. One got to 9.2. I think the other one got to probably like 4.5 or something like 5, maybe even 5.4, 4.5, somewhere between there. One's way bigger than the other one, isn't it, Parker?
If you took the end of quarter 1, 2021, and the end of quarter 4, 2024, the end of quarter 4, 2024 is higher than the end of quarter 4, quarter 1, 2021.
Let's do the rolling 4-year moving average.
You're talking about the average rate of growth.
I'm talking about the median growth year over year during Biden's term.
So you want to compare.
Inflation.
So what you want to compare is since specifically like after COVID, right?
We can do the full picture. We can do all 4 years.
Why would you compare parts of COVID? That makes no sense. I mean, if you want, do you want to do that in terms of job growth?
Sense for your argument, I get
do you
that.
See, watch this. Do you guys see how they'll say this when it comes to?
Did those years exist? Or
I'm muting you. Are you going to say this for Trump's administration? Because under his first administration, he had no job growth. He actually lost jobs then based on that definition, right? And if you look at Biden's administration, there were massive growth in jobs. If you want to look at 2021 and 2022 for job growth, which no one will categorize that under Joe Biden because they'll say it was jobs that came back under the Biden administration because of COVID. But for some reason, you're willing to say that you want to look at it prior to that point? Why don't you look at 2024 comparative to 2025?
I want to look and judge a president by the 4 years that he was in office and not cherry pick the
Okay,
two
how about
worst
this?
years, like it seems
Okay,
like that's your.
okay.
your
How about this? Let's do that then. Let's do that then. So under Trump's first administration, there was a net job loss. Do you agree? Net unemployment increase. Do you agree?
That may be true, but now all of a sudden that we've gone.
Well,
from,
wait.
did you get richer
So
or
so
poorer?
so
No, you've
Trump
already
decreased
category jumped.
jobs.
You've already category jumped from.
So
Did you get richer or
Trump
poorer
decreased the
under
amount of
Biden?
jobs. Is that your view?
And now you're saying,
Hey, buddy, Trump
jobs-
decreased the amount of jobs. Is that your view?
I don't have that statistic in front of me. I'm sure that.
No,
I'll
Trump
trust- I'll
decrease
trust
the
your
amount of
confidence
jobs
on
under
this.
your view, under his first administration, because it net lost because
year over
of
year
COVID?
over year. Year over
Yeah.
year over the 4 years. Is that
Yeah,
what
all
the
4
metric is?
years. If you take all 4 years, he lost jobs under his first admin. Unemployment
that sounds
net
like a load of
increased.
horse crap.
You want to bet? Tina, thank you for the Viking Hammer. We can bet on this one.
What economist told you this?
This is from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
Sure, go ahead, give me.
Well, they literally already told you where it's from. It's from the Bureau of Labor Statistics.
So was it because
It was
in
because
the
of
last
COVID.
couple years? Okay, yeah. So then, don't we have to have a nuanced approach here and look to see which was the greater gain and which one was the great? Did you get more richer, or did he lose more jobs? You see how we've gone into this category error because of your tangent, and now everybody's confused on who got poorer.
By the way, he's
and
so close.
when.
He's so close. So what type of nuance would be relevant?
Being able to point out your category error, that's some nuance right there.
What category error?
The discussion began on, did you get richer or poorer? Did wages increase at the same rate?
No, the discussion that we're talking about right
under
now,
Biden. That was the question.
Sir,
And
the
now you're
question we're
bringing
talking
in
about is whether or not you
job
categorize all
creation,
4 years.
And
The
you
que-
want to
Sir,
compare
dude,
them
he's
apples
like-
to apples.
Wow, dude, this is
apples
what
and
happens when
oranges.
you have conversations with people who have below room temp IQ. Okay, do you want to engage? Actually, this is ridiculous. Okay, you said you categorize all 4 years. I'm responding to that by saying, oh, do you do that for job growth? Because Trump net lost jobs under your view. Then you're like, oh, we need to add the nuance. Well,
No,
because you're
you
obviously
said that. I'm
acknowledging that
talking
because
about
it happened
real
under
wage growth.
COVID does not
I'm
mean
talking about
that it was
real
because
wage
of
growth
him.
and inflation, and you brought in this other metric. We can have that discussion.
Did Trump decrease jobs and did he increase unemployment under his first admin?
Are you having a hard time tracking me? Because I've already conceded that. We
Nope.
all know
I
the
think
reason
you're
why.
not. I think you're not acknowledging.
Okay, you've got maybe those AirPods. Maybe you need to deduct a new set of EarPods because I already conceded that those numbers don't look great because of the tail end.
Wanna buy
of
'em for me?
COVID. And you're just like the same argument you said that Biden's real wage numbers and inflation numbers aren't good because of COVID, but that's actually not the case. It's because of
For the
their
first 2
spending
years,
like
it's
there
not
was
good
still an
because of
emergency,
COVID.
and there was not an emergency anymore. They continued the emergency spending with no emergency, hence massive inflation.
There was an emergency. There absolutely was emergency. And also, you say
And then-
hence
and then at
inflation.
some point,
Trump
it's a bell curve.
literally signed off on over $4 trillion of debt-related spending to a greater extent. Even prior to COVID, he did more. His non-COVID-related spending was more than
What
the
was the
literal
cost of borrowing
COVID
then?
and non-COVID-related debt spending of the Biden administration.
What was the cost
combined?
of borrowing then, and how much quantitative easing was happening?
That's done by the Federal Reserve, not by the president.
But regardless, those still impact the numbers, don't they?
But it has nothing to do with the president's actions, dumbass.
The president's people saying inflation's transitory.
It was.
It's almost like the Fed can't hear that. You know, they've got earmuffs on when his admin talks about things that impact Federal Reserve policy, but when Trump's people do it,
It was the same fucking person. It's
Jerome.
It's been Jerome Powell the whole time.
The Fed does.
Dude, it's been Jerome Powell the whole time. Jerome Powell was put in that position by both Biden and Trump. But Powell's still in the position.
That's not a claim.
Yes, it is. You said the Federal Reserve people was different. It's the same person. The
I didn't say
chairman of the
they're
Federal Reserve
different.
is the same.
No, when the people
404,
around the president,
brain
when
not
there's a new
found.
president, those
404,
people-
brain
try
not
and
found.
track.
Error.
Try and track.
Error.
Parker.
Error. Brain not found.
Wow,
Error.
that was
Error. Error.
You
Brain
see, this is virtue
not
signaling where you
detected.
claim
Error.
to be an honest
Error.
person, but then you actually
Windows not detecting brain.
lie. Virtue signal detected, not passed.
Dumbass! I choose you!
I thought you were grabbing your vape pen for a second there.
I probably need that to deal with you anyway.
I don't think going to the moon is going to help you.
It definitely will. Because in order to be able to deal with this, I definitely need that.
It'll help your feelings. It'll help your feelings.
It actually will. Yeah.
Based. Go for it.
Okay, well then will you actually give me a response?
What am I giving you right now?
Nothing. Silence.
Wow, because this sounds a whole lot like silence.
It was, yeah, and there's
You got
still no
real
response. So I'm
definition.
waiting to hear a response. Would you like to give me a response? If not, I'll thank my donors real quick.
made no-
Actually, you know what? I'll just do that real quick. Rebecca, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Rebecca. On Venmo, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. So can you ask this guy if women should be forced to sustain another without their permission?
Should be forced to have another without their permission?
Sustain another without their permission.
There should be a cutoff. There should be exceptions for exceptions: rape, incest, viability, and threat to the mother's life.
Okay, I have a question. How much evidence do you need to prove that you've been sexually assaulted to then justify you, from a legal perspective, getting access to an abortion?
I think an assailant should be claimed, right? To have at least an idea. I mean, described. There should be a police report. There should be an
Okay, so there has to be a
investigation.
police report. So if they don't have a police report, they can't get an abortion under your view, even though they've been assaulted?
Well, you can't have a standard without evidence, can you?
So to clarify, let's say that you know someone has been assaulted in your life, but they are unwilling to go to a police officer because they don't want to, because like the condition happened to them from a police officer. Like, in that situation, do you think they should legally be able to get access to an abortion?
No. Because they don't want to.
So because they were assaulted by a police officer and they're scared to go to police officer. So hold up.
Officer, right?
So because they've been assaulted by a police officer and they are traumatized and scared to go to a police officer, you're saying it should be illegal and they should not be able to get access to an abortion even though they've been assaulted?
So you can't come up with, in that giant brain of yours, you can't think of a way that this woman can get a police report to happen without directly going to a police report. Perhaps the mother can get involved. Perhaps a trusted friend can get involved.
But you said that was not enough evidence. You said that it has to be the accusation from the individual. And also, in that same situation, the mom can't come out there and do the accusation for the other person. That's not what it works.
You have very bad memory, or you just have no problem lying.
You should ask your mom to go do it. That makes no sense. What are you talking about?
Now I'm starting to think it was the former.
What?
You're a dumbass, is what I'm saying.
Really? What makes you think that?
It's inconceivable that somebody would rely on another individual to do something for them when they have said feelings like you described. Is that really that hard for you to imagine?
I don't think that you should force someone into those conditions where, again, they still inevitably, their story still has to go to the police officers in order to be able to get this condition. And then also, in terms of this, again, I don't think there needs to be a police report. I don't even think there needs to be an accusation that they specifically have to go out there with. I just think that they should be able to get it. They shouldn't even have to bring anything up in order to be able to do that, because that could put them at risk.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and blow your mind, and you're going to be like, oh, the immorality of this guy. You're about to make another moral lecture, but they should also have this completed, the police report completed, within a time frame, a time window.
Of course, because you're a disgusting fuck. You think that someone who's been assaulted...
It's a pretty low bar.
I have a question. If someone's been assaulted on video and it's
there
not
goes the
within
compassion. Compassion was never part of the sales pitch.
If they've been assaulted on video and it's specifically not within that particular time slot that they came into the police, do you think they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Pretty easy to hand that video to the authorities, right? Don't you want to catch this guy?
Let's just say that these conditions there were conditions that prevented them from doing that.
What would prevent them from doing that except for their
possession of the disc that the video's on?
So there's a video, they don't have it. How do they know there's a video?
Because they know it was on a disc. They just couldn't get access to it.
Guess who can get access to it?
There was no one in the scenario that they could get access to it.
A subpoena? Oh, subpoena power knows no bounds.
But let's say in this circumstance, there's some specific physical restriction of them getting it. If it's past the time that you're mentioning, do you think that they should be able to get access to it, even though they have evidence to prove it?
Are you
Or
asking
considering
me if
that they have
I
evidence
think
to prove
that
it?
a woman, like if a private citizen should be able to go to a, I don't even know what kind of hypothetical we're going down here. I'm trying to wrap this definition around my mind.
I know you're having a hard time tracking, but it's
you
not
want
complicated.
a private citizen to be able to go and make demands of a business or a corporation, say hand over the tapes. Is that what you're saying?
No, it's not that. I'm saying specifically there was something physically that restricts them from getting it. Like there was some
something
sort
is
of.
quite vague, wouldn't you agree?
I understand, but I'm just saying that there's something physical, and that's the only point that's relevant to be able to establish this. It's not something that where like they can't subpoena. And by the way, police can't subpoena. I just want to clarify. What's it called? It would be through the context of like a court system.
Yeah, and don't you think that if there was a video existing and you had a police report filed, that the police would
I'm telling you,
go
in a
to the court
circumstance where
and
there hasn't
ask
been a
a
police
judge
report
to-
filed, dude. It's like it's so hard to go through a basic set of like hypotheticals with you. Holy shit, dude!
Holy
you tried
shit.
to call me dumb. It's ridiculous.
There goes the compassion.
How about this? If there's a police officer that assaulted someone and threatened to unalive them if they came out with this information, would you say that they should be able to get access to an abortion?
Yeah, once they go to a different police officer, a different county, different fort, you know.
So because they didn't go to a police officer because they were under the threat of being unalived, you think there should be no legal option for them to be able to get access to an abortion?
Do you think people that get threatened to be unalived should not go to the police?
I think in that circumstance it would be reasonable to say that they should go to the police, but what you're not understanding is that it's
I'd say
given the
that's pretty
circumstances.
unreasonable. So
given
you're
the
endorsing not going to the police.
Given the circumstances that they didn't go to the police, I still think that they should be able to get access to it illegal an abortion. So that's the point I'm making.
It's a pretty bad way. I guess it's a pretty good way to have a standard without having a standard, I suppose, by your definition.
It's like you purposefully don't want to engage with this argument because you know that it would prove you wrong.
No, it's almost like you don't comprehend the argument and how it negates. It makes a claim. Anybody can say, "Hey, this happened. Trust me, bro." I know you're familiar with the "trust me, bro" economics that you were talking about earlier.
No, I don't even think that they have to make an allegation to be able to get an abortion under my view.
And uphold a moral standard that should be universally accepted, then you have to start to get into the.
Wait, so if
weeds
someone
on
makes a
things.
claim in a police report, do you accept it?
Yes.
So you accept it to be true with a claim in a police report. So if there were claims in police reports against Donald Trump accusing him of sexual misconduct, would you still support him?
If there was a case that was in the last 24 weeks or whatever we can agree on is the time window, acceptable window.
How about this? If Trump was held liable by a jury of his peers of sexually abusing a woman, would you still vote for him? Would you still support him?
In a civil court from 30, 40, 50 years ago, however long it was ago?
Nope.
then
Civil court from 2023.
I'll do you one better. I went ahead and
Civil
voted for
court by 2023.
When did the grape happen?
1995 to 1996.
Now, how many years ago was that?
Can you do the math?
You're the one who just tried to pretend like this happened 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, the civil
But
court was from
the
2023,
action
genius.
Itself, the crime itself.
The civil court was from 3 years
occurred
ago, genius.
30 years ago. When did the crime occur?
Yeah, 30 years ago.
Okay, so no, I'm not going to take 30-year-old claims and change my vote on this.
Oh, okay. So you think the people who were assaulted 30 years ago by Epstein, you don't believe them?
That's not you. You're great at category jumping.
That's not a
The
category
question
jump. It's the
is,
same type of accusation.
Whether I believe them or not is beside the point.
It
It's whether
is.
they should
It's
get a
not beside the
license to
point.
hunt-
Can you
go
answer the
hunting
question?
humans.
Do you believe the
No,
survivors of
the
Epstein?
The question is who gets.
I'm going to ask you one more time. If you don't answer the question, I'll just kick you. Okay? Can you answer the question? Do you believe the survivors of Epstein that said that they were assaulted in the 80s and the 90s?
Yes, but it's regardless.
So even though they haven't come out for decades, you still believe them?
I can believe them that doesn't mean that they're going to get an abortion, a license to go hunt another human.
No, I mean, we're not talking about an abortion in this context. We're right now talking about whether or not you believe it to be true. Okay, so in the situation, you do believe it, even though decades ago it happened to them.
Get a police
You believe it. You believe it. You believe it, even though decades ago it happened to them, and they didn't come out for decades. You do believe
There's
them?
a police report. I'm inclined to believe.
Okay, so if a jury determines that this happened, would you accept it?
If a I would, but if another
So then
jury,
you accept the jury
if on
determination
appeal-
against
if on
Trump.
appeal another jury decided that it wasn't, then I'll go ahead and believe that too. So I'm up to.
There is no appeal against Trump's
evidence.
case that determined
I'm
that he
up-
wasn't have done this. The jury determined that he did this. So if you accept a determination from a jury, then you accept that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
She who led him to a dressing room in a lingerie section. I mean, why get in I wonder what they were talking about and thinking about right before they were going into that dressing room together.
Can I ask you a question? Can you revoke consent at any point?
Not 30 years later, you can't.
No, I'm not talking about 30 years later. I'm talking about in the situation.
We'll get a little narrower on your time frame window.
Can you revoke consent while it's happening?
Yes.
Okay. Any point while it's happening, right?
Sure, from start to finish of the physical act, I
So
suppose. Sure.
you claiming that there were consentful prior actions does not mean that she wasn't assaulted. Would you like to continue on? So you do accept the jury determination, correct?
I mean, how many times do I have to say? Are you slow, Parker?
Well, I'm just following your argument here, and the
is this
conclusions
like a
of your argument.
grandstanding- is
The
this
conclusions,
you
the conclusions
more
of your
like virtue
argument.
signaling a little bit,
The
as
conclusions.
being like a calm and compassionate individual, or are you really a showboat?
I know you're crashing out, but the conclusions of your argument
No,
clearly
it's actually a very
indicate
good
this.
question that you just didn't, dodged and pivoted from, Mr. Non-Virtue Signaler.
Repeat what you just said. Sorry.
What, the part about how slow you are?
No, what you just said. I was responding. I was reading a text message. So can you just repeat the whole point you just made because you were crashing out?
This is a crash out?
Yeah, you were crashing out. Yeah.
You and definitions have a hard time getting like together on the same page.
No, I think it was pretty clear. I mean, I know you're mad, but you
Have
don't
you
have to.
already
You don't have to be so
forgotten? Have you already
emotional.
I think you've already forgotten what the topic was.
No, I do remember we were talking about E. Jean Carroll and how you're supposed to accept the determination from the jury, because specifically you said that a determination from a police report would be enough for you to accept it to be true. So I was essentially asking you, would you accept a jury determination as well? Because it would be absurd to say that you accept it to be true if it's just through a police report, but you don't accept it to be true if it's through the context of a civil court and an entire jury determined that that was true.
No, and already 3 times I said I'd accept that it was true, but not to get an abortion. And obviously you can't get an abortion 30 years after the fact. So nice category jump, a nice category error again. I mean, I think that's the 10th one you've made in this debate. You've mastered those, but no.
What category error did I make? Explain.
Yeah, jumping from what gives a woman the right to end another human's life unjustly. We've got 4 exceptions. One of them has a time window.
In that conversation, we were talking about whether or not you believe it to be true was the basis for specifically whether or not they'd be able to get access to it. So I then decided to go into the aspect of the conversation where we're having this conversation specifically about whether or not you accept it to be true.
And I already said, hence the category. That's it. Will you?
He's going to crash out. Watch this.
No, this is not a crash out. This is me just saying that you have category jumped. Acknowledge that. And then I've already conceded that, yes, I would believe them. But it's kind of regardless of the point, because this comes back to the category now. It doesn't apply to abortions.
Yeah, no, the point was that whether or not you accept it to be true.
Okay, I think this is the 6th, 7th time. Yes.
Okay, so you do accept it to be true that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll?
In her 30-year-old recollection, She probably described it very well in a way to get the jury to. I mean, whether I believe it's true or not, the jury
But I'm
found it to be
asking
true.
whether you believe it to
I'll
be true.
accept their determination.
So you accept the
Okay,
determination
for
from
the
the jury.
second-
So wait. You accept the determination from the jury. So you would vote for Donald Trump even though you believe he sexually abused a
Already
woman?
did. Already did.
So you
3
believe he
times.
sexually abused a woman, you'd still vote for him? I have a question. If it were Jeffrey Epstein,
here
if
comes
it were
the
Jeffrey
moral
Epstein,
lecture from the
watch
baby
this.
murderers.
If it were Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
If it was what?
Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies versus Kamala Harris, who would you rather vote for?
Wow, you got a pretty twisted mind here in this scenario. Knowing what I know about the extent of which the serial rapist that Epstein was. Wow, why would anybody?
So you would vote for Kamala Harris over Jeffrey Epstein with Donald Trump's policies, right?
Holy shit, that would be a really tough one for me to do. But yeah, I'd go and I'd probably not vote in that election.
Okay, so you'd at least change your vote. So someone's character can be so bad insofar as that you wouldn't vote for them. Okay, so why isn't that true with Donald Trump, given that he sexually abused Eugene Carroll?
This was something that happened 30 years ago, and we are now
Wow.
blending abortion and a belief in a jury or belief in a testimony.
So by the way, I just want to let you know a lot of
right.
Epstein's victims, that happened to them 30 years ago. It happened to them 20 years ago. So I just want to let you know. So like this whole point you just used to dispute that was
and one is
ridiculous in
not
of
worse
itself.
or greater
And
than the
secondly, you already acknowledged the truth of it. So it's not about whether or not you dispute it to be true. It's just
Oh,
you
you got
saying
down to the
that it
bottom of
happened, but it
Breaking
happened
Bad,
30 years
yeah.
ago. Therefore, you don't give a
What an
shit about it. You
accomplishment.
fucking weirdo.
You're
Can I ask you
fucking
a question?
weirdo, man.
Go ahead, Dean.
What a way to go ahead, Dean.
Do you agree with nearly every member of the GOP in Congress that Eric Swalwell should have resigned from the gubernatorial race and dropped out of Congress over the 5 credible essay accusations against him?
Yeah.
So why is it the case that you think a Democrat should drop out of the race and leave their office if they're a rapist, but a Republican should stay in the office, regardless of the fact they're a rapist?
For purely selfish political reasons, because Democrats like to spend.
Dude, that's so getting clipped. What?
Wow, you're giddy like a little girl, Parker. Contain yourself. Contain
I'm
your
surprised
emotions.
we don't ask that question more, Parker.
We
It's
should
like-
ask that question more. That's a great question, Dean.
You guys done?
Go ahead, man.
With
Yeah,
the-
make your
with the
point.
little
Make your
Brooklyn.
point.
Yeah, the conservative policies, I think, will make this country better. When you vote for people who believe in unaliving babies in the womb is a good thing, yeah, I don't think that sets you up pretty well for success. Not to mention the fact that we don't spend.
Funny enough, it does. Funny enough, it does. So there's been a lot of studies done comparing pro-life areas to pro-choice areas, and pro-choice areas with legislation that allows women's access to abortion. You see higher real median wages, you see a higher level of education, you see a lower level of unemployment, a lower level of poverty, and a higher quality of life.
So I'd like to see that study and the causation and correlation between the
Sure.
variables there.
Yeah, so if
But,
you go on Google and you type in impact of pro-choice policy compared to pro-life, I think that you'll find that study on the NIH. The second thing I'd like to bring up here is the reason.
Hang on. Before you do, is the gain a nominal difference and within the margin of error, kind of like the study that Parker referred me to last time?
So when you say nominal difference,
It was not nominal. So I referenced earlier the wage increase due to immigration, specifically
Over 30 years?
Yeah, due to immigration, and he was like crashing out about it. That was really it.
Yeah. Well, no, there's big
Solid explanation,
differences.
Parker.
And the pro-life versus pro-choice policy has something to do with it. I mean, the driving cause of poverty in women is what? Motherhood. So you allow women to choose motherhood compared to being forced into it.
The
you're
mother,
gonna see lower
wow,
levels of poverty.
that was quite the statement. Isn't the greatest impact on poverty like the price of goods?
I said the thing that causes the most poverty for women is motherhood, and that's a fact.
I'd say it's the price of goods and not motherhood.
It's motherhood. I mean, that's another study I could give you.
I'd love to see the study that says having kids makes you poor.
Well, yeah, it's just a really big impact on something that can make you poor. The average kid in America right now costs like $350,000. So clearly, all right, those two things are gonna relate to one another and ultimately be the driver of poverty, right? Like those two variables, the price of goods and motherhood, kind of work hand in hand insofar as why motherhood is the largest cause of poverty for women, right? It's because, well, then all of a sudden you have to spend a lot more money on many more goods for the child.
Yeah, we should try and keep inflation from ever hitting 9.2% again. Make sure that real wages, real average hourly earnings keeps up with inflation. It stays as close to it as possible.
Well,
and I
if you
think
wanna-
the
if you
conservative
wanna prevent-
the conservative policies are better stewards of that.
If you want to prevent inflation from being at 9.2% again, then we need to prevent more global pandemics. And I don't think that having a Secretary of Health that thinks vaccines might cause autism, that has defunded vaccine programs such as measles, that has inspired an administration such as Pete Hegseth, the Secretary of War, to remove the flu mandate and other vaccine mandates for people in the military. That's not going to reduce the likelihood of another pandemic in the future. It's only going to increase it. So,
Are
in
you
fact,
saying that-
conservative policies are more likely to cause a 9.2% level of inflation again in the future.
So what you're saying is trust the people that gave us the food pyramid. We should take that and run with it. Don't question it. Assume no evil by profit motive companies.
Yeah, trust
well,
the
what I'm
people who
saying
deny
is that
science.
even
Yeah.
though big companies like Pfizer clearly operate for profit, there's something called the invisible hand effect, which is although they have a profit incentive, in turn they also help society. And clearly, the way in which they'd be helping society here is by producing vaccines in which keep people alive and prevent global pandemics through perceived herd immunity. And that's what we need to be focused on. Clearly, I think that these are systems in which we should socialize for an extent. I don't think that anybody should have to pay for these vaccines in which might be required. But ultimately, this is a good thing that will prevent future 9.3% levels of inflation, because ultimately that isn't something that was caused by the bad economic policy of Biden, but rather something caused by the pandemic.
Well, I think that we need to have a good conversation, a good debate about whether or not these companies should be given immunity when they basically have done what the cigarette producers did. And do you believe that a company like Pfizer or another company of the likes can control the narrative and the data with which it publishes?
There's international data that indicates these vaccines are effective. It's not just information coming from Pfizer. The argument that it's just these companies specifically is obviously absurd.
That's not what my point was, Parker. That's not what my point was.
Okay, then clarify.
It's already been done. The cigarette companies did this, and these drug manufacturers have done the same thing, and that's how we got the food pyramid. Was the food pyramid
me and
something
Parker
that we
do
should
agree
have
with
taken
international
hook, line,
third-party
and sinker?
testing. Me and Parker do agree with international third-party testing outside
Do you
of the
agree?
company.
Do you agree with the food pyramid?
Well, when you say, I mean, I guess I don't know the food pyramid precisely down to every detail, but generally, yes.
So the same.
I do put a little bit more of an emphasis on protein, though.
So that was at the top of the food pyramid. The people that we look to give us our health.
Wait, what do you disagree with on the food pyramid?
So at the very bottom of the food pyramid was that it's the carbs, and basically it says carbo load and eat less protein, eat more things that are going to make
I don't think it said eat less protein.
So
that's how the pyramid works.
It didn't say eat less protein. It just didn't say that the main priority was protein. And personally, the way that I live
did
my
literally
life,
say eat less protein.
No, it didn't.
Personally, the way that I live my life is I really do value protein, so I eat a lot of protein. That's probably the most important macro for me. But I think what you're referencing is the fact that a lot of red meats are kind of carcinogens.
Yeah,
And that's
literally.
a very interesting fact, and that's why a lot of medical health professionals that work in nutrition, maybe don't prioritize red meat, which is heavy in protein, because they're carcinogenic, which is crazy, right?
I think fats were right towards the top of that pyramid as well.
Yeah, so some fats are important. That's
And so
true.
you can get protein and a lot of fat in a salmon. I mean, it doesn't all have to be red meat. I get that's the least healthy of all the protein options, but that's not the only one that we're bound to. Yet they were all clumped together.
They
at the
did
top
not
of that
say
food
all
pyramid.
proteins. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, they did not
Yeah,
say
I'm not-
all
Protein-
proteins. You
protein
shouldn't
was-
eat them. Don't eat
Pull-
any
pull up
proteins.
the pyramid. Pull up the pyramid.
Also, I want to just clarify that I don't think that any of us, me, you, JB, or Parker, like qualified to speak on this subject because
Exactly.
there's not a single one of us that's like a nutritional food scientist.
So you're
right?
saying
Like-
we should question it, is what you're saying, right?
Well, I'm saying that I don't think that like any three of us have the qualifications, rather that being certifications from institutions or just like prerequisite knowledge, like to realistically question it with good rationale, if that makes any sense, right?
So who can and who can't?
I like I said, people with sufficient prior knowledge on the impact of macros and micros, and that's going to most likely be food scientists, nutrition experts, or even if you don't have those accreditations, just like a sufficient level of background research into these subjects independently. But I don't think that like there's a single person on this panel that's going to know a sufficient amount in order to do that.
Well, don't take my word for it. Increasingly so that those food scientists are saying.
I mean,
that,
you
wow,
literally denied science
we-
earlier.
we-
I don't think anyone should even
Holy
listen. I
shit,
don't even think you
Parker.
should say anything about it.
Parker, the adults are talking. Go ahead and shut up now and be quiet.
I'm older than Dean. What are you talking about, bro?
Oh yeah, but you don't act like it. So the food scientists.
What do you mean I don't act
Will
like it,
you
bro?
let me
That is
finish
like
a
the
statement
that's
without
you know how
giggling like a
uncommon it
little
is
girl and
for me to
trying
hear that.
showboat Parker.
Parker,
Just quiet now.
this is what unfortunately hurts my feelings because this means that you're cooking him harder than me because he's like lashing
I
out
know,
on you
right?
and saying I'm a great guy. Oh, dude, I need to cook him harder, bro.
Yeah,
Parker,
dude, Dean, you need to turn up your game, bro.
Yeah, you must have really flamed him for him to be so butthurt about you.
I know.
Take it as a compliment.
I really did. I am taking it as a compliment. That's exactly why.
Holy shit, you guys are pretty gay for each other, but cool. You guys done?
Wow, dude, he just owned the libs by saying, making up scenarios of us being gay. Wow, you really love that, don't you?
Dude, at least I'm not Charlie Kirk on Twitter saying "Daddy's home" when Trump was inaugurated. What the fuck?
What the fuck is right? Anyways, increasingly so scientists and food
Yeah,
scientists
I mean,
are
is
saying
Trump
that
your daddy too?
We took.
Wait, no, I'm
that
asking.
mi-
I'm
that
asking a question. Is Trump
misinformation from the
also?
same people that
Hey,
gave us
J Mac,
the
just like
coronavirus.
Charlie Kirk,
Wow, so it
is
sounds
Trump
like you guys
also
agree.
your
It
daddy?
sounds like I brought you all the way over to the
Oh,
side
he's so
that
mad.
says
He's crashing out
that-
now. Hey, buddy,
that
listen.
Says, oh, you
Hey,
don't
buddy,
like
respond.
It when people complete their argument
Can you
and
respond real
talk
quick?
over you trying to interrupt them.
Can
don't
you
like that
respond
very
real
much?
quick? I'm
Are you
just
crashing
asking
out?
one question.
Are you crashing out?
I'm asking you a question.
Is this how
Charlie
you
Kirk, is Trump your
perform?
daddy?
Is this your improv? Is this debate or is this
No,
improv?
this is me asking you a question. Is Trump your daddy just like
Who
Charlie
gives a
Kirk
fuck about
said?
your question? I give a fuck about the food pyramid.
Well,
and what's
you
gonna
don't
make
wanna
Americans
answer that
healthy.
question?
It sounds like not right now. I won't because
Aw,
you have
that's
already
funny.
conceded that you've come to my position. It sounds like so. Go ahead, concede, make it clear to everybody.
On what point?
Holy shit, you got a bad memory? Are you slow?
I do have a bad memory, but don't use that term.
Yeah, you shouldn't be using marijuana.
Oh well, you can't say that on live. I gotta kick you now, buddy.
Are you
And that
scared
wasn't
of
that
a
wasn't the
violation?
cause. It was
You
because you
scared
didn't
of a
make a good
violation?
argument. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. We got to go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Ashley, think of the $10 that I'm a dietitian and they work for Feeding America, Feeding America food bank in Florida. And if you ever need info, yeah, let me know. That'd be great. Thank you so much. Chloe, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Alyssa, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry. That's absolutely insane. And that's exactly why those particular laws should not exist. It's fucking crazy. Lily, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know, right? But they just want to force people to use up their bodily resources. It's ridiculous. Shelly, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the USDA stopped using the food pyramid in 2011. This guy's using outdated nutrition advice to divert the fact that the new administration is literally not acknowledging that stuff, right? Fussy, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I just appreciate you being here. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Don't worry about that. Thank you. I just appreciate you being here. Lawton, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Diabolical. Harold, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much, Harold. Lexington, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure it isn't. I'm not quite sure, though, on that. Rebel, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Dylan. Thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Harold, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. And Cody, thank you for the $5. As well as Candace, thank you for the $2. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Let's get this next person up here.
I did just take a look at the old food pyramid versus the new food pyramid. They did seem to kind of flip it upside down, low key, right? Like in the old food pyramid, right? You know, there was like a heavy reliance on like breads and carbs, and then it, you know, said to use red meat
Oh, Hitler,
sparingly.
nigger.
Disgusting.
But now it's like heavy emphasis on like, you know, like red meats with, you know, only eating like breads and carbs sparingly. So I don't know. I think that, you know, we should just retire the food pyramid as a whole because I don't think that there's one size fits all for everybody. Some people need more carbs than others. Some people need more protein than others. Some people need more healthy fats than others, right? So I think that it is just a good thing to retire.
Yeah. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
I'm on the edge on whether I do support him or whether I don't, so I'd like to have this conversation.
Okay, I recommend watching the stream anyway. I do think they sounded young anyway, but let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates. Oh, actually, Dean.
Parker,
this is Liv's
she's
grandma.
so mad at you. She's so mad at you, bro.
Oh.
She said she's
Wait.
not going to debate you.
She's not going to debate me?
you.
Will she debate Dean?
Listen, I talked to her. No, stop. She said until you stop using I don't even know what it, GPT. And I tried to tell her, I said,
Have you
what?
spoken to her grandma? Have we heard her grandma, or is it just another laboratory?
Yeah, no. I'm actually serious, Dean. I talked to her grandma yesterday.
Oh, she's interesting.
Like, Liv is actually, like, liberal, and her grandma, what's it called? Her grandma is like, very, like, MAGA. I'm not trolling, Dean. I'm actually being serious. Like, this is, like, I actually talked to her yesterday.
She said her
I know
friends,
that she's liberal, because I saw her, like, absolutely frying this
No,
patriotic
I'm not. I
French
would never
guy.
do that.
You fried the dude. Come on, own it. You, like, fried him. It was actually pretty good.
No.
I'm not even joking. You fucking fried him.
Oh, thank you. But basically, she said that her friends saw it on like Facebook or something, or one of her friends shared it to her, the live stream through Facebook, and she said that you put her up there to make her look like an idiot, and I was like, oh no, like that's so bad, like I would never do that. And now she's like really angry at me because she thinks that I put her up there to make her look like an idiot, which was the plan. Like that was like the goal of the conversation, because I've tried to get her to stop being a Trump supporter, but she's like really mad.
But so she won't debate me or Dean? Will she
She said
debate
once you
Dean?
stop using AI.
Oh,
well,
wait,
I don't use AI, so just tell her I don't anymore.
Would you debate me?
Dean, you're mean. You're really mean.
Oh, boo.
Hello.
Okay, so she won't talk to us anymore?
I mean, I think I could get her to no. If she said once you stop using AI.
But just tell her I'm not using it anymore.
Oh, okay. That's simple. Yeah, I can just do that.
Yeah.
Okay, bet.
Alrighty.
Hey.
What? Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Thank you for the $10. Yes, the SAVE Act hasn't gotten through. Danielle, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Literally, with the appeal, she won the appeal. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Me?
Yeah.
42, California.
Do you support Trump?
I guess, yeah.
Like, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because he owns you guys.
How so?
So I want you to think about this. I would imagine that you guys don't like Trump. Would you? Can I say? Do you guys hate Trump? I mean, because it's fair to say you guys hate Trump, or you just don't like him. I mean, what classification would you say that you hold Trump?
I accept that I hate.
Okay, that's fair, right? I want you to think about this. I mean, Dean, I've seen it with you, dude. Like, I've seen your posts, like, and you guys post like, you guys do 7 days a week right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And think about how much you hate Trump so much. And I want you to think about how many times you say the word Trump every day, dude. Like, you may think that you, hang on, let me finish, and then I'll let you guys finish. And Dean, I see it in you, dude. Like, you look like, and I'm no offense, I'm not trying to think, but it looks like you may be battling some depression at times. And I'm not judging you, but I have a feeling when you clock off and you're there outside this TikTok realm, that you're battling some things, dude, that you don't talk about. Maybe I'm wrong, but it looks like it.
Well, yeah, you're wrong. But
okay. But anyway, I want you to think about this. I want you to think about this seriously, because I want you to think how much Donald Trump thinks about you guys. right? How many times does he say the word Dean or Parker out of his mouth every day? It's probably like 0, right?
But he says Democrats a lot.
I know. So think about this.
He
though,
would
like,
say Biden all the time. So like, did he love Biden?
But think about this though. For you guys though, but think about this for you guys.
I
You
hear
guys
you,
have
Billy.
something, it's like you're almost trapped in something because you hate something so much.
Billy,
But
he's the
you're
fucking
obligated-
president, Billy.
Listen, I don't care. I
He's
don't
like
care about
literally
you.
the
It doesn't
president.
matter, dude. I'm
We're
trying to
saying
think of
his
anything-
name because we're arguing against the president.
I know, but you're
I have some thoughts here that
in
I'd
your
like to add on
brain
at some
though.
point.
But listen,
Go ahead.
in your brain, you have trapped yourself in something that you hate. So even though you think you cooked someone, oh, I just cooked this Trump supporter, I just cooked him. You didn't, dude, because that Trump supporter argued with you for 20 minutes, and he's gonna go do.
Hey, Billy, I just want to let you know, I love destroying MAGA ideology. I find so much meaning and purpose in destroying the ideology
Right.
and getting more people to turn liberal. And
So
that's
do
what
you
I
do with your
get.
life,
That's what I
Parker?
find
Parker,
meaning
what
and
do you do?
happiness out
Like,
of.
Parker, what do you do? So your life, like my life, like I know you guys don't care, and I don't care. Like I race cars, dude.
I don't
race
give a
everything.
shit what you do.
I know. So what do you do? I'm asking you. I care about what you do, Parker. What do you do with your life? Do you go to baseball games? What do you do other than Trump?
I do
that brings you
nothing.
enjoyment?
I do nothing.
Exactly.
I just all I do is
So
I
your
stare at a
life,
wall
that's what I'm
all
saying.
day, and I do nothing. I just stare at the
So
wall.
Trump. That's what I was telling you. Trump owns
Hey,
you
Billy,
guys.
can
You
I tell
don't
you what I
realize
do?
it.
I go on
Trump
live and
owns
then
you
I
guys.
just stare at the wall.
Yeah,
Can I
Trump
tell
owns you guys.
Billy, can I tell you what I do?
Yes, I know you play piano. I will say I watched you play piano, Dean, and I do respect that.
I have a big emphasis on music, but more than that, outside of the live streams, I just focus on physical health and fitness.
Okay.
I go to the gym 5 to 6 days a week. I track like all of my caloric intake. I have a huge new emphasis on cardio now. Like outside of the live streams, right? Like my goal is in the next 2 years just to become like a fucking athlete, low key. So that's kind of what I spend my time doing is training to be a pretty good athlete within my cardiovascular and physical strength. And then I spend time with my girlfriend. But listen, let me tell you what my thoughts here on your argument. I get it. Under typical scenarios, when you see somebody that just spends their entire day talking about somebody else and they just will explicitly admit to hating them, right? Like in like typical scenarios, like that's going to be a pretty like, I don't know, right? Like sad person, right? You know, they need to go get a life, right? But I think what I want to communicate to you is that these aren't typical scenarios. There's nothing wrong whatsoever with hating people that have engaged in actions such as rape or sexual exploitation or bombing schoolgirls and killing 160 of them or fucking a country over and trying to end the body of governance through an attempt to end the American Republic / democracy. Like, there's nothing wrong with hating somebody like that. So now that, I've given you really good reason to believe there's nothing wrong with hating somebody like that, now I got to convince you that there's nothing wrong with spending your day, funneling that hate into a more productive dialogue with other people that don't hate them to try to change their minds. Well, when this really bad person that's done all these really bad things doesn't just hold power, but holds the most power that any human alive could potentially hold by being the president of the world's largest country by GDP and military size, it is absolutely a productive, healthy thing to attempt to convince other people to not support this person when we live under a constitutional republic where the social support for or against this politician matters and can directly influence material change. Like, that is a productive thing to spend your life trying to directly influence positive material change for the world around you. This is why we don't shit on doctors. They save lives. This is why we don't shit on teachers. They teach kids. Okay? And I'm not saying I'm a doctor or a teacher, but what I will say is in a different way, me and Parker also attempt to influence real positive material change by making the system of governance that doesn't just preside and influence over America, but over the world better for everybody. And because of that, I just don't think that I'm some crazy low-life lunatic for hating this guy and spending 4 hours a day describing why.
Do you think you're obsessed with Trump?
I don't have an obsession with Trump. I have an
don't?
obsession with the betterment of we the people.
But how many times?
He just so happens to be a distraction to that obsession of the betterment and flourishment of humanity. Okay, that's my obsession. My obsession is making things better for people on Earth, and he is an impediment upon that goal.
Right. So I can say this, that there's probably things in this world that I hate as much as you guys hate Trump, right? And I can't imagine waking up every day saying that word over 800 times a day, trying to get someone to realize what I'm thinking. It just seems miserable.
There's nobody
I mean,
that you
you
hate
think
with
that's
as much
miserable,
direct power
but
and influence as Trump.
It just seems miserable.
What do you do for work, Billy?
I do what you guys do. I have a media company in California.
Okay, so you do
Well, and
lives every
I
day,
had a
or what
magazine. I actually
specifically
had-
do you do in terms of work?
Okay,
on
so
a daily basis?
I had a magazine, and then I have a social page. You know, it reaches about 10 million people a month.
Okay, but like,
Not
what
like
do
you
you
guys.
do? What type of stuff do you cover?
And I have like clients, right? So I have businesses that I do stuff for.
And what do you
manage
cover?
social we're more conservative stuff, a lot of stuff in California, PG&E. California's a disaster. Of course, you guys know that. You should know that.
It's not. I live in California.
Oh, you do? Really? So are you familiar with the refinery mess that we have right now that's causing our fuel to go way up? Are you familiar with PG&E, how they've ripped off Californians and they've been allowed to do that?
So I am familiar specifically with some of the issues that are happening, but what you're not acknowledging is like that we need some sort of structure in terms of reform to help out working class people that relies on the government's influence to cause that to happen. And
Do you think
the
there's fraud in
situation.
California?
What's up?
Do you think there's fraud in California?
Of course, but
Okay.
I think that
it's
there's
been-
more
you-
fraud in Florida, and there's more fraud in other
There is.
areas proportionally.
What do you think of the Nick Shirley Act?
I disagree with it. I see no reason to impose
You know
it.
who the sponsor of that is?
No.
It's the AG's wife.
Okay. Do I care? Why are we pivoting and not addressing what I was originally bringing up?
Because you just said California wasn't fraudulent or wasn't a mess. When I said California's a mess,
isn't.
you said no, it's not. Dude, when
It's
the
the fourth
AG's
largest
wife, when the
economy in
AG's
the
wife
world.
is a sponsor of an act to
Wait,
protect
you
them
said
from
fraud.
seeking
Fraud is higher in Florida. Is Florida a mess?
It won't be by the time this is over.
Wait, is Florida currently a mess?
I don't know, but they don't have the AG.
Wait,
trying
you
to
don't
block
know?
it.
They have a multiple times higher rate of fraud.
Well, I asked you just a simple question.
Wait, you said that California is a mess
There we
because
go.
of the fraud
There's the
rate.
pivot.
But wait,
I'm talking about
what do you mean
California,
pivot?
dude.
You brought this up as a pivot in the first place. So you understand that I'm referencing what you brought up. So the fraud rate is multiple times higher in Florida than what it is in California. If you consider
kind of fraud rate?
California,
What kind of fraud?
I'm talking about overall fraud. If you're talking about California
kind of
being
fraud?
I said overall fraud. If you're talking about California being an issue and being a problem and not a place because of the fact that there's fraud in the state, well, then you have to say the same thing about Florida if it's higher in Florida.
Is the high-speed rail fraud?
High-speed, it depends on what funding you're saying within relation to it. Fraud is going to be that you're specifically, at least in a governmental perspective, that you're saying money is going to a certain area and it's not going towards that area. So you'd have to prove with each little circumstance that the money went to a certain area and didn't go towards there. I think the main issue that you guys are going to bring up with the high-speed rail thing is that we didn't do the buying of it earlier and we waited for those costs to accrue up, which means we haven't spent a lot of that money yet. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Do you know what the projected?
You're just saying the plan
you know
is
what the-
becoming more expensive.
Right. Do you know what the projected amount is to? And by the way, are you going to ride the high-speed rail from Merced to Bakersfield? Just curious.
If I decide to go that way, yeah.
Would you? Or do you see yourself riding the high-speed rail from Merced to Bakersfield? Do you even go to Merced to Bakersfield?
If I decide to go there and visit Central California,
So you would ride it. You'd be a customer that would ride that thing. Come on, dude. Give me,
I'd
you wanna
ride it.
get-
I'd ride it a lot.
I honestly, genuinely don't see why that would be confusing to you.
Because that thing was never meant to be complete. It was meant to be a extraction of tax money. That's all it was.
Why are
ever
we
meant.
even talking about this in the first place?
Because
What were we
we
originally
somehow
talking about?
I know I came to talk about you guys being obsessed with Trump, and you guys tailored it into something else.
You're obsessed with California.
Well, California. You asked me what I do for a living, and I told you. You said, "What do I talk about?" I said,
so
"Yeah,
you
I talk about
so you're
California
obsessed with Democrats in California.
Just topics. I wouldn't say anything
Like
specifically.
you say that so much.
Like,
You
here's the
bring it
deal.
up. Your entire page must just be
No.
filled with against
No,
Democrats.
so here's
stuff.
the thing. I probably
Wait.
think the same
Can
with-
you tell me what your page is on Instagram?
I don't have Instagram.
Wait, what do you post
It's on Facebook. Bakersfield Tough.
Okay, so let's see.
Okay. TUFF.
What is it called? Bakersfield Tough?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's not like I said, you guys will look at it and scoff at this isn't done right, and this isn't done right. But at the end of the day, like I don't like Gavin Newsom, right? Probably as much as you guys don't like Trump. But I'm not sitting here. I'm not
So
sitting here-
so trans people, Democrats,
I just asked who the
A
people's
bunch of
favorite baseball
Democrats, fraud, Democrats, 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 Democrats,
False.
Democrats, Democrats,
You're not reading.
Democrats, 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 Democrats. I'm actually saying Democrats every single time I see a Democrat. A bunch
can I
of
just tell you something?
Newsom.
Let's
There's
take a look
Justin
at the first
Trudeau
five
in
posts.
there. You
Let's
got
take a
a
look at
bunch
the
of
first five
Democrats,
posts.
Democrats, 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 Democrats. So you're obsessed with Democrats.
No,
You're
wrong.
Democrat
You're
obsessed.
lying to your people. You're lying to your followers, dude.
I literally no, I'm not. I actually like scrolled through,
Well,
and
let's
I
look at-
every
I'm
single
I'm
time I
looking
saw
at
a
it right now.
Democrat, I
I'm
said
looking at it right
Democrat.
now. The top
Democrat,
one is
Democrat,
great- Well, let me
Democrat,
finish. Let me-
Democrat,
let's- Okay.
Democrat,
You wanna lie to
Democrat,
your people. Lie to your
Democrat,
people.
Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. Literally, there's so many Democrats. They're all Democrats.
Okay, but look, so let me ask you this question. So like, I would probably say that I don't like Gavin Newsom as much as you guys don't like Trump, right? I mean, just being honest here, right?
And he's
But I
not
don't
even the
say-
president.
I know, listen, but he probably has more of an effect in my life than Trump does on my life. He's a California governor, dude. I mean, he's the one that's raised, I mean, the CPUC has raised our
Wait, so
tax.
wait, so then why is your whole point? You couldn't imagine being obsessed and
Listen.
doing these lives or making your account about these things, but then
No,
your
no.
account is literally about that.
No, it's not. Let
And
me
you said
finish
you have
my
that
statement.
same hatred for Newsom.
I do, let me
I
finish
prefer my
statement.
life to yours. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, great. But here's what I'll tell you. I don't like Gavin Newsom as much as you guys don't like Trump, but I don't say Gavin Newsom 800 times a day, dude.
You've said it multiple times this stream.
No, not like you guys, dude. I'm telling you, I don't go on holidays and talk about Gavin Newsom all day. I
Yes,
don't
you
go
do. Your
on-
literal
No,
Facebook is
that's
spammed with
That's
with
fake.
Gavin Newsom.
That's false.
Wait, what do you mean? I can literally scroll through on the screen. Do you want me to scroll through
Dude,
on the
how many
screen and show
topics?
people?
Listen, how many?
There
how
was a
many
million Gavin Newsoms.
Okay, I'm looking right now. There's one in the last like two out of 20 posts. You're talking every
Wait,
every
no,
top feed
I'll
you
literally
have.
scroll down. Let's do it. I'll scroll down. Watch. This is your account.
Correct. Wait, so go back up. Go back up. Go
Wait,
back
hold
up.
up. No, just
Wait.
watch. We're gonna scroll. There's
Okay.
Newsom.
Yep.
Newsom.
Yep.
Newsom.
Yep. Okay, what's all that other stuff you're scrolling over?
A bunch of Steyer. A bunch of Democrats.
Oh, okay.
You see a bunch
Oh,
of
there's-
them? Hold up.
Yeah,
Wait.
so what do
There's
you-
gonna be Newsom in a
exactly.
second. There's gonna be another
You said,
Newsom.
wait. You said everything was Newsom.
Well, I mean, dude, there's so much Newsom, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's so much, dude.
By
I
the
wish
way,
your
that
channel
one
was.
is
Hey,
about
listen,
Newsom.
Parker, I would have so much
This is
more
the high-speed
respect-
rail.
Yeah, so that's not Newsom.
Newsom.
I mean,
Newsom.
couldn't we just say that like it clearly looks like
Justin
you're obsessed with
Trudeau.
Democrats because like although like you're
We're
kind of like
conservative.
spammed with Newsom, okay, every post is about Democrats.
No. If you
It
guys
is like
talk
this one's about the housing market. This other
Yeah.
one's
Oh,
housing
about
market.
a lawsuit, high speed rail, stop the BS, oil, trash cans,
I told you I did what you guys did, but I'm conservative. Why is
Democrats.
Wait, you just said that you did. You
No,
just said
I
that you do what we do, but as a conservative, and you think
Right.
what we do makes us obsessed with conservatives.
No.
therefore what
I
you do
said
makes you
that.
obsessed with the
Listen,
Democrats.
I said
Like,
I
bro,
don't talk
like,
about
why would,
Gavin
like,
Newsom.
why
I don't
would,
talk
like,
about
you be
Gavin
the one-
Newsom all
listen, why
day.
would you be the one to make this point? Like, if you were like some fucking random, all right, that like worked in I don't know some shit like construction, then you might be able to make this point without looking like such a hypocrite.
Mm-hmm.
But you like just spam post all day about how the Democrats suck. Like, come on, bro. Like, this is like, what are we doing?
I know, but I'm not
What are we
focused.
doing?
I can't imagine your life. I could imagine literally just like focusing so much on one thing. Actually, like all the
Like,
time
is
it's
this-
so
is this-
political. Like I could
is this a
imagine doing
troll?
that.
Like, I'm almost convinced that this is a troll. Like, it has
Why would
to
I be a troll?
because of what you do. Like
What do I do?
I'm just like so surprised. Like, I don't know, man. This is like a serial murderer telling somebody, "Oh, yeah,
No,
I
it's
bet you're a
different.
murderer.
No, so
I
here's
bet
the
you
deal.
murder people. I bet you murder people. You weirdo. You fucking you sick fuck. You." And meanwhile, it's Jeffrey Dahmer speaking. Like, what are we doing?
I don't. I would say this: if it'd be like the equivalent of going to my page and every post was Gavin Newsom. Every post. That's what the equivalent of what you guys do are.
No, it's
post
not.
is
Every
about
single one of your posts are
Democrats.
Democrats, though.
Dude, everything you have on the top, Parker, every day. It's not
Everything
even
you
cra-
talk about is Democrats.
No, it's not. But it doesn't come.
It
I
is.
don't
Like
say,
literally,
why
we
do you
scrolled past. I
support-
literally showed the stream.
I know, but listen, no, it's not, dude. But I'm
I
saying
know,
Gavin
I
Newsom,
know.
you're
You literally said I
focused- No, I
know.
could say conservative. Listen, I would have more respect if I would go to your page sometimes, Parker, and actually see you try to be creative a little bit and say, why do you support, I don't know, why are you so anti-trans, or why do you think that we
I used
shouldn't
to
have
do
high
that. I used to do that.
taxes?
I think it's important. We can talk about this topic specifically when we talk about this. All
I
of those
just think that
topics are derivative of this topic.
I just think that like you're not pushing yourself, Parker, because all you have is that same headline every day. Why do you
Yeah,
support Trump?
I don't.
I'm like, dude,
Hey,
like,
dude.
why
You know
don't
what's
you
what's
push the
crazy,
envelope a
Billy?
little bit?
You know what's crazy, Billy? I don't give
What's
a
crazy,
flying
Parker?
fuck about how you want me to run my platform. I'm
No, I
running
don't
my
care either.
platform
I
based
know.
on how I want to run my platform.
You
If
asked
you
me
want
why
to
I
run your
support. Hey,
platform a
you
certain
asked
way,
me.
go do that. I don't give a flying fuck.
Listen, you asked me to come on here. You accepted my request, dude.
What do you mean I
So
asked you? You
fucking
were in
now
my
that I'm
box.
here,
You
you
waited
asked
in
me
my
why do I
box to come
support
up. I didn't
Trump.
ask you jack
Yeah,
shit.
you did. You asked me why do I support him. I said because he owns
Yeah,
you, dude.
I didn't ask you to come up because I didn't know who the fuck you were. I added you up from the
Right.
box, dumbass.
Right. So now I gave you my answer because he owns you, dude. Every
Okay, but
post,
that's
every
that's not
day, it's
owning
gonna
me. So
say,
do Democrats own you? Do Democrats own you?
tomorrow I'm gonna come
Do
here and it's gonna say
Democrats
the
own
same thing
you?
on the top.
Do
Why do you
Democrats
support
own
Trump?
you?
Do Democrats own me? I would say no because I don't sit. Well, listen. Hey, listen. I'm not saying that if you go through my thing, not every post I talk about is Democrats, dude.
It's 90% Democrats. What do you
No.
mean? We scrolled
probably
through.
about-
It was
it's probably about
90%
60.
Democrats.
No, that's not true.
You're literally such a liar, dude.
Also, by the way, not every conversation that we have on lives is directly about why Trump is bad, i.e.,
I
literally
did.
right fucking now.
Listen, I did on my last blog post,
right
dude.
now,
Two
now
other
we're
li-
having a conversation that isn't directly about why Trump is a bad president.
Well, I know
You
that's because
let me describe this to you. Okay, the why do you support Trump is used because we specifically want to talk to Trump supporters to reduce the size of MAGA to take his electorate power away, right?
Yeah.
But this is an umbrella topic for many sub discussions. Like for instance, the last hour of my stream yesterday was spent debating somebody on why trans women aren't mentally ill, for instance, and that's all under the umbrella of why they support Trump as president. And that's also kind of the intention, right? If somebody comes up here and says that they support Trump as president because of social issues, next thing we know, they're telling us it's because they think being gay is wrong because they're Christian. Well, then we're having a debate about that subtopic about why, you could be a Christian and not think that being gay is wrong. Or if somebody comes up here and says that they support Trump because of economic issues, or global foreign affairs, like the war in Iran. Well, now all of a sudden we're talking about the history of American imperialism, the destabilization which is caused in the Middle East, and like why ultimately this is bad for them and bad for us. Okay, we're no longer just directly talking about Trump. It serves as an umbrella for about 1,000,000,001 different discussions that encapsulates all of the thoughts held by the GOP about the left and about global affairs. And that's why it's not an obsession with Trump. We don't just kick people off if the first thing that they say is, well, I support Trump because I love Trump. And my evidence is this conversation. You're up here having a debate with us right now under the umbrella. Why do you support Trump? Because your point was consequential of that headline. And it's not directly about Trump, but rather about, your misconceptions about the obsession of me and Parker. And we're continuing to have that debate with you because it's the point of the live streams is for the why do you support Trump headline just to be a conversation starter.
Yeah, so just why do you support Trump, man?
Well, there's a few reasons. One, he doesn't like girls and boys sports. I'm for that. I have 2 daughters. I don't want some guy out there on the field with my daughter hurting him possibly. I don't want him in there. I don't want boys in her locker room.
But you'd be okay if a 60-year-old man went up to her and said he'd be dating her in 10 years and you'd still vote for him for president?
No.
Wait, but that's what Donald Trump did. He went up to a 10-year-old girl and he said he'd be dating her in 10 years.
Yeah, I don't. Donald Trump's he's not someone that's going to go up to my daughter.
Oh, okay, but if he did that, you'd still vote for him?
No.
No, you wouldn't? So, but if he does it to someone else's daughter, you'd still vote for him?
Would you vote for Joe Biden again if you ran?
Can you answer the question?
Okay, no, I would not vote if Donald Trump ever gets, and please don't bring up Gene. I already know that Dean's going to come up and bring up Gene, dude, because he does all the time. Dude, if someone had something where someone was criminally charged, not civilly, but criminally charged with something, I would not. And here's the deal. I don't support Trump. Here's the thing. I don't support Trump on everything he does, dude. I am not MAGA. I don't wear.
Useful here.
I don't wear a MAGA hat, dude. I'm not MAGA. You may say it's easy for you guys to label someone MAGA because then you can kind of group everybody in. Dude, I'm a conservative, dude. I don't agree. There's a lot of times I criticize Trump.
But and so, what we mean by MAGA is you support Trump, you'd vote for him. That's what MAGA means.
Between him and Kamala, yeah.
Kamala. So yeah, you are MAGA. So stop trying to distance yourself from what you are.
I would vote for. Let me see. Who's another conservative?
Wait, actually, 100% of MAGA supports Trump. Actually, he's got 100% approval ratings, like you've never seen before.
So you asked me a question, like why would I vote for him, and I gave you some answers. You didn't like that answer. I know you didn't like it.
What was
So
what was the answer? You literally
I told
literally
you. My first thing is I don't think trans behavior is great for humanity.
Yeah, but so again, you said you would vote for Donald Trump, right? You wouldn't vote for what's it called? Someone who specifically advocated for trans people to be able to play in sports. Which, by the way, there's no trans people dominating sports. You won't even be able to give me any examples. Specifically, which is also something that you don't even need to address on a federal level. Like, I don't know how we do that. But your focus isn't on Donald Trump, who's literally went up to 10-year-old girls and said he'd be dating them in 10 years. We can point to the fact that he's literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where 2 18-year-olds came out and said there are 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. But your issue at the end of the day is trans people.
Who's Leah Thomas?
She wasn't dominating. She didn't win every
Yeah,
single time.
Leah Thomas is a trans woman who wins.
She won the NCAA. Wait, hang on a second.
Let me speak here.
Won the NCAA
Leah
division
Thomas.
500
Let me tell
freestyle.
you. Let me tell you who Leah Thomas is. Leah Thomas is a trans woman who, when competing in the men's league, set multiple records and was absolutely dominating the sport. But then years later, after HRT, when competing in the women's league, didn't break a single record ever again in her career.
Parker said that never won anything
Cooked.
great.
You just got cooked, Billy.
Won the
How does it feel?
NCAA Division 500-yard freestyle in 2022. Won the NCAA
Wait,
Division
can you
1
address
title.
Dean's point? Can you address Dean's point there?
I know. Wait, I'm telling you right now. He won the NCAA, or she, or whatever, against females. Won the NCAA Division 1 title in swimming.
Wait, that's not a record though.
Come on, dude. Give me
That's
a
not
break.
a record. Wait, so
You said that
she in the men's league was breaking records. Wait, listen. She in the men's league was breaking records and then doesn't break any records in the women's league.
Female. You said there was never an incident of a male competing against a female
And dominating.
significance. That is dominating.
Yeah, you're
dude.
not. I said you wouldn't be able to provide me any examples of people dominating. Winning one time is not dominating. So
Dude,
again,
that's a
if you
division
went from,
title,
if you went
dude.
from, listen, if you went from literally setting multiple records in the men's league to literally in the women's league not setting records, right? Is that dominating? No.
Yeah. Also,
I'm telling you right now.
Also, so Leah Thomas's 500 freestyle time was 15 seconds slower when competing in the women's league compared to competing in the men's league after HRT.
Right. So what? I know. So how sad is that? That a guy goes into a women's league and can't even beat women. It's not a she, dude. I'm not playing make believe.
Yes, she is. And also, by the way, after multiple years of HRT, buddy, after multiple years of HRT.
You can play make believe. I'm not doing it. That's
Billy,
the problem
we're
with the
not
trans-
playing make believe. You don't
Yes,
even
you
believe in
are,
science.
dude.
Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
Let me ask you a question. Can I say I'm
Do
14
you
years
believe
old?
in climate change
Can
caused
I
by
say
humans,
I'm 14
Billy?
years old? Can I?
No. Billy, do you believe in climate change caused by humans? Billy, you have to unmute yourself.
What are you asking me?
Do you believe in climate change caused by humans?
Not the way that the Democrats say it is. No.
You mean the scientists?
Yeah, science.
So by the way, you don't accept science, and you're trying to act like
What
we're the ones
percentage of the
that don't
atmosphere is
accept
CO2?
science.
What
You
percentage of the
literally don't
atmosphere
even
is
accept
CO2?
science, dude.
I just asked you a
That's so
question.
embarrassing.
What percentage of the atmosphere is CO2?
Well, I'd have to. I think it's a very, very minimal amount. It's less than 1%.
Right. It is
What's
a very
your
minimal
point?
amount. Okay, and of that,
What's the most abundant gas in the atmosphere? You have to Google it. All right, buddy. It's
no. I'm asking you a question. I'm going to get to it right now.
Wow.
So, what?
I mean,
It starts with an N.
And it ends with a gin.
Oxygen. I mean, I'm sorry.
Nitrogen, bro. What are you saying? It starts with an N. Oxygen.
No, sorry.
Oh my
Hang
god!
on, hang on, listen.
He said it starts with an N, and I said it ends with a gin, and buddy said oxygen. My god! My god!
So out of the carbon dioxide,
He's outing the libs like you've never seen before, actually.
So out of the CO2, what percentage is caused by humans?
I would have to look at the percent. I'm saying that due to the CO2 influx, according to scientists, it's led to an increase in global temperatures because of the greenhouse effect. So you understand
how much of an increase?
I'd have to check the percentage.
Yeah, so it's about a third. It's about a third of the total CO2.
That's a lot.
That's created. I know, but what percent? But the CO2.
That's
makes a
us
0.0.
offsetting the natural process that existed. And by the way, it's
Do you
not
know
just CO2 emissions.
why-
You know, like
why is
there are
CO why
other
do you
greenhouse
think
gas emissions, like for example, methane. methane within a short period of time, the 20 years or so, it's 83 times stronger than CO2 in terms of a greenhouse gas.
Why do you think CO2 is like? Why is CO2 like made to be like a villain? Have you ever thought what would happen if
because that's a major what's it called, a greenhouse gas emission?
What do trees feed off?
Oh, wait, I want to. Yes, this is what I was going to clarify on. CO2 is not inherently bad. Okay, we need some CO2 in our atmosphere.
Of course,
okay, because it's what keeps trees alive. So nobody's saying that. We're just saying that you could have too much CO2.
Okay,
yeah, it's just throwing off the balance that existed.
Right, but climate change has been going on for years, and they've had extreme temperatures that have been.
Wait, but not at this rate.
Not at this rate?
Yeah, the difference is the rate of change. And also, like, when the climate existed in a different way, when the climate existed in a different way, that wasn't for human existence. That was for other species in existence. So you're throwing off the balance that's existed for when humans have existed.
Right. So what do you think causes, like, the increase in CO2? Do you think that, like, what would you think, what's the solution?
What causes the increase in CO2?
No, I'm asking what solution. Yeah, so what would you think?
Human beings engaging in use of industrial energy?
Right. So you think that we need to cut down on industrial, right?
No,
pollution?
Yeah, of course, but through building up other forms of energy production,
like what?
Renewable energy and like other means in the long run.
Okay, that's fine.
Nuclear is good for inconsistencies with wind, solar, tidal, hydroelectric, etc.
Yeah, I love nuclear.
Listen, I'm a big fan of nuclear. All right, nuclear is the future.
Right. So who decided to get rid of the nuclear plants in California, or who wants to get rid of them? Has Bernie Sanders been pro-nuclear plant?
So for a long time, what used to be a bipartisan push against nuclear energy, we kind of fear-mongered against it, I would assume, because of like lobbyists from, big coal, so on and so forth, big oil, right? And like unironically, this is like kind of like the APAC of like, 45 years ago, right? Where everybody was just being paid to kind of hate nuclear. All right, but Iluki is the future. It's great. All right, big upfront investment. It takes maybe 15 to 20 years to build a facility, but then after that, I mean, they're really low cost and they're really efficient. All right, W nuclear.
Right.
Nuclear.
I agree.
W nuclear.
I agree with that. Right.
Yeah.
I have no problem with that. Okay, good. We're agreeing on something. Yeah.
Yeah, but that should be categorized along with other renewables.
So the question though is like, okay, so like let's take a look at CO2, right? So if you look at California, or not California, look at the United States, right? All the car manufacturers, they're almost zero emission. Like if you look at the emissions on cars now, I mean, I have a diesel truck and you can get behind it and the emission out of that is almost nothing. And that is because the manufacturers have done a lot of the heavy lifting to make sure that these cars are a lot more
not true.
efficient than they are.
Wrong. Okay, so there's actually a shit ton of emissions from the production of gas through oil, and then of course the usage of said in combustion motor vehicles. Clearly, what I'd say here is that EVs are the future. That's an undeniable future, even from somebody that like loves his American muscle. Like, God, I fucking love Corvettes. Holy shit. Okay. Right. But at the same time, EVs the future. They're significantly better for usage of non-renewable energy resources. It is honestly insane how much better EVs are than what we currently have. And that's where we're going to be. That's where we're going to be. And we should be there. We really should. All right.
So I look at California, right? And the reason why I think that Gavin Newsom has pushed for EVs is because he's tied in so deep with PG&E. And of course, they're the big winners on the EV push because, right, you got to charge these things, but our grids can't handle them, right?
That's why you expand the infrastructure for the grids.
Well, how do you do that?
You invest.
They can't even manage what they have, but Parker, they can't even manage what they have now. We have forests that get burnt down. We have power lines everywhere. It's not even close.
You act like that's not a natural thing that occurs. Yeah, of course we have forests that burn down. That's called having a very large basis for that, and historically speaking, because of how many trees are here, because of the level of plant life, because of the certain conditions, environmentally speaking, in which yield the particular level of fires because of the dry heat. So
and the lack of management, right? Lack of management.
Yeah, it's not just management, though. It's also going to be considering the effects in terms of energy production and other sort of ways as well. But of course, like, yes, there is fires that exist here. That's not unique to Democrats.
How much CO2 is produced on those fires?
I would have to look at each fire. Of course, there's a lot of CO2 that's produced. And of course, we want to prevent fires. Of course. But you act like that's like Democrats caused the fires. Like
they did. Yeah.
How?
The Sierra Club. I mean, why do you think the Palisades burnt down? Do you think it burnt down because it was just a sad thing, or do you think it's because that brush?
What did the Democrats do to cause the fires?
Empty the wells.
Can you give me a source?
Yeah,
because it's not wells of water. You need high pressurized.
Yeah, they emptied the reservoirs. They were both empty.
Of high pressurized water.
The 2 reservoirs that they had for that were empty.
Wait,
Yes.
were they highly pressurized water?
That's where they get the water to fight the fires.
No. So it wasn't. So the issue that we had, of course you don't know this, isn't with getting water. It was with getting highly pressurized water in those areas. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Right. Listen. I actually went down there and covered it. I get it.
Do you live in Southern California?
Yeah, I went down there and covered it. Yeah, for sure.
So you don't live in Southern California?
No, I live in Bakersfield.
So I just want you to know, I live in Southern California.
Okay.
I know areas. I know people who live in the areas in which this was affected.
You had everybody turning the valves on, and it didn't, and all the pressure is gone. I get it. The problem though is the reservoirs. There was no water.
It's not water. It's the fucking pressure.
Dude, I'm telling you, the water was gone.
It's not water. It's not water.
So do you think Spencer Pratt's going to lose on this argument that he has? He's got a lawsuit against LA County and everything for not managing all that. Do you think he's going to lose?
If his argument is that it's just the amount of water that they had, then obviously that's not true. It's the pressurized water.
Right. How much pressure do you get when you don't have water?
Obviously they had water.
They didn't. They had
Yes,
no pressure because they had no water.
Okay, so you're saying no water was in LA, really?
You're saying Spencer Pratt's wrong.
You think the argument I'm going to accept is that there was no water in LA? How come I wasn't affected by that?
No. The reservoirs in the Palisades that were meant to fight the fires were empty, and that's already been documented. That's not even in question.
Of pressurized water, not of water in general.
Why would they even have those reservoirs in? What's the purpose of them?
We need pressurized.
What's the purpose of the reservoirs? I'm asking you.
Can you give me your source that it was empty, all the reservoirs?
Dude, Spencer Pratt has been talking about it.
Give me a source. I don't want to hear his random person.
Dean, can you step in on this, please?
I want a source.
I want Dean to.
Don't say Dean save me. I want a source.
I'm not. Okay, hang on.
In the meantime, Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Starts with an N, ends with Jen. Oxygen. Stephen, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Stephen. Give some W's for Stephen in the comment section. As well as Dee Dee, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. He is very jealous of us. Gina, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Harold, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lol. That's funny. Thank you very much. Esther as well. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he's very ridiculous, isn't he?
Okay,
he's
so the main
ridiculous.
reservoir tied to the area in the San Ynez
Shelly, thank you for the 10 as well. What's the title?
I'm just reading off ChatGPT. I just typed it in. It's just you can do it.
Click on the source and then tell me the title of the source you're referencing.
I'm trying. You tell me. I'm getting it for you, dude.
Tsunami, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so sorry to hear that. Yeah, it definitely is. Thank you very much. Off my glass, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Thank you very much.
LA
I really appreciate it.
Times.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll have to ask him about the Republican states after this.
I mean, I'm just looking at a LA Times here. It says Spencer Pratt, Heidi Montag suing city of LA for DDP after losing home Palisades fire.
No, I
It's
need
obviously-
I need a source that there was no water in any reservoirs. Who can say
Well, I mean, I'm just looking at. I mean, it's all
where
here,
the
dude. I mean, why don't you find a source that
road
wasn't true? Parker, you find a
where
source that
the
it's not true.
day goes.
Parker, you find a source that it's not
Where
true. I'll
we
listen.
know. Wait,
Find me
you're
a
the one
source that it's
wait,
not
you're the
true.
one who made the claim, bro.
No, I know you always do.
Mad
this thing. You
Scramble,
tell me
thank
what
you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for climate scientists. Climate change contributes to increased yearly forest fires, which releases more GHG. It's one of several positive feedbacks that accelerate global warming. Thank you so much, Mad Scramble. Get cooked by a climate scientist.
No, I agree. I never.
Faceless, thank you for the $2. Thank you.
I'm saying that the Sierra Club doesn't manage the forest, which causes a bunch of fuel that helps burn these things out of control. I didn't say that fire. Didn't
Okay, so we need more money for fire management.
No, so I asked you.
So we
No,
need
you
more
to manage the
governmental
forest.
funds
Yes.
to address these things.
You need more funds.
And you think Republicans are advocating for that?
For manage? I think didn't Donald Trump go in there and say that we needed to rake the forest?
Wait, but did he provide the funding for it?
He probably would have.
No, he threatened to get rid of the funding.
Why did he threaten to get rid of it?
Because he didn't like that Democrats were trying to go after him or not fulfilling what he wanted them to do.
What did he want him to do?
I think in that circumstance, it was something relating to like the election or something.
I have never heard a conservative ever say that we shouldn't manage the forest, ever.
Well, I mean, didn't they try to sell a bunch of it?
I don't know. I'm just telling you, I've never heard...
Yeah, they did. They tried to sell. Oh my God. They tried to sell like what was that? Like 100,000 acres, or maybe even a little bit more. Maybe, dude, I think it was even over like 1 million acres of wildlife in Colorado to like raise money for some like bullshit, like the big beautiful bill, right? That is relinquishing government management of forests, which could then lead to more forest fires. So your last statement was
What did they want to do with
false.
it? What did they want to do with the land?
They wanted to sell it to private owners.
To do what with it?
To then take the money and spend it on some bullshit. I don't know.
I know, man. What are you gonna do with the land, though?
Well, I don't think that they ever asked that. They just said that they wanted to sell it. They didn't say that they wanted to sell it for one specific purpose or another.
Did they want to buy the land and then just to grow more bush?
Well, I don't know because it got shot down, and they had to get the federal approval to sell the federal
What does that
land.
have to do with the Sierra Club blocking, like, managing the forest?
This is a refutation of your claim that you've never heard a Republican say that they didn't want to manage.
Do you guys think that we should manage the forest?
This is an example of Republicans wanting to give up relinquishment of management of.
Do you guys think that we should manage the forest?
Wait, hold on. Before we do, this is an article right here. Trump refused to give California wildfire aid until told how many people there voted for him. X-Aid says.
What's the source on that?
Politico.
But we did.
Former White House advisors said that Trump hesitated as president to provide disaster aid to California because of the state's Democratic leanings.
Parker, do you agree, though, that we should manage? Dean said he agreed. Parker, you're going to get on that board that we should actually manage the forest and go against the Sierra Club on this?
Of course, we should manage the forest.
Okay,
if it's important for.
We agree.
Unless there's good reason otherwise.
What's good reason?
I don't know. I was like, is there a good reason why they don't want us to manage the fires?
Yeah, because they think it's environmentally bad.
Oh, I mean, it depends on the environmental impacts.
Right. What's environmental impact?
I would have to see. I said it depends.
Like, what was the environmental impact? I mean, what was the environmental?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that, dude. I just told you I don't fucking know.
Okay, good. We all agree on that. Good. We all agree.
We didn't all agree on that. I'd have to look into it.
We agree that the Sierra Club doesn't know what they're talking about because they say we should.
I never said they didn't know what they're talking about. I just said I'm not familiar with it.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so can you answer my question that I asked earlier?
What was the question? Yeah, what was the question?
Yeah, so I referenced specifically that Trump refused to give California wildfire aid until how many people were told voted for him.
Yeah, it's probably not a good idea. I don't know. I don't agree with everything he does, dude. I'm not like 100. I'm not like you guys, all in, all out. That's not me.
Okay, so I don't know why you brought this up originally.
I don't know. You think you brought it up probably if you backtrack somehow.
You got cooked because you tried to pivot away from the points.
Oh yeah, I pivoted.
Yeah, because you were trying to say that we deny science, and then I was pointing towards the fact that you actually deny science, and then you were trying to pivot away from it and be like, California, something related to California. I hate California.
No, I don't hate California. I love California. I'm just saying California.
Oh, you love a blue state?
Huh?
You love the blue state?
Yeah, I mean, the oceans are awesome. I love going up in the mountains. I have a cabin up at the lake. Yeah, dude, I love this place.
And you won't leave even though they have the taxes that they do?
No, I love this place, dude.
Even with the taxes?
You're not going to leave the United States even though Trump's president? You hate Trump? You're not going to leave?
No, the point I'm making, though, is that like you don't leave even though the taxes increased. I'm kind of like making a point against that. I'm not making that claim. I'm not making that claim ideologically speaking. I'm trying to use that against you because of the fact that Trump supporters, historically speaking, make this claim, not because I think this.
Right. I don't think that. If I thought that, I would have said I'm going to leave California. I never said I was leaving California.
I never said that you were going to do that. I was just using the point that conservatives constantly argue.
Right, and I used the same thing back on you, and you didn't want to hear it. I said, well, if you don't like Trump,
because I never argued that in the first place from my perspective.
Neither did I.
Oh my God, this guy's so insufferable. You know I was not arguing that.
Yeah, either did I. I never argued that. Just because I criticize California doesn't mean I have to leave California. That's a ridiculous argument.
That's not what I was saying either. You're being dishonest.
Okay. Yeah, you just said it, dude.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, can I ask you broadly more about Trump? Is there anything you think Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I think some of the things he does is like, I wish he just wouldn't talk about it. I think he's like too outspoken on Twitter. You know, I wouldn't. I get what he wants to do. He wants to say, he wants to kind of do peace through strength. So he's hoping that he can carry a big stick and not have to use it. But my thing is, and I don't always agree with that. I'm thinking like, if you want to do something, just don't talk about it, just do it. And I think that's probably his biggest weakness. His Twitter, and which is, I will say this, that I don't know who runs his, Truth Social or his Twitters. Maybe it's him, although I don't think it is him. I think he has a team that does it. And I would say that's probably been his biggest Achilles heel, to be honest.
What was my question?
Is there anything I would do that I wouldn't vote for him?
Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Well, I don't support him on everything. That's what I told you.
That's
so
not
what
what
do you mean
I
support him?
I never said you support him on everything.
So let me ask you this question.
When I say
If
support him, that would mean that you'd not vote for him over Harris, for example.
Okay,
if the election were
no,
held
I
today.
would never. Okay, so let me ask you this.
So what could Trump do that would get you to stop supporting Trump from that perspective?
I don't think I could ever vote Democrat because I don't agree with.
But would you
trans
just choose
ideology.
not to vote?
I'm a conservative, so whatever I would say, whatever.
Okay,
lets
so you're a
women's democracy-
cultist, essentially. You're a cultist. You will not
Yeah,
stop
and you are
supporting
too.
Trump no matter
And so are
what.
you. So are you. You would never vote conservative, so we're both cultists.
I would vote for a Republican candidate if the Republican candidate were
wouldn't.
better.
No, you wouldn't. What
Yeah, I
policy
would.
would you vote for? What conservative policy would you vote for?
I would vote for a conservative candidate that specifically was better as a person comparative to a different candidate. For example, right, if someone was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, I wouldn't vote for them, regardless of the political aisle.
So, look, Trump's going to be gone in 2 years, right? So at that point, it's a clean slate, right? So now we're going to start talking about Gavin Newsom, and I mean, so would you say Gavin Newsom is a good person?
I think he's preferable to Trump and Vance.
Yeah. Didn't he sleep with his best friend's
Yes,
wife?
he cheated on one of his.
Do you think that's a good person? Would you do that to your
And-
best
and
friend?
he-
I think that's a bad thing to do, but I think that people
and-
can change
and he
over
had a-
time.
And he had a 19-year-old girlfriend when he was 38. I'll just say that Gavin Newsom's
That's
a bad
really
person.
weird.
Yeah, I'll just say that he's a bad person.
Right. So
I didn't
let me
even
ask you
know
this.
that about the 19. That's actually crazy.
Well, I mean, it could be false because it's something I saw on Twitter. Let me fact check it.
Yeah, I was like, I've never seen that before.
So regardless of that, let's just say that if there was someone that was an upstanding conservative that was a better person than Gavin Newsom, would you vote for them?
Say that one more time.
If Gavin Newsom, if the conservative was a better person, just a better individual.
I think that when we talk about character, it matters what they did as a person, right?
Right. Yeah. So I'm not saying would someone
I think sexual abuse is
Hey,
treated
Parker,
differently than
I'll-
other
Okay, but
characters.
the next person that
I'll be right back. I'm just gonna mute my mic. But I'll be
Okay,
back,
for sure.
The next person coming up though may not have that stuff. So I'm asking you right now, if Gavin Newsom is someone that we agree has kind of done some stuff in the past, it isn't, I wouldn't do that. I don't think you would sleep with Dean's girlfriend. I mean, whatever I think of you, I don't think you would do that.
Of course
I
not.
wouldn't do that
Why
to my
would you
best-
say something like that?
Why would I say I don't think you would do that?
Why would you even need to bring something up like that? Obviously, the conditions
Because
you're
I'm-
talking about, we can acknowledge that someone has cheated in the past, but then can change in terms of their behavior over time. Cheating in of itself is not a complete disqualifier from me voting from you.
No. Here's the deal, dude. If someone has a history of doing things that are kind of shady, they're probably not they're probably not upstanding people, dude. So I asked you the question.
Well, of course, but what you're not understanding is that the notion of you trying to say that cheating is going to be viewed anywhere near the same that sexual abuse is going to be viewed is just ridiculous to me.
Okay, listen to me. I'm going under what you said before. I'm saying if someone on the conservative level steps up and they're a better human being, that means they have a family, they're
It
upstanding.
depends on what both sides did. I told you, no matter what, regardless, I'm not voting for someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Right? Left,
okay.
it should be illegal for them to run for president of the
Okay,
United States.
100%. Dude, that Trump's not going to be here in 2
Can
years.
you agree with me? If someone's held
Yes.
civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, that it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States?
Civilly, I would say no, not civilly, right? Civilly is. Well,
So,
because
shut the fuck up about this shit, dude. You don't give a
Yeah.
shit about character, clearly.
Neither do you.
I do. I explain how I do.
No, you don't. I just try to ask you a question. You won't even let me finish the question because
Okay,
you won't.
ask the
Because you
question
know
one
where
more
it's going.
time. Go ahead.
The question is this: if you had someone, let's say like a Gavin Newsom, right, who's had even though they may have changed a little bit, they still have kind of a shady dude. There's a lot of stuff, especially with the fraud going on right now.
I
Fire
told
aid
you
money.
cheating is not disqualifier.
Okay, listen.
I think that you can change over time. Like, you can take accountability and change, right? Like, I don't think that it's viewed as like I would never vote for someone for president of the United States. I'm not in a relationship with him. The fuck?
If what Dean's saying is true, does that change anything?
What?
If what Dean said was true, Would that change anything?
Against like a JD Vance? I don't
What
think
did
that
JD
would
Vance
change.
do?
It would make me think that he's like a weird person, but
What did
that's
JD
not.
Vance do?
What's that?
What did JD Vance do?
Support Trump and being a part of his
No, I don't care
administration,
about
and
that. No, I mean, as a human being.
well, I would say that that's a horrible character, is supporting the Trump administration,
Oh,
defending the
now it's
Trump
like,
administration.
now you've changed the goalpost.
And playing defense.
Now
with-
you're saying if
do
you're
you
a
think it's
conservative.
do you think it's horrible to hide the Epstein files purposefully?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what the Trump administration's done. He's defending that from his administration
So do the
standpoint.
Democrats.
So I think that's
So
a
do the
horrible
Democrats.
thing to do.
So do the Democrats.
What did Harrison Biden do to do that?
I don't know. Bill Clinton's in it.
There's no evidence that Biden and Harris tried to prevent the release of the files, but there is evidence that
they had
Trump
them.
has, and JD Vance has defended Trump doing that,
Yeah, the
and
files
still
were all there while
supports
they were
him
in
doing
control.
that.
Yeah, Biden didn't do anything with the Epstein files.
Because there has to be legislation to pass it to
Oh,
be
has to be
to ensure that it can be released. It was sealed through 2024 by grand jury.
Yeah, has to be right.
So do you want to acknowledge any of those
No,
things?
you've moved the goalpost, dude. So I can say
I
this:
haven't.
Did you support Swalwell at any time?
No, I didn't.
You never did.
No, I didn't.
You never did. I find that hard to believe.
I didn't.
Okay.
I preferred Porter and
Did you ever
Steyer
call him out when he
to him
dated a
regardless.
Chinese spy? Did you ever do? Why would you support Swalwell after dating a Chinese spy post?
I never said I supported him, and also like I'm confused how that would be your concern rather than like the credible accusations of SA.
Credible accusations of SA. I mean, have you ever criticized Hollywood before?
Do you think that?
Do you think
yes,
it happens
of
in
course.
Hollywood?
Yes, of
You
course.
have?
Now,
I've never seen that on your show, dude.
I can't criticize anyone in Hollywood who's done horrible things.
Well,
Why would I
that's a
have an
lot of
issue with
Hollywood.
criticizing
Why do you
Hollywood?
think Democrats have ignored Hollywood for so long?
What? We don't.
You don't?
When
Dude,
did I ignore Hollywood?
Why don't you take the same energy and say? we
When
need to
did I
crack down
ignore
on-
Hollywood?
When did you? Why don't you? Well, I can tell. Did
Can you give me a specific example where I ignored Hollywood?
you've never talked about it? I've never heard you talk about it once.
So you haven't heard me talk about it doesn't mean I haven't talked about it.
Did you talk about the trafficking at the border that happened during the Biden open border?
It wasn't open border, and Biden didn't
Mm-hmm.
cause any more trafficking.
You didn't. There wasn't
No.
an increase in human trafficking.
That
at
doesn't
all?
mean Biden caused that. And I think the ways to address that would by doing a bipartisan border bill, which Donald Trump undermined.
Why did he
Elevate, thank you
undermine
so
it?
much for
Why-
the
wait,
signature jet. Thank you so much,
why did-
Elevate. Can
why
we
did
get some
Biden-
W's for Elevate in the comment section? Thank you for the signature jets. Thank you so much. W's for Elevate. Can you thank Elevate for the signature jets?
So let's go back to that. You just said something. I'll backtrack.
Can you thank Elevate for the signature jets?
Thanks for the jets, Elevate. There you go. Hey, let me ask you a question though. Sir, you said something though. You said Trump. You said there was a border bill passed by Democrats that Trump turned down. That's what you said, right?
Yeah, there's a border bill that they supported that was bipartisan, Republicans
Right.
and Democrats working together. Donald Trump
Mhm.
called for people in Congress to undermine that bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
Okay, so why did he do that?
Because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border.
How many people would that have allowed in every day?
You're trying to say encounters. Encounters aren't letting into the country.
How many people would that have allowed
You're talking about 5,000
before
encounters.
shutting down the border? How many people on an average 7-day swing?
5,000 encounters.
Right. Every day, right? That means if you had 3,000 one day, that means you could have more the next
That's
day. To
less
make
than
up for it.
2
There's a
million
14-day
people entering
average.
the country in a year.
14-day average. 5,000 people a year? A day.
Yeah, that's less than 2 million people.
Right.
Right.
So
entering the country. That's not even crossing
So
into
let me
the
ask you
country
this
and
question.
staying here. That's
How
just
many
an
people are-
encounter.
Right. How many people are entering now?
How many people are entering the country
How
right
many
now?
encounters are we having now compared to Biden?
I would have to look at the encounters. I don't know.
Right. So it's
But
not even
I
close.
think having low encounters is actually kind
It's-
of bad.
Yeah, it's not even close. Let me help you out.
I
So
think
the
that
reason why
having
Trump
higher
didn't-
immigration is actually very beneficial.
No, it's not.
It is. Higher immigration's been beneficial towards
No, it's not.
reducing the
That's
deficit,
because you
increasing
don't-
GDP, increasing productivity, increasing wages even for U.S. citizens, employment for U.S. citizens, etc.
Yeah. There's a huge burden on the country when you let in a bunch of foreign nationals.
Actually, it's a actually net benefit.
No, it's
when you
not.
let immigrants come into the country, you can go to a Cato Institute study and decrease by $14.5 trillion over the past 30 years in terms of the federal deficit.
Do you think that the schools right now can afford to take in a bunch more people?
I do think that we, through
They're
investment
overcrowded.
in schools, would be able to address that. Yeah, but
They're
there's obviously,
overcrowded.
like, if there's immigrants coming to schools across the board are not overcrowded. But I do think that if we invested from a federal standpoint into schools, obviously we'd be able to do that because the tax revenue we get from immigration will be significantly more than any type of amount of that will be spent on increasing educational access.
Why do you think the Democrats wanted to import a bunch of foreign nationals?
Elevate, thank you so much for the signature. Thank you very much. Because immigration
Thanks
is
for the jet.
beneficial to the economy. I don't know why you call them foreign nationals.
That's what they are. Well, you're gonna call me illegals? I'm trying to be nice. You're gonna call me illegals?
Just call them immigrants.
I'm not calling them immigrants.
Why not?
Because real American immigrants come in the right way.
You understand? Democrats are not advocating for undocumented immigration. Like Harris
The
still wanted to
Democrats created a Disneyland fast pass to come into the country.
Harris still wanted to criminalize undocumented entry.
No, she didn't. She did nothing. The Democrats created a fast pass to come into the country. They changed the app, came in. Everything was designed for them to come in.
CBP one app is for the asylum.
Why were
asylum
the
is
caravans?
asylum is a
where are the
legal
caravans?
process of asylum is a legal process of immigration.
Right, and the Democrats made it. They totally exploited that. Why is there no caravans coming?
The
to the United
Democrats
States right
didn't
now?
exploit anything in terms of that.
Why
That's
is there
just
no caravans
they
coming into the
extended
United
legal
States?
access to abortion during a pandemic for the CBP one app that would be beneficial during a pandemic.
Right.
What's that?
So why is there no caravans right now?
When you say caravans, like
Caravans of people coming from South America. Why aren't they? Where are they?
Yeah, so when you say caravans, there were caravans under Trump's first administration. You know that, right?
Yeah, until he changed it, the Remain in Mexico policy.
Remain in Mexico is relating to asylum.
Right.
And Remain
So,
in
I mean,
Mexico
I'm
is a
telling
bad
you, why
policy.
did-
You'd be forcing
if you-
people specifically
you can
who are
look at-
seeking
you can-
asylum from Mexico to stay in Mexico while they're trying to seek asylum, which is absurd. And if
Right.
not, then anyone can just claim they're from Mexico if they're trying to immigrate to this country and they have a false asylum claim.
I will invite anybody to go look at the immigration charts and look at towards the end of Trump's policy. The only thing it changed is in this last month or two when everybody started coming because Biden had won the election. And then if you go look at
or because of economic insecurity around the world due to
of
global
course,
inflation,
yeah,
and
you
they
could look
saw
at
the
that.
U.S. as a better alternative.
Right. Or you could look at it. People thought that they could come in. Right. They actually let the.
I mean, if anything, that would have been caused because of Trump saying that there was an open border for no reason.
Right. Yeah. So why do you think? But do you think? So what do you think about if you look at the census?
Is there any
numbers-
policy that Trump or that Biden passed to reduce the enforcement of the border?
He started to towards the end because the American people people.
No,
started
was
becoming
there
unpopular.
any Biden policy that he passed to reduce the level of border enforcement?
I'm telling you that into the last year they changed their.
No, I'm
policy.
referencing anything that he changed that caused the amount of people to come here.
I think Remain in Mexico, right? They changed that.
The
They
overturning
also-
of Remain in Mexico?
They
Is that what you're
created.
saying?
They created the
That's
fast
so that's
pass.
asylum. That applies to asylum. That has nothing to do with undocumented immigration.
They created the fast pass immigration thing, which allowed people to.
Wait,
exploit
so
the
I
asylum.
asked about what caused undocumented immigrants to come to the country, and you brought up something that applies to legal immigration. So I'm asking you again, in terms of undocumented immigration, what did Biden do to reduce the level of border enforcement?
He told everybody that they weren't going to deport anybody.
That's not true.
That is true.
Did they deport people?
Biden went on and said he was not going to.
Wait. When did he say that he wasn't going to deport people?
Hang on, I'll get it.
While he tries to find that information, everybody, let me thank some people. Allison, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And it gets to a certain point where it's maximum too. That's very true as well. As well as Marlia, thank you so much for the $3. Thank you very much. Vanessa, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He never has any sources. It's actually ridiculous. William, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for waffles. But what about Biden? Exactly.
Biden
Brett,
said
thank
this.
you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know, right? Trump just defunded / restructured U.S. Force Service. That's crazy. Aaliyah, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. And then Bridget, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Let me catch up over on YouTube as well. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. So you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Kibby, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. For why do these jerks think that they can just say and do whatever they want and automatically be true when you know they haven't done the research? Shut your mouth. Bless you and Dean for putting up with this every day. I couldn't. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Because W's for them in the comment section right now. Seriously, that is super kind of you. W's for them in the comment section right now. Billy is really, really, really ridiculous. As well as Sean, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Sean. Go to W's for them in the comment section right now. For someone that says he's not obsessed with Gavin Newsom, he keeps bringing up the conversation back to Gavin Newsom. As well as Mad Scramble again with the $10. Ashley, thank you for the $5. JB, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you for so what state does this guy think is perfect? I don't think he'd be able to have any good examples. Jackal, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Peace, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. FDJT, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you. Broccoli, thank you so much for the $2. Anime, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Or Anne, thank you so much. Or Anne, thank you so much. I really appreciate the €5. Thank you. As well as FDJT, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Lucifer, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Libby with the $10. Thank you very much. Yasmin, thank you for the $5. Heavensley, thank you for the $5. Linall, thank you for the $5. Pixel, thank you so much for the $5. MK, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Aries, thank you for the $10. Faceless, thank you for the $5. FDJT, thank you so much for the $42. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Include some W's for them in the comment section. Anthony, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. Pixel, thank you for the $2. Fruit Punch with the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Jerry, thank you for the $5. FDJT with the $15. Thank you. And Adam, thank you for the $3. Can you thank FDJT for the money?
No, you can though.
Can you?
He's your guest. He's giving you money. Why don't you thank him? You did.
I did. Can you thank them as well?
No, you should thank me for helping you get guests giving you money.
How are you making me money?
Parker, because I'm giving them entertainment for them to give you money. So
You're
why don't
not
you
doing
thank me,
jack
Parker?
shit.
Bullshit, dude.
You're not
Why
doing
don't you
jack
thank
shit.
your guests? Why don't you thank your guests, dude? Why don't you thank
because
your guests
because
for
you don't
once?
do anything for me.
Yes,
It's
I
them.
do,
They're sending
No,
me
dude,
the
I'm
money
giving
because
them-
of
I'm
me,
giving
not
them
because of
something
you.
to look at.
Daphne, thank you so much for
The world
the
does not
galaxy.
revolve around you, Parker.
Hey, buddy.
Why don't you thank other people?
Hey, buddy, when people are sending me money, they're sending me money because of me, not because of you. The world doesn't revolve around you. I would be debating someone regardless of whether or not you were here, okay? You could not be here, and I could still be debating someone, and people would still send me money. Like Mary, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much for the guest. Is ridiculous. I know, right? He's fucking absurd. Absolutely absurd. Thank you so much.
Do you think that when Trump's gone, your thing's going to say, "Why did you support Trump"? Is that going to be your? Is that you're going to change those?
No,
two
it's
words?
going to be, why do you support Vance or why do you support Rubio?
No, it's going to say, "Why did you support Trump?"
No, it'll say, why do you support Vance or Rubio?
Will that be the next thing for 4 years? It's going to be, "Why
Yeah.
do you support?" God, that's so
Halo,
funny.
thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. G, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Ravel, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he's crazy. Yeah, so again, why do you think I should be thanking you when they sent it for me?
Right. I'm
like
saying,
Charles, thank you for the sheep. Thank you very much. I really
they
appreciate
should
it.
give
Thank
you
you.
money. I'm not saying they should give me money. I'm saying that you should thank your guests, dude, for giving you some content.
You're not doing shit for me.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, I am.
No, you're not.
Yeah, I am.
I would have a person
You know
debating
how I
me
know?
regardless.
You know how I know, Parker?
Think of
I'm
that
gonna tell you.
mustache.
Because the people that give you good content, you try to keep on the line. That's your thing, dude. Like you
I
try to keep them
debate. I
because you know
debate
it's good
practically
content.
everyone until
No,
like the
you don't,
debate
dude.
is
I've seen
over.
you kick people. You've kicked me, dude. And you know how I've seen you do it before. You actually kicked me, and then you.
So
say
I've
when your
kicked
guest
you
kicked me.
before.
No. You say
So
one of your
evidence
guests
evidence
kicked
that
me.
you're a bad guest. So you don't make
No,
me any money.
What happens is like when you start losing debates, sometimes you kick your guests, and then you say it was.
Can you
someone
name one
kicked you.
point I've ever lost on?
I don't know, dude. It was probably something. I don't know.
You kick me when you lose, but you kicked me, and I don't know how I actually
No, you
made
didn't kick.
you
I didn't
lose.
say anything, and then you say like, "I don't know why he would be kicked," and you're the one that does the
Wait, so
kicking.
why did I kick you?
Probably because you were getting cooked. I don't remember what it was.
I must have been like a flag
you-
or something.
Right, and then you said, "Oh, someone kicked him. He shouldn't have been kicked." I think it was you.
It was a flag. I said that he got flagged. He shouldn't have been flagged.
Right, whatever. All I know is I
Daphne,
got
thank you
kicked
so
out
much
the
for the galaxy. Thank you. I was actually being nice to you, you weirdo.
Oh, well, thanks for being so nice. I think it was because no, you know what it was.
Oh, that's actually Nadine.
No. This
He's
is
not
what it
even
was.
here right now, so he won't even see the leopard.
I got into it that like I had said that like you start calling your guests like names and stuff, like you start insulting them when you can't win debate, and you started flaming out.
No, I
and
insult you after I've already beat you in
No,
debate.
no. I just acknowledge that that's what you do. Like you kind of start calling people names, and you start like doing what Democrats do, where they start insulting people because they don't have content on
You
something.
mean like Trump? Oh, Elevate, thank you for the leopard. Thank you so much, Elevate. Give me some W's for Elevate in the comment
I
section
can't
right
even do
now.
this conversation. Okay.
Are you mad? You gonna run away?
No, I'm not going to sit here and have every like 2 seconds you go, "Oh, thanks for the jet. Thanks for." It's
Oh,
not a
he's so
conversation.
mad. You're so mad, bro. Run
I know,
away,
I know.
bud. Run away.
Anyway,
You're scared.
I'll look forward to coming
You're
tomorrow and
scared.
seeing your.
Scared.
Why
He's
do you
so
hate
scared.
Trump?
Thank you for the money gun.
Why
Thank
do
you very
hate
much.
Trump? Don't try to keep me on your channel, dude. Why do you hate
You're
Trump?
so
I'll
scared,
look forward
bro.
to seeing it for the next.
Run
for
away,
the
run
next 2
away. He's
years.
so scared. Run away
The
if you're
next
scared
2
of debating
years.
me.
The next
Run
2
away if you're
years,
scared of
you're
debating
so
me, buddy.
creative. We're gonna see. Why do you
Pauline, thank you for the
support
$2
Trump
for
the
this
next 2 years?
crybaby is a joke. I know, right? He's about to run away because
Crybaby.
he's
Look
got
at
such
this
a
guy.
fragile
Look at him.
ego.
Look at that, dude.
Run
Oh,
away.
jeez.
You're fragile
Run away.
ego. Fragile ego,
Stop trying
actually.
to keep me on, dude. I'm not a big thing here, dude.
Yeah,
Remember,
run
you
away.
said that. You said I don't need you, so there you go. Anyway, have fun with
Yeah,
the
I
Jesse.
won't
Why do you
care when you're
support
gone, but
Trump?
I'm just making fun of
Goodbye.
the fact that you're running away. Look at him run away. Elevate, thank you so much. The Lily and the Leopard, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look at that. That's even when he was gone, actually. So look at it. It's almost as if people were sending it for me and not for that last guest. That's crazy. We broke his ego, chat, and he decided to run away because he was scared of debating. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes here on the YouTube stream, everybody. You're a minor. Monique, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. For remind all Virginians, it's time to vote yes on the redistricting like California. Yes, vote yes in Virginia. Trump is crashing out right now because of the fact that we have a possibility of getting a bunch of votes there. That's great. It's amazing, and it's good. Vote yes. Yotip, how old are you? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. If you want to support me, as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yotip, how old are you?
Hi, yes, I am 19.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for some debates, everyone. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for some debates, everybody. Yes, everybody, vote yes to counter Republican gerrymandering in Virginia. Vote yes to counter the Republican gerrymandering in Virginia, everybody. We're countering it right now with some of our own to try to pressure them to ban it and to be able to fight back against the Trump administration. KB, think of the $5. Thank you very much. I know his fragile ego is ridiculous, right? Paris, think of the galaxy. Yotip, how old are you?
19.
Are you driving?
No.
Why do I hear a blinker in the back? Elevate, think of the Lily the Leopard. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elevate. I appreciate it. That is seriously so kind of you. Let's get some W's for Elevate in the comment section right now. Yotip, how old are you?
Hi, I'm sorry, I did not mean to join this.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Medina, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We're just looking for some debates. Yotip, how old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, what state do you live in?
Well, I don't currently live in the US at the moment. I'm away on work, but I do work in the US when required.
And are you a citizen?
Right now, currently, no. I was.
Okay, so let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for some debates. Steve, think of the $3. I actually don't know much about it. Do you support Trump?
I did as of actually yesterday, man. You guys actually, I've been listening to you and Dean's debates throughout the months, and
Well, that it does sound like you were driving or possibly or potentially in the car. It sounds like we changed your mind. That's amazing to hear. Can we get some fucking W's for them in the comment section right now? Seriously, W's for them in the comment section right now.
Also, I just got back. Elevate. Thank you so much for the leopard. I think you sent that 5 minutes ago when I was gone. But just know that I really appreciate you. Thank you so much, Elevate. That's very kind of you. I'm gonna go ahead and get rolling here on my own live, Parker.
Gotcha.
I need to make a call before I hop on.
Yeah, you're good.
But yeah, I'll probably be on in like 5 to 10.
Yeah, let me know. Just let me know when you're on.
All right, sounds good. See you guys. Bye, everybody.
Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual here real quick, everybody. This will be the last guest for today, probably. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Also, make sure to follow if you haven't already. You might not follow me yet, so make sure to click that follow button. It's absolutely free to do so. If you're on YouTube, subscribe if you haven't already. Absolutely free to do so as well. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We're going to get one more person up here, and then we're going to send everyone over to Dean once he hops on his live, everyone. Alrighty, let's get this next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Mother of Fur Demons, thank you so much. The Galaxy, thank you very much. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. How many likes are we on the YouTube stream? I think we're at 1,500, everyone. Let's try to get to 2,000. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
2007.
What month?
September.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
What year did you graduate high school?
2026.
Which would mean that you haven't graduated yet. But I just don't believe you. I'm sorry. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you need that set of criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, I didn't mean to join.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Twitch Tripper.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone. Again, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're 18, bro. You kicked me earlier. Let's debate. Come on. Quit
Okay,
dodging
what's your
my
birth year?
debate. I beat Dean, and he owes me $5,000, and he still has.
Okay, what's your birth year?
Oh wait,
And what month?
February.
Okay. And you said he owes you 5,000. I think I've talked to you
Okay,
before.
yeah, with the braces. Remember? Yeah.
Yeah,
Can we actually debate and you
lost.
stop dodging
You lost.
my
You
debate?
you got dog walks,
No,
buddy. How
you
does it feel?
always- No, I did not lose. I beat
You owe
He
him
owes
$5
me
grand.
5K.
You owe him
What?
$5 grand.
No, he owes me $5 grand. Can we
No,
just
if
debate?
you owe him
and stop
$5 grand
being
and you can
scared?
actually
No.
send it over to my
Stop
Venmo or my
dodging me.
PayPal,
Okay, I will.
you'll
Debate
send
me.
you'll send it.
Go.
Okay, right now. Let's get it.
No, I'm not sending you money. I beat him. He needs to send me
No,
money.
you owe him $5 grand.
No, he owes me $5 grand. Debate me.
I don't know what you're
please,
talking
bro.
about. Nicholas, though, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Nicholas. They literally said sending you $20 and letting you know it would be $30 if it wasn't for the hypocritical caller for the last one. Thank you so much. That's so funny. Trolling them. Well, thank you so
Can
much,
we
Nicholas.
debate or what? Or are
Can
you
you
just
thank
scared?
Can you thank Nicholas for the $20?
No, you can.
Why not?
Because he paid you, not me. If he pays
Well, can you
me
thank Bear for the
$20,
You're
then I'll
Amazing?
thank him.
Thank you so much, Bear. I appreciate the You're Amazing.
Bear, you are amazing. Thank you.
Oh, thank you for
Alright.
thanking them. I appreciate it.
Alright,
Good
let's
boy.
debate,
Now go
bro.
ahead.
Quit dodging.
Go ahead. What's the reason you support Trump?
Well, I think it's all a lie. I think it's all about control. And Trump, I feel like he's a smarter man and he knows what he's doing. He's defending our country like he should be. Kamala, on the
Kamala.
other side, would let our country get bombed like crazy, and she would not do a single thing about it. You know why?
Okay, it sounds like you're
She's
trolling.
an
I'm about to kick you.
idiot. And no. I'm being legit.
She
Like,
obviously
debate
wouldn't
me.
let our country get bombed. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, she would. What's
You know,
she
Trump
gonna
has
do?
started a war with Iran, right?
Actually, they started the war with us.
Nope.
But sure.
The U.S. started this war.
Where is your proof of this?
Literally, the Trump administration has acknowledged this.
Aren't they the ones that chant "Death to America"?
That doesn't mean they started a war.
Yeah, that means war, buddy.
Okay, so were we in a war under Trump's first administration?
No.
Okay, but they were claiming death to America then. You sound dumb.
Okay, but we started the war because they shut down the strait.
Okay. They shut down the strait in response to us starting the war, genius. Wow, dude.
Okay, but
like,
they still shut it
I'm
down.
sorry,
They
like,
shouldn't
you
have shut it
definitely
down.
owe Dean $5,000. You definitely lost
No,
that
I
bet,
don't.
dude.
Shut up.
Holy shit,
No, I
dude.
don't. Shut up. Debate me, dude.
You literally are
you're-
getting cooked, bro.
One of my videos on Dean's went viral. It had like 200K likes. That's how much aura I have, and I beat him. The video's up right now.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Do The election were held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Election today, Harris versus Trump. I'm voting for Bernie Sanders. But if it was,
you wouldn't vote for Trump?
Yeah, I'm voting for Trump. I'll vote for Trump. But if we didn't have Bernie Sanders, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Kamala Harris is not a good fit for this country at all.
Okay, so why did you call me a grifter in the chat?
Because you're on live 8 days, 7 days a week. If it was an 8th day,
8 days a week. I am live 8
too.
days a week. You're
Come
right.
on. You don't sleep. Y'all don't sleep. Every
So
day
I
is
don't
Trump,
sleep
Trump,
at all?
Trump.
Really?
Every day is Trump, Trump, Trump. I'm talking about your account. Your account don't sleep.
Wait, so
off
to
of
clarify,
Trump.
because I work 7 days a week, that makes me a grifter. So Trump's a grifter because he works 7 days a week?
No, this is not a job. That's not a job.
This is a job. Can you define what a job is?
What is you doing? You're doing activism. Activism isn't something.
This
that's
is a
supposed to
job.
be getting
Can you
paid for.
can you define to me what a job is?
What is a job? Well, something that you do that you get paid for. You do
Yeah,
get paid
I do this
for it,
and I get
like,
paid.
yes, that's grifting because you're supposed to be acting.
So
You're supposed to
can
be
you
doing
define
activism.
grifting?
They define. Okay, so say for instance, people think that they're donating to you for a cause, and you're going to put that money towards a cause. A lot of them
No,
people
no, they
that's
don't. They
donating
donate to me because they want to support me.
Okay. Okay. In the chat, what is y'all donating the money to Dean and Parker for? What is the number one thing that y'all donating his money? Donating money to them
Type a
for?
3 in the comment section if it's for me. If you're donating
For
to
only
me.
him, or is it for to help his cause?
Well, obviously
Or
me
help the
doing
cause he
this.
supports?
Yeah, that's doing this. Me doing this. Look at the comments.
well,
It's
y'all
all
people
3,
are just
dude. It's
gullible.
literally all 3s.
Oh, you just got a bunch of gullible people in your
MDR,
group.
thank you for the
Oh,
$2. Daphne,
yeah,
thank you
man,
so much
you
for the Galaxy.
probably
Thank you very
grifting
much.
them.
Thank you, thank
They
you.
just gullible. They just gullible. It's just that simple.
Okay. So you're just saying that they're gullible, but I mean, now that's you moving the goalpost. So
It's not really moving the goalposts.
like
It's the same
Abby, thank you for the
exact claim.
$15 for Parker, King of the Grift Grind. Thank you so much. I
Hey,
appreciate
man,
it. Thank
there we
you.
go, man.
Steven, thank you for the
Getting that
$10.
money.
Thank you very much for Parker's my online tutor buddy. Leave him alone. Thank you very much. Peter, thank you for the $50 for Parker to put in his bank account. Thank you so much. And do whatever he wants with it. Thank you so much, Peter, for the $50. Thank you so much. Ben with the $1 for the grift. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Ben. Thank you. I went. Thank you for the $10 for I donate to Parker because he's a G and he represents the minority women and those who are disenfranchised by white supremacy. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Give some fucking
Okay,
W's
cool.
for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As
Also,
well as I
people
really
that
appreciate
donate money
Pauline with the
because you
$2 for
support
another jealous
what they
crybaby. I know,
support.
right? There's been so many. Ben with the $1 for the gift. Thank you very much. Scribble, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for Parker. This is for you. Spend it on pizza or a new PS5 game or whatever. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ain't no way these people real. Well, hey, man, hey, they sending the money, they support you. They just trying to
Jesse,
support
thank
you,
you for the
and that's
$2 for
not
whatever you
good.
want. Mary, thank you for the $2 for money for the grift. Thank you very much. William, thank you for the $2 for I give to provide waffles. Thank you very much. Jasmine, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it to destroy more MAGA asshats. Thank you very much to keep
A
informing.
community of people that you can actually be doing a real cause and helping the American and helping us get better policies and helping
That's what we're
everybody else
doing.
become more political.
Elevate, thank you so much for the Lily the Leopard. Thank you very much. Elevate, thank you. Looter, thank you for the $3. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
And then this dude in the comments talking about somebody corny. You literally
dude.
listen to
Hey, dude.
somebody live every single day.
Yeah.
Simple.
What's wrong?
you
What's
have
wrong with
no
that?
Because
Thank
y'all
you.
political views, dude, y'all just making.
So
people
what's wrong about my
extreme.
political views?
You're making people extremist. You're
Okay,
making
how
people
so? How
hate.
so?
Bean already said earlier he hates Trump. He
Yeah,
said that
I
out
do
of his own
too.
mouth.
I
That is
hate Trump
spreading
too.
hate
And
across
if you
the
hate
world.
Trump too as well, in the comment section, type 3.
Well,
If you
I've
hate
never
Trump,
met
type 3 in the
nobody who
comment
said they hate
section.
Trump. I never heard nobody say that out their real mouth.
What's up?
I want to hear these people say it out their real mouths though. Like, bro, y'all hate
Everyone
another
would.
person
They would.
for
Law, think of the
y'all
the
hate
$10
another
for the
person
elevation
because
fund.
other
Thank you very
people
much for
told
whatever I
y'all
want to
hate
spend it on.
somebody else.
Bella, thank you for
That's
the
the same
$2.50
thing that
to
happened
support the grift. Thank you very much. Allison, thank you for the $1 for the water bill. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Look at all
And
these
then
people.
on top of that, y'all say y'all support immigration too. That's
Absolutely.
another thing too.
W
Can we
immigrants.
get on that topic?
We love
We go ahead
immigration.
and debate that. Okay. One thing I don't got really a problem with immigrants coming to our country. I do think that they do help our economy. But one thing that's the problem is that they try to use immigrants to not allow us to raise the federal minimum wage so everybody can get paid more. Because if someone is willing to work for less, they're never going to raise the minimum wage. Can we at least say that that's right? That's one of the main reasons they are not raising the federal minimum wage for us.
No, because Democrats want to increase the federal minimum wage, genius. Mary, thank you for the $10 for for being me. Thank you very much. Garrett, thank you for the $5 for hating Trump. Thank you for the sheep. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Nicole. Thank you for the $2 for I donate to Parker so he can continue doing these streams as his full-time job. Well, thank you very much. His voice is needed in the country to break people out of the cult. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Lindsay, as well. Thank you for the $10 for not the grift, but for the girlfriend, well, base, I definitely will.
Why didn't the Democrats raise the minimum wage when they had the majority inside of Congress? Why didn't
because you need 60 votes.
They passed multiple legislations.
You need 60 votes. Blue, think of the $5. And by the way, in 2009, they did.
And by how much again?
They raised it to $7.25.
Exactly. That's not even enough. That's not
Wait,
enough.
but that's back then.
$2 more
but
than
that's
what
back
people
then.
were making in the 60s.
But that's back then.
$2 more than what. And how much have they raised it since?
Well, they haven't been able to raise it since because they haven't been able to pass policy to raise it. But if you look at Democratic states comparative to Republican states, Democratic states have higher minimum wage. Why do they do that?
Because Democratic states usually make more money and have more funds to be able to sustain that high of a minimum
Oh, so
wage.
Democratic states have better economies? Is that what you just said?
Well, yeah. That's whoever said it, that's not true.
Yes, everybody. Democrats have better economies. Actually, everybody, look at that. Monovan, thank you for the $10 for Parker. Thank you very much. Donna, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Stella, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Blue, thank you for the $5 for hating Trump.
As well as Garrett, thank you for the $5. Let's look at Illinois for instance. Illinois, Chicago, they usually vote nonpartisan. So they will vote Republican.
Illinois is blue.
Sometimes they will vote Republican sometimes, but if it's right, we'll vote Democrat majority of the time, but if it's right, we will vote Republican. If we feel like
Illinois is blue. Okay.
And it's multiple
rural
times
Illinois is red, but
Party
it's mainly controlled by like the big cities.
The Republican Party has also helped multiple Democratic parties. We can't just say it's only Democrats that helps economies stay strong.
Name one big city that's Republican.
One big city that's Republican, Atlanta.
Atlanta's blue.
Texas
is a state. And Texas is red.
In Texas is Houston. That's what I'm saying.
Houston's blue.
Majorities. Some of it is. Some of it is also Republican.
Name one big city that's red that has a big economy.
Florida.
Florida's a state,
Orlando.
not a city.
I'm thinking about the state. When I think about the state, I'm trying to think of the city inside of it.
Yeah, name a city inside of Florida.
Orlando.
Orlando's blue.
It's also divided. Heavily Republican and
It's
Democrat.
also blue.
It's Republican and Democrat.
It's literally blue.
What are you talking about? Okay, Atlanta was built by Republicans.
Atlanta is literally blue.
It was built by Republicans, wasn't it?
Atlanta is blue.
Before it turned, though, it was already an economy. It was already a decent economy.
It was already blue.
Okay, skip that. Okay.
Amanda, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much for just so you can say I hate Trump.
Then inside of California, it was Republican. Then it turned blue. You could say, but California economy always been good, so you can't say
that's blue.
It was also Republican one time, multiple times.
Yep, so but like it's right. So again, can you name one big city that's red?
That's red right now? No.
Yeah. No?
Well,
isn't that kind of an issue?
But no, not right now, really.
Isn't that kind of an issue that you can't name a single big city that's red?
No, because majority of Republicans are conservative, so they only really appeal to rural people who live in rural areas. So no, if you live in a predominant, if you live in a city area, of course you're going to vote Democrat because Democrats are for people who want to work and not people who want to work on farms and stuff. That's the difference.
I think Democrats have better policies for farmers. I just want to clarify.
Yeah. Well, Kamala Harris did say we don't want to work on farms.
Donald Trump has imposed tariffs that have disenfranchised farmers in this country. Donald Trump has imposed policies that advocate for cutting access and funding for subsidies for farmers in order to be able to send that money to defense contractors for war.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we did that multiple times throughout the history of the United States. He's just using a tactic out of our own handbook. So
yeah, again, nothing that is going to be beneficial for the nation.
How is it not beneficial for the nation?
Because it's harming people who are in need. right? Like can you name one policy that Donald Trump supports
Can you
that
please
benefits?
finish
Can you name one
explaining?
policy that Donald Trump
You gotta
supports that
finish
benefits
explaining
the?
it to me
Can
so
you
I
name?
can
Can
so
you?
you can change my political views. This is your
I
job.
understand.
You're
I
supposed to
understand.
be
Watch.
changing me.
I understand. Watch.
Explain it.
I will. Can you name one
Okay.
policy that Donald Trump passed or proposed that benefits the middle class more than it benefits the rich people?
With that big beautiful bill. That big
That
beautiful
mostly
bill
goes to the
act,
rich.
it cuts taxes. It cut taxes
Mostly
for
for
people
the
who
rich.
make under $13,000 a year.
But
So
mostly for the
that's
rich,
pretty
though.
good for poor people. That's
Most
good
of
for
the money
people who
went
don't
to the
make.
rich. So I'm asking for one policy
Okay,
where most of the
well,
money goes
still
to
tax
people
cut.
who are working class.
I don't believe anyone who's making $100,000 a year should get a tax cut. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. You make enough money to survive. I'm sorry. That's not poor. That's not.
Wait,
I
you
know
don't
multiple
think
people who
anyone should get a
survive off
tax
that
cut
shit.
over 100K?
No,
Don't
that's
wait.
not poor. Well, not okay. Okay, wait,
Watch
wait,
this.
wait,
Watch
wait,
this.
wait,
Watch
wait,
this.
wait,
Watch
wait,
this.
wait,
Wait, no,
150,
wait, no.
150, over 150,
Okay, that's fine.
150K.
That's fine. You know,
Okay.
Kamala Harris wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, only on income over 400K, and she wanted to decrease taxes for income below that. Whereas Donald Trump disproportionately raised taxes for middle class and lower income individuals, and then decreased taxes disproportionately for income over 400K.
Yeah, it seems like pretty much the same tax bill to me.
You didn't listen
At
to a
the end
single
of the
thing that
day,
I
they're
said,
still
did
giving
you?
the billionaires the tax cuts.
Can you repeat back anything I just said?
Though?
Can you repeat back anything I just said?
You just said Kamala passed the tax. Kamala was trying to pass tax cuts on people who make over 400K. They will be getting taxed more.
No, she was
For people who
advocating
make
to
under, she's trying to
no,
give tax
stop.
Okay.
She was advocating to increase taxes on income over 400K and decrease taxes for income below 400,000.
Okay. And Trump is trying to. Okay, well, I guess that is better.
Trump increased taxes for everybody because he imposed tariffs, which disproportionately negatively impact lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods. Even people who didn't make enough money, where they specifically didn't pay income tax at all because of standard deduction, not preventing them from paying income tax if they have a certain lower amount of income, they pay taxes when you impose tariffs because everyone buys consumer products. And if you increase the cost of consumer products because you impose this tax, that causes them to be taxed.
Oh, well. That still doesn't help the fact that they're not going to raise the wages, raise our federal wages because of immigrants. I don't even know how we even just got off
Wrong.
that topic.
Immigrants actually increase wages. Did you know that?
Okay, now please explain to me how do they increase the federal wage? How is immigrants increasing the federal wage?
So there's a study from the National Bureau of Economic Research that shows the immigrants' effect on U.S. wages and employment redux. You can look that up, and it actually demonstrates to you that immigration over the past 30 years has led to an increase in wages for natural-born U.S. citizens.
Let's see what the fuck this shit said.
Okay.
What is the source?
Immigration's effect on U.S. wages and employment redux.
Okay, there we go. Okay. What's the site? What is the article? Who wrote
National Bureau of Economic Research.
it? National Bureau of Economic Research.
In the meantime, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everyone. It helps get it out to more people. Tiana, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. I just appreciate you here. Thank you very much.
That's kind of,
as well as Danielle. Thank you for the $5.
It was written by immigrants.
What's up?
It was written by somebody who have immigrant background. It's kind of going to be. Oh no, you're not going to say that. That's racist. But, that is weird. It was written by immigrants, so.
It was written by an immigrant. Who is the immigrant?
With an immigrant background.
And who's the immigrant?
2020.
Who's the immigrant? What's their name?
Unemployment rates increased over 2.4.
I'm asking, what's the name of the immigrant?
Hold on, I'm reading the article.
Okay.
I'm gonna have to scroll back up to the top to read the name.
Okay, I'll give you a second to do that real quick.
This is about. I'm seeing a lot about natives, not really too much about. Okay. Could you let me know what page exactly is on? These are multiple pages. I'm not going to read through all this.
Well,
I'm
you
saying a
should
lot
be able to
about
see, you
niggas.
should be able to see that within the literal first paragraph. It says
First
1.7 positive impact on wages, 1.7 to 2.6% on wages.
This is about native workers, but it said native workers though. It says wages less than educated native workers.
Yeah,
I
those
guess.
those are for natural born U.S. citizens.
I guess. Well, of course they are. They're coming from a different country. They're bringing some of their smartest people over. Of course they're gonna, get some of the better jobs and better wages. They're gonna have better wages than us. They better. I
No,
guess.
no, it says thanks to immigration, it led to a positive effect on wages for natural born U.S. citizens. So it's increasing
but
the
it's not.
wages of natural born U.S. citizens.
Yeah, but that's very vague.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It
No,
don't
it's
say
not.
exactly what communities, what areas, what
Yes, it does. It
like
actually does. It says specifically on wages of quote unquote less educated natural born U.S. citizens. So people who specifically didn't have
you didn't get what I said. I'm saying a
categorized
region.
skill
What
sets, like
regions
through
of the
like
United
context
States
of
are these?
education or through trade.
Okay, it don't say if it's for the whole United States. It don't say what region specifically it raised the income for, because
Yeah,
it didn't
it's for
raise
the
the federal
entirety of the
income.
U.S.
It did not raise our federal income because you just said the federal income did not raise.
By the way,
You
it
just said
tells
that.
you. It actually told you it's in the U.S. It says that within the
But you just said they haven't raised the federal wage, the federal minimum
minimum
wage.
wage.
Exactly. So I asked you, how is they affecting the federal minimum wage? This is not showing me
No, you asked
anything
me about how they impacted wages.
how do they impact the federal minimum wage? Our
So
federal minimum
by the way,
wage
I think
being
you're being
raised.
dishonest because we were talking about wages.
Okay.
I already
Maybe I
agreed. I
misspoke
already
or something
agreed
like
that
that,
the
but I
federal minimum
guarantee that
wage
we were
needs to be
talking about the
changed.
federal minimum
The federal
wage.
minimum wage needs to be changed by Congress.
Exactly. And I told you they're not going to do that because they're allowing immigrants to come in who's going to work for less. Why would they raise the federal minimum wage if
Immigrants
people are
do
willing to work
not.
less?
Like, wait, I just explained to you how immigrants actually increase wages.
Oh my God. But that's
You
not
literally just
explained.
read off a study that shows that they increase wages.
Them are immigrants who are already here and is working already. These are not immigrants who just came across the border, okay?
No, it shows that it
That's
had
the
a
difference.
positive impact on wages for natural born U.S. citizens in this country.
And then mind you, these are coming from all different type of stacks. People from Europe, people from China, all different type of places of the world who come here
No, this is
legally,
from the U.S.
illegally.
This is from the U.S.
No, I'm
Effect
saying
on
where
U.S.
these
born
people are from.
citizens.
On top of
It's
that,
the effect on U.S. born citizens.
and then on top of that, this is not anything about. Oh my God, this has nothing to do with the federal minimum wage. I told you to give me a source or explain to me how immigrants affect the federal minimum
I
wage.
already explained to you how they don't impact federal minimum wage, and I was explaining to you that they actually have a positive impact on wages because you claimed they decrease wages. They actually have a positive impact on wages for natural born U.S. citizens. Cope.
Okay, can you explain more?
You are coping. You're coping.
I'm asking you to explain more so I can get a better
Yeah,
understanding.
they increase
You're not
GDP, they
explaining.
increase productivity, they increase what's called the amount of jobs that other people are going to fulfill because of the fact that they specifically create a more productive economy, and through creating more productive
Yeah.
economy, make other jobs more productive.
So what do that have to do with them raising our federal minimum wages? They don't raise our federal minimum wages. Deal continuously.
Okay. How about this?
Like what?
I've already told you multiple times that federal minimum wage is decided by Congress. Is not impacted by immigrants. I explained multiple times, immigrants are not impacting that, but they are not negatively impacting our ability to increase federal minimum wage.
Okay, I can give you my sources for my claim.
Okay, what's your source?
Okay. 2009, they raised the federal minimum wage. You said that. What was the immigration?
I'm asking what was your source?
It just closed my shit out. My bad. Close it out. My bad.
Sonia, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. For government employee will not get pay raises. Military will get 7%, and we only got 1% cost of living. I'm paying $105 to fill my tank a week. to get to my job. Yeah, it's absurd, isn't it? It's so fucking crazy. Alrighty, while he tries to find that information, we're gonna wait for people. If you haven't asked any questions, either Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat are the best places to do so. I'll answer questions until he finds this information, which will probably be never. Alexandra, thank you so much. Really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much for the complaint about immigrants taking jobs. Wait until they learn about AI. Seriously, though. Seriously, it is absurd. Also, yeah, drive an EV, no gas needed. Very true as well. But it is a lot to even get another car on top of what it is already. So it's not something that everyone can do. We need more infrastructure for it. And when Trump defunds that, for example, that makes it harder for people to get access to it. Especially when they got rid of the tax credits for it.
I'm back.
Go ahead.
I got my source. You said I wasn't going to find it. I don't know why you said that for.
Okay, what's the title?
You can go on the Congress budget. Okay, the immigration rate total foreign-born population in the United States in 2004 was significantly higher than in 2009 when they hired the federal minimum wages, right?
You said
I
immigration
don't want to say
what?
that that's a connect, but immigration was higher lower in 2009 than it was in 2024.
Okay, that doesn't mean
Then they
that
raised the
immigration
federal
caused
minimum
our
wage.
inability to increase federal minimum wage.
Yeah, they raised the federal minimum wage due to the fact that immigrants wasn't crossing as much. Then, when we asked for them to raise the federal
That's
minimum wage
incoherent.
again in 2015,
So this is a correlation causation fallacy.
okay, Democrats pushed for a bill to get passed
Hey, you should take a
to raise the
statistics course
federal
because this
minimum
is a
wage
correlation
again,
causation fallacy.
and Democrats voted against it.
Correlation
Wait, what
causation
did,
fallacy.
huh?
And no, Democrats did not vote against raising the federal minimum wage.
Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
Democrats. 3 of them did. Yes, they did.
No, they did not.
3 of them did.
Wait, 3 of them? So most of them voted for in support of it. How many Republicans voted for it?
It doesn't matter. It's still the same. Y'all didn't vote all the way for it.
Wait, so who supports increasing the federal minimum wage? Democrats or Republicans?
Neither one of them. Not one of them
Wait.
support that.
Okay, how about this?
So,
Overwhelming majority of Democrats, do they support increasing federal minimum wage?
no, they do not because they're being lobbied
Okay,
by
do you want to bet?
Amazon and other places that don't want to
Do you want to bet?
I can bet you $100 million they don't.
No. Give me
I
an
can bet
actual
you
amount.
$100 million
I think
they
most
don't.
I think most
bet you-
Democrats in Congress want to increase the federal minimum wage. Do you want to bet on that?
I can bet on that. I bet you once they get the office back, they not finna do that. I can bet you $1 million.
Wait. No. Your bet, the bet is that I think that majority of Democrats in office right now want to increase the federal minimum wage. Do you disagree with that?
I can 100% agree with that. The fact that they do not. They do not.
Oh,
wanna
okay.
raise
So
the
then, do you want to bet
federal
on
minimum
that?
wage.
On that
I can
specific
bet on
point?
that, yes. Yes.
Yeah, you do. How much?
100%. I can bet $1,000 on that.
Okay, really? $1,000?
Yes. Okay.
Shake on it. Now you have to
Yes,
prove to me.
100%.
You have to prove to me that a majority of Democrats are against federal minimum wage increases.
Oh, that's simple. They had the office for how many years? And they didn't do it. They had the majority in 2015. 2010, they had the majority. They didn't do it, did they? They pushed for a bill, but the bill didn't get passed.
Did they have a
like you
bill?
said. That was true. They did have a bill, and it didn't get passed. But when they had the majority again, they did not push that bill. They only push the bills when they don't have the majority. That's the point.
So
Like,
I
yeah,
need
don't
you
say
to
you don't see
provide
that.
a source that specifically says that a majority of Democrats are against it, because I can show you that a majority of Democrats, practically every single one, agrees with it. We can go through the people in Congress. I'll literally do it.
All right, let's do it.
I'm gonna get $1,000. It's gonna be really easy. Oh, here we go. Here is directly from data for. What's up?
When was the last time they put the bill on the floor? I mean, on the floor. My bad. Talking too fast.
They haven't put a bill on the floor because they didn't get the votes. They like didn't have the 60 votes. They needed to pass the filibuster.
Oh my god. And when did they push for that bill? When did they put that bill? Like when did they?
They didn't do a bill because they didn't have the votes.
When was this though? Is what I'm asking.
When was what?
When was the filibuster?
The filibuster's been in place for a long time, for decades.
Okay, then what do they have to do about the federal minimum wage?
The
Now
wait, what?
being
That's not,
raised from $15 an hour. What
that's
do
not
they
the
have to
claim
do
that I was
about-
making. So the claim that we're making is that people in Congress, a disproportionate amount of Democrats, wanted to raise the minimum wage, and I can give you multiple examples of that, right? Because there have been introductions in bills by a majority of Democrats, specifically of doing so. There's
Okay, and there's also been Republicans too.
No, but it's a majority Democrats.
Okay, and
yeah, so I'm a majority. You disputed. You said a majority of Democrats disagree with raising the minimum wage, and
They
I'm
do.
giving you evidence that a majority agree with it. I'm also referencing legislation that Bernie Sanders introduced on behalf of many other Democrats, and specifically, I can mention off the Democrats, including Angela Alsobrooks, Tammy Baldwin, Richard Blumenthal, Lisa Rochester, Cory Booker, Maria Cantwell, Tammy Duckworth, Dick Durbin, even John Fetterman's on here actually, Ruben Gallego, Kristen Gillibrand, Mazie Hirano, Tim Kaine, Mark Kelly, Andy Kim, Amy Klobuchar, Ed Markey, Jeff Merkley, Chris Murphy, Andy Kim, Patty Murray, Alex Padilla, Gary Peters, Jack Reed, Brian Schatz, Adam Schiff, Tina Smith, Chris Van Hollen, Raphael Warnock, Elizabeth Warren, Peter Welsh, Sheldon Whitehouse, Ron Wyden, Alyssa Slotkin, and I can give countless examples other. Those are literally the people that came together specifically to run this particular bill. They joined in legislation to do so. This is most Democrats agreeing with this. You know who isn't agreeing with this? The Republicans. You know who 100% opposes this? The Republicans. You owe me $1,000.
Yeah, they oppose it because of different reasons. Okay, how many legislations?
Dude, you owe me $1,000.
You did not prove that they want it all the way. How many?
What?
How many?
I
how
literally
much
just gave you legislation to increase it. That they literally they literally co-signed legislation to pass it.
Mm-hmm. And how many legislations has the Republicans tried to pass throughout since 2000?
Wait, that's a totally separate claim. The claim was whether or not a majority of Democrats support this.
Yeah, but that don't mean that the Democrats keep pushing for the bill. They only support it one time. That doesn't mean nothing that they voted on it one time.
Wait. No. The point is that
why don't they vote when the Republicans put it on the floor?
Sir, the point is that the congressional Democrats, they specifically agree with increasing the minimum wage. You said they don't agree with increasing the minimum wage, and I disputed you on that. You owe me $1,000.
They don't agree.
I literally just gave you a bill indicating that.
You put one bill. The Republicans has put out 5 different bills continuously that the Democratic Party
not for
has
increasing
shot down.
minimum wage.
Yes, for increasing.
But you
minimum wage.
literally said that Dems don't support increasing minimum wage.
They don't, because they don't vote for it when the Republicans are putting it on the floor. They only vote for it when they put it on the floor. That's it. That's the only time they vote for it. Any other time they bring up a problem with the Republican Party and what they did wrong with it. What's wrong with the bill? Oh, this part of the bill is wrong. Or they're trying to do tax cuts. They ain't trying to raise the minimum wage.
Here's
Like,
right
come
here. I got you more. Here we go. Here's from PBS. Biden Democrats hit gas on push for $15 minimum wage. That's an article from PBS.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up. Prevent local wage mandates.
Yeah, and it had a backing of over a majority of Senate Democrats. Look at that. Get cooked, buddy. Get fucking cooked. That article from PBS literally demonstrates my point.
Okay.
Get cooked.
Yeah. You also can look at this article from the Labor Department.
Wait, don't pivot. Don't pivot.
Well,
This
you
proves
also
my
can
point.
look
You owe
at-
me $1,000. Pay up, buddy. Pay up.
No, because your claim isn't finished.
Pay
yet.
up.
I can
Wait,
also
do you want me to wait, hold up. Do you want me to go back to what you said?
I can.
Do you want me to go back to the
rebuttal this for you.
bet? I'll play the bet out loud. You can hear it again. You made the
But I
bet
can
that a
go-
majority of Democrats did not support, right, the increase in the minimum wage, and I gave you evidence right now from a PBS article indicating that they specifically pushed for over a majority of them were on behalf of doing this. So you actually just got cooked, and now you owe me $1,000.
That is one legislation. You keep bringing up the
Dude,
same
wait,
exact
no,
legislation.
I'm
when
talking.
the
Wait,
Republicans brought
wait.
out
What did you
5
say?
different
What was your
legislation.
point? Wait, what did you
Republicans
agree
brought
to
out
in terms
5
of the
different
bet?
legislation. That the Democratic Party do not support actually raising the federal minimum wage.
There we
as they
go.
say they do.
Well, I just gave
They
you.
don't.
I gave you evidence of it. Which, by the
They
way, this
only
source.
push the
Wait, do you want me
bill
to
when
read
they
it? I'm
don't
gonna
have
read
the
it. I'm gonna
majority.
read it. I'm gonna read it.
Okay. When did they push for that legislation, though? That's what I keep asking.
This was
When did they
in
push for it?
2021.
When they knew that they wasn't going to win, and did they have the majority?
So they specifically had the Democrats in support of it. They just didn't have Republicans in support of it. That's what it says.
Did they have the majority in Congress when they did that? They knew it wasn't going to pass. They knew the Republicans was not going to vote for that. That's why they pushed that bill.
Wait.
What
Hold
do
up.
you
So
not see?
wait, hold up. So do
Like,
most
push.
Democrats? I have a question. Do most Democrats agree with the increase in the minimum wage?
They did. They pushed for the bill to make Trump look bad. That
Wait.
was
So
just
so
that
hold up.
simple.
So do most Democrats agree with increasing the minimum wage?
Well, you can't use that as a basis because they had
Wait.
multiple
No.
years.
Answer this question though. Like before we move on, we can move on to the next point in a quick
Okay.
second. Do most congressional Democrats agree with increasing the minimum wage?
No, they do not. Because
Okay.
they did not vote with the Republicans on any of their legislation to
They
increase the
they
minimum
literally
wage.
did vote for an increase in the minimum wage. That's literally what they were advocating for in
didn't support
Congress.
the Republicans fully. They did not support the Republicans' legislation.
Yeah,
They
that was not
always
to
shoot
increase
down
the minimum
Republican
wage.
legislation every single time.
That was not to increase the minimum wage.
Preventing local men. And hell nah. Yeah, we ain't gonna talk about that one now. That was bad on the Republicans.
So can you acknowledge that you owe me $1,000?
That's not confirming anything.
Dude, you actually like literally do owe me $1,000 because I'm not joking. Like the literal page I just gave you proves
I just
without a doubt
rebutted your
that a
claim.
majority of Democrats supported this bill, right? Supported
Okay,
increasing
show
the
me
minimum
another
wage.
legislation.
Many
Okay, I
of
can
which
do- I can
actually
do it if you
argued
can
for
show me
even
another
higher than
legislation.
$15.
Show me another legislation. Show me another
I
legislation
actually
that
already
they
gave you
did from
two.
2009.
I gave you one from Bernie Sanders in 2024, and then I gave you another one from Biden here in 2021.
Okay, Bernie Sanders don't count. He don't follow.
He
the
is a
DNC.
Democrat.
He don't follow the DNC, but he don't follow what the DNC say.
Wait,
He
but like
do
a
his own
majority of
thing.
Democrats agreed with
That's-
that bill, and they also co-signed.
They co-sign anything Bernie Sanders do.
Do you want me to give
First
you
off,
another source as well?
secondly- Okay, show me another legislation that
Top
the
Democrats,
DNC
this is top Democrats introduce bill gradually raising minimum wage to $15.
And I can show you an article that says Democrats shoot down Republican bill to raise the federal minimum wage.
Wait, you said what?
That was
Then give me
$15
the
an hour.
source. Yeah, what's the source?
The opposition to raise the wage act. Raise the wage act.
The what?
Nonpartisan, I think.
The what?
Raise the wage.
Raise the Wage Act?
Yeah.
2025 or when? 2023, you mean?
2025.
It was just introduced, and it was introduced by a Democrat. That's the Rage the Age. Raise the Wage.
Yeah, I don't know what
Hold
you're
up.
talking about.
I accidentally typed age instead of wage. Here we go. Is this 2025?
Yeah.
Let's see who introduced it.
I think this
Introduced
was
by a
nonpartisan.
Democrat.
That was a nonpartisan.
Nope, it was introduced by a Democrat. Rep. Scott Robert C. Bobby, a Democrat, Virginia.
Oh shit. Well, see. Okay, you got me on that. You got me on that.
You owe me $1,000, dude.
Man, what's the Venmo, man?
It's
You
in
wanna
my
do
it's in my
anything?
bio.
Okay,
Link
you
tree in
wasn't
my
gonna
bio.
send me my
Venmo or
$1,000.
PayPal. Link tree in the bio.
He was not gonna send me my $1,000. I ain't sending shit.
I actually did. I seriously would have if I lost, but I knew the thing
No,
is
you
I
would not.
only take bets that I know 100% I'm gonna win. So
Well,
like
that-
I only took the bet because I knew for a fact I was gonna win that. So you do owe me $1,000.
Well, that's technically still not a win because
It is
still
a
I can
win.
also
Don't even
say
try to
that
do
the
this.
legislation
You already
that the Democrats
conceded.
did was to make the Trump look bad. They only
Dude,
did
the
that to make
bill that
Trump
you
look
just
bad.
cited, the bill that you just cited was literally introduced by a Democrat.
Yeah, that's a yeah. Okay, I should never said that because that kind of crumbles my whole claim.
It
But
kind of did prove my point, and now you owe me $1,000.
all right, man. I'm off the line.
He left. He left. We'll see if I get my $1,000. I really doubt that I'm gonna get paid my $1,000. He 100% owes me that, and he like essentially conceded. Mary, thank you for the $10, by the way. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Dude, that's so crazy. That is so crazy. All right, everyone. I'm going to get off for today, everyone. I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. And hopefully we can get to 2,000 likes before we end the stream. Thank you, everyone, so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. We're about 1,700 likes here on YouTube right now. I'd really appreciate it. Gretchen, thank you for the dollar. Do these guys ever pay the large bets? I've had like one person pay before. It's very uncommon for them to pay, though. Yeah, I really doubt that I'm going to get that $1,000, though. But we'll see, I guess. Alrighty, I love y'all. Have a good day, everyone. I'll see everyone later.